In the winter quarter of St. Vale, the bells began before dawn, and did not stop until the frost had thickened white upon the black rails of the graveyard fence. Their iron throats called out from the cathedral hill, in slow, measured intervals, each note falling over the lower quarter like a handful of nails cast onto stone. Down beneath that hill, where the streets narrowed, and the fog from the river climbed into the alleys, and did not easily leave, Elise Moreau woke to the sound, with her face turned toward the wall, and her fingers curled under her cheek to keep them warm. The room was still dark. The seam of the roof above her bed let in a thread of pale air that smelled faintly of soot and old snow. She lay still for a few moments, listening for the other sound that usually came before the bells meant anything at all, the cough from the work table, the scrape of a chair leg, the metallic patience of gears being sorted beneath her grandfather's hands. When it did not come, she opened her eyes. The cold had settled into everything during the night, the blanket thin as an apology, the water in the basin glazed over at the rim, the boards beneath the bed so chill they seemed made of stone. She sat up, drew the shawl tighter around her shoulders, and looked across the narrow room into the darkness beyond the curtain that divided her little bed from the workshop corner. Usually, by then, August was already awake. He had old men's habits, the kind that followed the light less than they obeyed age and ache. He rose before dawn, lit the lamp with hands that knew the flint by memory, and sat at his table while the city still dreamed above its own hunger, repairing whatever broken mechanism the previous day had dragged to his door, a chapel clock escapement, a watch spring from the house of a clerk, a lady's brooch with a hidden hinge, once even the small gilded automaton from a morning chapel that had opened and closed its tin wings above a dead child's portrait. He repaired things too delicate for the men in the market, and too humble for the guilds uphill. There was barely enough money in such work to keep broth in the pot and oil in the lamp, but people still came. Because his hands did not tremble, and because he charged less than he should, Elise waited a little longer. Still nothing. Beyond the curtain, the dark remained untroubled. She knew before she rose that something was wrong, though she could not yet have said what. Perhaps it was only the silence itself. Their room was never truly quiet. Even at its most peaceful, it held a low life of its own. The clock on the shelf missing half a minute each day, the thin hiss of air under the window frame, her grandfather's breath with its winter roughness, the small, tired, settling noises of old wood. That morning there was only the bells and the frost. Elise slipped her feet into her shoes, crossed the room, and pulled the curtain aside. August sat at the work table exactly as though he had merely bent his head over some stubborn mechanism and forgotten to move again. The lamp beside him had burned itself out. Its glass chimney was smoked black at the top. His hands rested open on the tabletop, palms down, one near the brass key and the other near a scattering of screws and pins so fine that they looked like filings in the gloom. The sight itself was wrong enough, but what stopped her where she stood was not the stillness of him, it was the stillness of everything else. On the wall above the table hung 3 clocks in various states of disrepair. A carriage clock with its face cracked like ice, a walnut pendulum clock whose brass had gone green at the hinges, and a small round shop clock with Roman numerals fading at the edges. All 3 had stopped. Even the bent alarm clock on the shelf by the basin had stopped. In that room, where time had always limped or stalled in one corner and hurried in another, all of it had come to rest together. Elise did not at first call his name. She walked toward him quietly, as if she might disturb some concentration of his. Her hand rose and hovered above his shoulder before she touched him. The cloth of his coat was cold through at once. She did not scream. Not because she was brave, but because the reality of a thing so complete leaves no room for the ordinary dramatics of terror. She said, very softly, "Grandfather?" as if she were speaking to herself, and heard no answer. Then again, louder. Then she touched his cheek, and felt not merely cold, but the particular, terrible withdrawal of life from flesh. August's face was turned slightly toward the window. His eyes were open. That, more than anything, broke something in her. The expression fixed there was not peaceful. It was not even pain exactly. It was a kind of final recognition, as if in the instant before death he had seen a truth too large and too ugly to be borne by a human face. His mouth was parted slightly. A dark thread, no thicker than a crack in porcelain, marked the corner of one lip. Dried blood. Elise stumbled backward. Her knee hit the stool and sent it scraping hard across the floor, yet even that violence did not alter the room. The stopped clocks remained stopped. The bells outside kept tolling. Her own breath came short and clouded before her. It was then she saw the box. It lay open on the far edge of the table, not where August usually kept it. The music box was small enough to fit into both hands, and old enough that its corners had worn smooth from years of being picked up, set down, and handled with care. Walnut darkened almost to black, silver filigree tarnished at the hinges, the lid inset with a faded oval of mother of pearl that had once reflected light and now only swallowed it. When Elise was younger, she had thought it fine in the way that children think any object with secret sound in it must be fine. Later, she had understood that it was not beautiful in any easy sense. There was something severe about it, something too self-contained, but the music it made had never frightened her. On winter nights, when the cold pressed through the walls and the soup was thin and the city above them seemed very far away, August would wind it and set it between them while she mended hems or picked knots from thread, and the melody would turn in the dim room like a small, patient mercy. He never told her where he had got it. She had stopped asking years ago. Now it stood open before his dead body, its tiny pinned cylinder motionless, the little brass comb catching the first dead light of morning. Elise stared at it with a strange and instant resentment, as though it had no right to be there. She moved toward the table again, not looking at August's face, and reached to shut the lid. Her hand paused when she saw that the winding key had been left in the side. August never left it there. Never. He had many exacting habits, and that was one of them. Wind the thing, let it play, remove the key. Always. She hesitated. Then, because her mind had fixed on small practicalities to keep from opening wider around the truth, she took hold of the key and tried to pull it free. It would not come. Her fingers slipped on the chilled metal. Irritated suddenly, almost angry, she gripped it harder and twisted. At once the mechanism gave a soft click somewhere inside, not the resistant stutter of an old spring, but the yielding of something already prepared. Elise froze. She had not wound it far. She was sure of that. Yet from within the box there came a low metallic shiver, and then the first notes rose into the room. They were thin at first, almost too delicate to hear beneath the bells outside. Then they steadied, and the familiar melody took shape. Slow, grave, tender in a way that had always made her think of candlelight in a church no one visited anymore. But it did not sound as it had before. The room seemed to listen. The notes were clearer than they should have been, each one too exact in the frozen air, as though the box were not merely playing a melody but placing it carefully into the silence left behind by August's death. Elise's skin prickled. "No," she whispered, though she did not know whether she spoke to the box, to the dead man, or to the absurdity of the thing continuing. She reached to snap the lid shut. The melody did not stop. Her hand shook. This time she slammed the lid down hard enough to pinch her own fingers, and the little pain of it flashed up her arm, bright and childish. Still the music continued for 2 more notes, 3, then ceased all at once. In the abrupt silence after it, the bells from the cathedral sounded farther away than before. Elise stood bent over the table, one hand pressed flat on the closed lid, her head lowered. She did not cry. Not yet. The day moved after that, as bad days do. With a hideous competence, each next thing demanding itself before the mind can catch up to any of them. There had to be a neighbour fetched. Then the physician from 2 streets over, who smelled of camphor and horsewool, and looked at August for less than a minute before pronouncing what everyone pronounces over the poor, when they have neither wounds clear enough to stir inquiry, nor money enough to deserve mystery. Age, the weakness of the heart, a passing in the night. Elise watched his mouth move. and knew he had not really seen the room. He had not seen the clocks, or if he had, he took them for trifles. He had not noticed the line of dried blood. He had not asked why August's right hand still bore a dark crescent under the nail as if he had clawed at some surface before dying. The neighbour woman crossed herself often and wept more noisily than Elise did. By noon, someone had covered August's face with a cloth. By evening, the room smelled of candle wax and vinegar and damp wool from too many coats. The priest from St. Brigid's said the proper words without warmth or cruelty, merely with the fatigue of a man whose day was full. When he left, he took her shoulder gently and advised her to sell what she could not keep. "Winter is long," he said, as though she needed telling. When the last of them were gone, twilight had already thickened into the window panes. Elise sat alone on the stool by the table where August had died. She had folded the cloth back from his face after the others left. She could not bear the thought of him lying under another hand's arrangement. The room seemed smaller now, as if death had taken not only the man but also the share of air he had used all these years. On the table lay the remnants of his final work: the forceps, the loop, the row of tiny screws, the opened back of a pocket watch from some stranger's coat. She picked it up. It had stopped at the same minute as every other clock in the room, not by chance. The certainty of that entered her without argument. Elise did not know what it meant, only that it was true. She set the watch down and looked toward the music box on the shelf. She had put it there herself after the body was taken to the chapel room below the church. She had wrapped it in cloth first without knowing why, then unwrapped it again because the gesture felt foolish, and finally left it uncovered where she could see it. For a long time she watched it in the gathering dark. It looked smaller now, almost ordinary, and yet she could not rid herself of the feeling that it had altered with the day, or perhaps that she had finally noticed something in it that had always been there. She rose, lit the lamp, and brought it closer. The silver work on the lid had worn nearly smooth around the edges, but not entirely. Between the curling leaves and the ornamental borders, there were shapes she had never truly examined before. Not flowers, as she had once thought, but thin branching forms like veins or roots. Not cherubs at the corners, but faces so rubbed away that their blankness seemed deliberate. At the centre, set into the mother-of-pearl oval, was a sigil worn almost to invisibility. She tilted the box until the lamplight caught it. A crest, perhaps, though incomplete. A vertical line crossed by a crescent, and beneath it something that might have been a thorned branch, not a merchant's mark, not anything she knew. August had owned so little that every object in the room had become familiar to her by necessity, but this, she realized, she had accepted for years, without ever truly looking. The thought chilled her more than the draught. She opened the lid carefully. Inside, the brass cylinder gleamed dull and old. Along the inner rim, where the wood met the mechanism, something had been scratched by hand in letters so faint she had to angle the lamp again to see them. The inscription was half worn away, and what remained made little sense to her. Not French, not common prayer Latin either, at least not the kind she recognized from memorial ribbons and church walls. She traced the marks with one fingertip without touching the brass. August, she thought suddenly, must have known this was there. The idea brought with it another. Perhaps he had known far more than she ever guessed. She drew her hand back. That should have been enough to make her leave it closed. Instead, she sat with it open before her and stared until the lamp hissed low. Outside, the quarter settled into its night noises. A cart over broken stone, someone shouting for a dog, the cough of coal smoke from a chimney down the lane. Inside, nothing moved. Her body had begun to feel the day at last, the heaviness behind the eyes, the ache in the back from standing too long, the numb hunger of a meal forgotten, and under all of it something worse. A great hollow beginning to open where the shape of her life had been. There would be no work-table cough tomorrow. No muttered complaint over bent pins, no call for better light, no rough, absent-minded hand passing her the thread ends too short for anything useful. The future, which had never looked generous, now appeared simply as a corridor stripped bare of doors. Elise lowered her head into her hands. She did not mean to pray. What came to her lips was not prayer, but the helpless speech of those who have no audience left for their thoughts. "What am I to do?" she said to the table, the lamp, the dead air of the room. "What do I do now?" There was no answer. Of course there was no answer. Yet after a while, without deciding to, she reached toward the music box. Perhaps it was only habit. Perhaps grief will always seek the nearest shape of former comfort, even when the comfort has become suspect. Her fingers found the key. This time she turned it more carefully. One measured click, then another. The spring took. She closed her eyes before the melody began, as if not seeing it might make it harmless. The first notes came soft and pure into the room. At once, something in her chest loosened with such suddenness that she almost gasped. She had not realized until then how rigidly she had been holding herself upright all day. The sound entered the silence not like an intrusion, but like a memory of warmth. She saw, not with her eyes, but with that inward sense by which the bereaved are ambushed, the old winter evenings returning, August darning a gear train with impossible patience, the lamp between them, the broth steaming thinly, the melody turning over and over while snow greyed the window. Her throat tightened. Tears finally came, not violent, not relieving, only slow and exhausted, slipping down without sobs. She let them fall. The music continued. And because she was too tired to guard herself, too hollowed out to question what she wanted from it, she leaned her forearms on the table beside the open box and bowed her head near the sound. The notes seemed to draw farther away and closer at once. The lamp's halo blurred. The cold in the room remained, but beneath it there came another sensation, stranger and more difficult to name. Not warmth, not exactly, but the absence of fear. As though somewhere just beyond the edge of sleep there might still be a place where she was not left behind. Elise's last clear thought before her eyes closed was that she should move the box away, that August had never let it play unattended, that there must have been some reason for that. But the thought was slow and heavy, and the melody was patient. By the time the final note should have sounded, she was already falling. When she opened her eyes, she did not at first know that she had opened them into a dream. The transition had been too gentle for that. One moment there had been the music beneath her cheek, the grain of the work table pressing faintly into her skin, the ache of cold in her wrists. To the next there was a hush, so complete, it felt less like silence than like being enclosed inside something vast, and listening. She was standing upright. The room was gone. Before her rose a hall so high and dim that its ceiling was lost in shadow, though there were no walls she could clearly name, and no visible source for the light that lay along the floor, like the last pale reflection inside an old pearl. The stone beneath her feet was black, smooth, and faintly wet-looking, as if it had been polished, not by hands but by centuries of kneeling. Long narrow windows climbed on either side into darkness, and though she could not see the world beyond them, she had the fixed and dreadful certainty that if she did look closely enough she would find not sky but water, pressing silently against the glass. 100 candles burned in silver stands placed at measured intervals along the hall, but their flames were blue-white and did not flicker. Somewhere far off, the melody of the music box continued, no longer small and tinny but spread thin and perfect through the air, as though the whole place had been built to carry it. Elise looked down at herself. She wore the same dress she had fallen asleep in, the same mended cuffs and dark wool skirt, but neither cloth nor skin carried the grime and fatigue of the waking world. Even her hands seemed changed. They were still narrow, still reddened at the knuckles from work and cold, yet there was a composure in them she did not recognize, as if they belonged to a woman who knew precisely what she was meant to do with them. She turned slowly. The hall did not answer her movement with echo. At the far end, half veiled in distance and a dim silver haze, stood a structure she first took for an altar, and then understood was not. It was a chair, though no ordinary chair ever made had deserved so austere and deliberate a shape. It was carved from something pale that resembled bone and marble at once, high-backed and thorned along the crest. its arms wrought into branches or veins or roots that seemed to twist inward instead of growing out. Above it hung no icon, no cross, no banner of heraldry. There was only darkness there, close and waiting. Elise should have been afraid. A part of her knew this even within the dream. If she had seen such a place in waking life, she would have turned and fled before taking 3 breaths. Yet the fear that ought to have risen in her came only in a muted, distant form, as though it belonged to another woman standing far away and watching her from some less forgiving shore. What she felt most strongly was recognition, not of the hall itself, but of the sensation it produced in her, that she had arrived somewhere expected, somewhere prepared. Then a voice spoke her name. It did not come from the chair at the end of the hall, nor from any visible person. It moved through the space the way candlelight moved through the wax that fed it, seeming to arise from many places at once and from none. Elise. The voice was male, but not young or old in any simple way. Its gentleness was too exact to be called kind, and its calm was the calm of something that had never once needed to hurry for fear of being denied. The sound of her own name in that voice struck her more deeply than if it had shouted. In St. Vale, her name was spoken mostly in practical tones by women handing over mending, by her grandfather when he needed thread, by landlords and shopkeepers and boys in the lane with all the careless force the world spends on those it need not notice. Here it was uttered as though it mattered. Do not be frightened. She looked toward the chair. A figure stood beside it now, though she could not have said when it appeared. At first she thought it no more than a darker fold in the dimness. Then it resolved into the shape of a man dressed in black, so severe it seemed almost without texture. The cut of the coat old-fashioned but exact, its collar high, its fastening unadorned except for a small clasp at the throat that caught the light like a dull star. His face was pale, not with illness, but with the bloodless stillness of carved stone kept from sunlight. He was neither handsome nor ugly in any way that made sense to her. Rather, his features were arranged with such restraint that they seemed designed not to attract affection but to command attention. His hair, dark and falling just below the line of the jaw, had not a single stray curl or loosened strand. His hands were long and rested one over the other lightly, patiently, as if he had all the years in the world in which to wait for her. Only his eyes unsettled her. They were not bright. They were too dark for that. Yet they held a depth that made her think, absurdly and at once, of wells sunk below cathedral foundations where no sun had ever touched the water. "Who are you?" Elise asked, and heard in her own voice none of the rural rasp, none of the defensive roughness she had acquired in the lower quarter. It emerged clearer here, low and steady. The man did not answer at once. "Someone who has watched you suffer too long unseen," he said. "Someone who has seen what the world has made of you, and what it has refused to see." Elise's mouth tightened. In waking life, such words from a stranger would have sounded theatrical or insulting in their presumption. Here they did not. Or rather, they did, but in a way that struck too near a place she had spent years keeping out of thought. She took a step back instead of forward. "I don't know this place." "No," the man said, "but it knows you." The music passed through the hall in another soft turn. As it did, the windows along one side of the chamber brightened very slightly, enough for her to see that the black stone floor between them was not bare after all. Something had been etched into it in long curving lines, almost invisible until the cold light found them circles broken by branching marks, crossings and sealed arcs, patterns too complex for ornament and too measured for accident. She knew without understanding how that they meant something. The man saw her looking. "You have always felt the scenes where others see only surfaces," he said. "The sick room that made your skin crawl before the fever came. The chapel corner where you would not stand as a child because it was colder there than anywhere else. The parcel your grandfather once told you not to touch because you recoiled before you knew why. Did you think these were nothing?" Elise stared at him. She remembered all of those things. She remembered being small and refusing to cross the north transept of St. Brigid's because the air there made her chest feel tight, though the priest had scolded her for dramatics. She remembered the old widow in the next lane, whose house had smelled not of sickness, but of a bitter, metallic sweetness before anyone knew she was dying. She remembered, too, a locked drawer in August's work table she had once brushed with 2 fingers and pulled back from with a shudder so sharp it had made him look at her strangely. These were not memories she thought of often. She had never given them shape beyond discomfort and coincidence. "You were born more open than most," the man said quietly. "And because you were born poor and female and unclaimed by any institution that might profit from naming your gift, you were taught to call it imagination, clumsiness, melancholy, nerves. It is always easier for the world to dismiss what rises in the wrong body." Elise's face flushed, though whether from anger or the chilling accuracy of it she could not have said. "If this is mockery," she said, "you chose a strange way to do it." Something like a smile touched the man's mouth, though no warmth came with it. "Mockery is the sport of those already secure in their place. I have no interest in it. I am speaking to you because you have reached the point at which being unseen will kill you more surely than hunger." The words entered her with alarming ease. That was the danger of dreams, though she did not yet recognize it as such. They abolish the small resistances by which waking judgment protects itself. Elise should have questioned how such a stranger knew her, why he spoke as though he had stood invisibly at the edge of her life, why this hall seemed built to soothe and humble at once. Instead, she found herself asking, "What is it you want from me?" "Nothing," he said, and then, after the faintest pause, "that is not already yours to claim." He lifted one hand and turned it slightly, palm upward, as if inviting her attention rather than demanding it. The light in the hall altered. Not brighter, not dimmer, but more specific. It gathered first around the etched lines on the floor, then climbed the base of the chair, then spread toward her feet in slow, narrow bands. As it moved, Elise saw shapes within the black stone that she had mistaken for reflections. They were not reflections. They were stains, old ones, layered over one another, not immediately visible except when the light took them sideways. Dark, rust-brown, almost black, blood. There had been blood in this hall in quantities too great to imagine. She recoiled despite herself. At once the room shifted, not in architecture, but in meaning. What had seemed solemn now seemed solemn because it had been used for things no one would confess beneath ordinary daylight. The man watched her reaction without surprise. "All power has been paid for somewhere," he said. "Some merely hide the price more elegantly than others. I don't want power." The words came from her quickly, instinctively, yet even as she said them she heard how incomplete they were. It was true that she had never spent her life fantasizing about crowns, command, admiration. Power in the abstract belonged to the world above the hill, where women wore fur in winter and men in clean gloves spoke softly over the fate of streets they had never walked. That was not what she had wanted. What she had wanted was smaller, meaner, more desperate. The ability to stand in a room and not fold inward at the first harsh tone, to have her words taken as fact before they were taken as presumption, to stop feeling as if the floor of the world were tilted against her and she spent every day of her life fighting not to slide. Perhaps the man saw the correction passing through her, because his expression did not change. "No," he said, "what you want is not power for its own sake. You want not to be helpless beneath the boots of those who possess it. That is a different hunger, and a more honest one." He began to walk toward her, not quickly, and she noticed then that although his feet moved upon the stone, there was still no sound. "You have lived among fractures all your life," he said, "in wood before it splits, in lungs before they drown, in houses where prayers no longer hold. You have felt the rot in things before the surface gives way. Others call that superstition because superstition costs less than attention. But there are gifts that appear only in those the world has thinned to the point of sharpness. Privilege dulls, ease blinds. Suffering, endured long enough, opens certain doors." He stopped within arm's length, The air around him was colder than the hall itself, but with that cold came the faintest fragrance of iron and old lilies. "I can teach you how to see without flinching," he said. "How to read what clings to blood, stone, skin, bone. How to know the lie inside the relic, the sickness before it flowers, the curse before it takes root. What others would name miracle, some would name blasphemy, and all would fear. They would no longer pass you over. They would come to you." He said it not as temptation, but as if describing weather certain to arrive. Elise held his gaze for one impossible moment, and thought of the physician that morning barely glancing at August, of the priest who advised her to sell what she could not keep, of the neighbours whose pity already had calculation inside it. She thought of the rent due, the winter ahead, the work she might not be able to keep without August to negotiate or vouch. She thought, too, of the strange truth beneath his words. The world did not despise weakness in the abstract. It despised it most in those who were expected to bear it silently. "What would it cost?" she asked. The man's expression altered then, not by much. Something shadowed his eyes, though whether in admiration or amusement she could not tell. "Every discipline costs," he said. "Every vocation. A priest gives his body to doctrine, a soldier to kings, a mother to hunger and childbirth, a labourer to the mills. Only the poor are taught to call their sacrifices ordinary. I offer no falsehood in this. To see deeply is to bleed for vision. To touch the hidden seam of the world is to let it touch you in return." It was not a real answer, and some part of her knew it. Yet that part was farther away now, muffled as if through cloth. "And if I refuse?" she said. He inclined his head. "Then you will wake where you fell asleep. Your grief will remain grief. Your hunger will remain hunger. The city will continue as it has always continued, by requiring more of you than it intends ever to repay. In time, what is latent in you will sour from neglect. It may turn inward and consume you quietly, as so many unused gifts do. Or it may simply go out. Most do." He spoke without threat. That made it worse. Threat can be resisted because it declares itself an enemy. This was presented as mere likelihood. Elise looked past him toward the pale chair at the far end of the hall. For the first time she noticed something resting on its seat. Not a crown, not a blade, but a shallow silver bowl, no larger than two cupped hands together. Its rim was worked in the same pattern she had seen on the lid of the music box branches or veins or roots turning back upon themselves. The liquid within it was dark, not black, dark red. "What is that?" she asked. The man followed her gaze. "A beginning," he said. "Nothing more." He stepped aside, giving her a clear path down the centre of the hall. "Come and see what has always been waiting at the edge of your life." Elise did not move. The old resistance stirred again then, faint but real. There was something too prepared about all of this, too exact in the way it answered her private wounds. She thought suddenly of August, of the stubborn disapproval he never voiced directly when she lingered too long at the music box some nights, of the single hard rule he kept about never letting it play to the very end unattended. "My grandfather," she said. "He had the box. Did he come here?" It was the first question that truly mattered, and she knew it by the stillness that followed it. The man did not change expression, but the pause before his answer was very slight and very telling. "He came near," he said. "He was not made for what you are." Something inside her contracted sharply. Did this kill him? At that the man looked at her with what might have been patience, might have been pity, and was probably neither. "Death rarely belongs to a single cause," he said. He was old. He feared what he did not understand. He had spent too many years binding himself to clocks and gears and little contrivances meant to imitate life. Men who live bent over broken mechanisms come to believe they can master every force by disassembling. Some things do not yield so kindly. It was not an answer either, and this time Elise recognized it. Her heart beat once, hard enough to hurt. The hall seemed colder. "You're lying," she said. The man's face remained composed, but the candles nearest them sank lower in their cups, without any visible hand touching them. "No," he said softly, "I am sparing you the uglier version. But if you prefer bluntness, your grandfather stood where you stand now, and mistook caution for strength. He chose ignorance when invitation was offered. That was not wisdom, it was fear, and fear, in the end, has never preserved anyone you have loved. The cruelty of that struck precisely because it wore the shape of truth. August had been afraid in the end. She had seen it in his face. Whether of this or of something else, she could not know. The thought that he had stood in some relation to this place, had perhaps heard this very voice, made her stomach turn. Yet it also bound her more tightly to the hall. If he had come here and died because he failed to understand, then understanding became not only temptation, but a kind of duty. The man watched the change take place in her and lowered his head slightly, as if in acknowledgement of a rational conclusion finally reached. "You do not have the luxury of remaining what you were yesterday," he said. "That life ended at the table with him. Step forward, Elise." The music deepened. She could hear now that beneath the melody there was another sound, so low it was almost not sound at all, more a resonance felt along the bones. It called to some place in her that had nothing to do with reason. She took one step. The stone beneath her feet warmed, or seemed to, another. With each movement the lines etched into the floor became clearer, and she saw that they did not merely circle the chair, they radiated outward from it, converging beneath her, beneath him, beneath every candle stand. A design of containment or invitation, or both. By the time she reached the foot of the dais, her breathing had changed, not faster, deeper. The hall no longer felt alien. It felt like a thought she had once nearly had, and only now remembered. The silver bowl on the chair's seat reflected her face dimly, warped by the curve of the metal and the surface of the dark liquid. Her features looked longer there, older, emptied of all softness. She could not look away. "What must I do?" she asked. "Offer what the world has taken freely all your life," the man said. "A little blood, a little trust. In return, sight." He held out his hand. In his palm lay a slender object of polished silver, not quite a knife, not quite a needle, too ceremonial for utility, yet too sharp-looking for ornament. Elise stared at it. Her pulse had moved into her throat. "Only enough to open the first door," he said. "Only enough for you to wake knowing whether I spoke true." That, more than anything, overcame her. Not the promise of greatness, not the chair or the candles or the freezing serenity of his face. It was the narrowness of the claim. Only enough to know, only enough to test. It sounded reasonable, and evil so often survives by sounding reasonable just before it becomes irreversible. Elise extended her hand. Her own fingers looked pale against the dark metal of the bowl. The man took her wrist with great gentleness. His touch was cold enough to numb. For a moment he simply held her there, and in that pause she felt the strangest sensation of her life. Not that she was being touched, but that she had been located, as a thing lost under snow might be located by the pressure of a rod upon the ground above it. Then the silver point kissed the side of her palm. The pain was slight, no more than a sharp sting. A bead of blood welled up, dark and bright at once in the dead candlelight. It fell into the bowl. The instant it struck the liquid already there, the whole hall changed. The candles flared. The lines in the floor blazed pale beneath the black stone. The windows became mirrors, and in each of them Elise saw not the hall, but a succession of images, too quick and violent to fully take in. A child convulsing in a bed while black threads gathered under the mattress. A cellar wall with a sealed niche behind it. A jewelled reliquary split open to reveal not bone but matted hair wrapped around a tooth. A man smiling at table with death already curled around his lungs like smoke. She cried out and jerked, but the man's grip did not tighten. It remained impossibly gentle, impossibly firm. More images came, not random but connected by a new and dreadful intelligence in her vision. The world was not solid. It was layered, crusted, carrying residues of intention and pain and decay that most people move through blind. Elise saw where the mortar between the hallstones had been packed with ash. She saw handprints in old blood beneath the silver chair. She saw that the bowl was not silver at all, but some alloy veined with something darker, and that many mouths had once touched its rim. She saw, in a flash so bright it seemed to split her skull, her grandfather's work table with the drawer half open, and inside it a folded scrap of paper she had never found. Then the vision snapped shut like a fist. The hall vanished. Elise woke choking on air. The lamp beside her had guttered down to a trembling bead of flame. The room was dark except for that weak orange point and the blue of early dawn forming thinly at the window. Her neck hurt from the angle at which she had slept. Her cheek was stuck to her own sleeve with dried tears. For one disoriented second she believed she had only had a fever dream brought on by grief and cold. Then she moved her hand. Pain shot through her palm. She sat up too fast. The room lurched and steadied. The music box lay open before her on the table. It had stopped. The key was still in its side. On the wood beside it, where her right hand had rested in sleep, there was a small dark crescent of blood. Elise stared, slowly, with a numbness that began in the mind and moved outward. She turned her hand over. Along the side of her palm, just below the little finger, ran a cut no longer than the first joint of her thumb. Clean, fine, real. She could not breathe for a moment. The bells had not yet begun that morning, and so the silence of the room pressed around her with a density almost equal to the hall's. She rose unsteadily, took the lamp, and went to the work table. The drawer on the right side stuck halfway, as it always had. August had meant to plane the swelling from the runners and never got around to it. Elise pulled harder. It opened. Inside lay spools of wire, a wrapped lens, 2 worn files, and beneath them, pushed flat against the wood, a folded scrap of paper she had never seen in her life. Her whole body went cold. She set the lamp down so quickly that oil sloshed against the glass. The paper was coarse, torn from some work ledger, folded twice and creased so often it looked ready to split. On the outside, in August's hand, was written only one word. No. Elise unfolded it with shaking fingers. Inside there were no explanations, no long confession, only 3 hurried lines, the ink blotted in places as though written by a hand that could not spare steadiness. If she hears it after me, do not let the song finish. Do not trust what it shows. Burn nothing. Take it below the hill. Elise read it once, then again, and on the second reading the room seemed to narrow around her into some hard bright point from which there was no retreat. He had known. Not everything, perhaps, but enough to leave warning. Enough to expect that the warning might be needed. She thought of the dream, of the man's face, of his calm voice saying August had refused through fear what Elise might yet claim through courage. Rage rose in her so abruptly it made her dizzy. Not only rage at the thing in the dream, if thing it was, but at her grandfather too, for dying without telling her plainly, for leaving scraps instead of answers, for dragging some unnamed horror into the one room in the world where she had ever felt remotely safe. Yet beneath the rage, darker and more dangerous, another feeling had already begun to move. Certainty. She had seen the paper before she found it. She had seen it inside the dream in that lightning flash among other hidden things. However deceitful the place had been, it had shown her something true. That fact sat inside her like a live coal. She pressed her bleeding hand to the edge of the table and shut her eyes. Somewhere far off in the city, a bell finally began to toll the hour. At the first stroke, the cracked carriage clock on the wall behind her gave a single dry click and lurched forward by 1 minute, as if waking reluctantly from whatever had held it fast. Elise turned so quickly she nearly dropped the paper. The pendulum clock remained dead. The shop clock still pointed at the hour of August's death. Only the carriage clock had moved, and only once. She stood staring until the bell finished sounding and the room returned to silence. Then she looked back at the box on the table, at the blood on the wood beside it, and knew with a clarity almost as frightening as the dream itself that grief had ceased to be the worst thing in the room. By full morning, the lower quarter had resumed its indifference. Smoke rose from chimneys in slow, dark ropes. Barrows rattled over the stones toward the market lanes. The women who came up from the river with wet hems and red hands did not look at Elisa's window any longer than custom required. Death in St. Vale was never rare enough to halt the machinery of the poor for more than a bell, a prayer, and a practical rearranging of what remained. Yet inside the room above the lane, time had acquired a different texture. Elise moved through the hours as if they had thickened around her, each small action resisting completion. She washed the blood from her hand at the basin and watched the water pale and bloom pink between her fingers. The cut was narrow and clean, too exact to pass for a scrape from a nail or splinter. When she touched the skin around it, it felt not merely tender but faintly numb, as if the flesh on either side no longer entirely belonged to the same body. She wrapped it in linen torn from the corner of an old apron and tucked August's note into the bodice of her dress beneath the shift, where the warmth of her skin could not soften its meaning. Then she stood for a long while before the music box and did not touch it. In daylight, it looked smaller than terror required. That was part of its obscenity. It did not need to leer or glitter or bear any obvious mark of corruption. It sat on the shelf with the calm discretion of any heirloom that had outlived those who handled it. Only once did Elise come close enough to see whether the dark crescent of blood from the night had truly been there, or whether grief and exhaustion had contrived it. The stain remained, dried now into the grain of the table. She did not wipe it away. Before noon she had to go down to St. Bridget's to sign the burial ledger and settle the fee for the chapel room. Modest only by the standards of those who had never wondered which possession to sell next. She walked with her shawl pinned high at the throat and her gloved hand curled in against her skirts, less to hide the bandage than to keep from feeling it each time the cold caught the linen. The lane out from their building was narrow and always damp, where the houses leaned too close for sunlight to purify anything. Laundry lines crossed overhead like surrendered banners. A child with a split lip dragged a stick along the wall and sang tunelessly to himself until his mother slapped the back of his head without looking up from gutting a fish. A one-eyed dog slept beneath a cart with its nose tucked under its tail. Everything was exactly as it had been yesterday, and therefore more difficult to endure. Elise found, with a kind of astonishment that bordered on anger, that she wanted the world to have altered in outward acknowledgement of what had happened in her room. She wanted some visible distortion in the street, some crack in the ordinary face of things. Instead, the butcher still hosed blood into the gutter, the same women still bargained over turnips, gone soft at the root, and above it all the cathedral towers stood in their pale winter distance, looking down over rich and poor alike with the remote impartiality of stone. St. Bridget's was a smaller church than the cathedral, and far older. Its nave sat low and thick under a roof darkened by age, its bell less noble in tone than the great bronze mouths uphill, but its foundations reached farther down into the lower quarter's life. The poor were christened there, married there if they married at all, and prayed over there when they died because the dead had no social ambitions left to satisfy. Elise entered by the side door and let it close behind her. The church smelled of wet wool, candle grease, and the mineral coal that old stone gathers and keeps. A few women knelt near the front with their heads bowed over rosaries, though whether in piety or simply because the church was warmer than their homes, she could not say. The clerk at the ledger table, a narrow man with lips always dry at the edges, recognized her and did not make her explain herself. That mercy alone nearly undid her. He pushed the book toward her, indicated where to sign, and said the priest would speak with her presently about the fee. Perhaps a reduction could be arranged if certain services were performed in kind. The poor are never given discount without being reminded that it is not discount but redistribution of labour. Ah! Elise nodded, took the pen and bent to the page. Her own name she wrote clearly enough. August's, on the line above, seemed to move under her gaze, the black strokes wanting to become merely marks instead of the sum of a life. She finished and stepped aside. It was then she felt it, not pain, not quite, but a narrowing of the air at the edge of the nave, as though somewhere behind the pillars a seam had opened in the room and let in a current colder than winter. The sensation struck so sharply that she turned before thinking. Near the north wall, where the side altar stood half in shadow under a faded painted saint, an old woman was kneeling with her shoulders slightly hunched, one hand gripping the pew rail. Elise knew her by sight. Madame Vauquelin from 3 lanes over, who sold ribbon remnants and old lace from a basket on market days. There was nothing remarkable in the sight itself. Yet above the woman's left shoulder, in the dim air between her and the stone, Elise saw something that should not have been there. At first she thought it a trick of light, one of those after-images grief makes, where vision blurs at the edge and insists on pattern where none exists. Then it sharpened. It was no shape exactly, no figure, no face. It was a discoloration, a faint dark halo, as if soot had seeped upward from under the skin of the world and gathered in a human outline just large enough to include her shoulder, her neck, one side of her jaw. Elise stared. The old woman shifted and winced, pressing her fingers briefly against her ribs. With the motion, the darkness moved too, not independently, but with her, clinging. Elise's stomach contracted. She had seen sickness before. She had helped August carry broth to fevered neighbours, had sat through wakes where consumption had eaten the dead so thin they looked unfinished. This was not like looking at symptoms. It was nearer to the instant in the dream, when the walls of the hall had disclosed what had soaked into them, and made visible a history, invisible a breath before. Madame Vauquelin rose slowly from her kneeler. As she did, the darkness along her side thickened for a moment, and inside Elise's mind there flashed a brief image, so sudden she nearly gasped aloud. The old woman alone at night in her narrow room, coughing into cloth, drawing it away and seeing black-red threads blooming there like wet roots. The image vanished at once. Elise had no time to decide whether she had imagined it, because Madame Vauquelin turned and saw her looking. "Girl," the woman said. "What are you staring at?" Elise realized too late that she had taken a step forward. The clerk glanced up, annoyed at the hint of disturbance. The women at prayer did not lift their heads. "Nothing," Elise said, too quickly, but even as she spoke she knew it was false in a way that made lying feel absurd. The darkness still clung to the woman's side, though now less distinctly, as if the act of being noticed had driven it closer into the flesh. Madame Vauquelin drew herself up with offended dignity. "Then kindly keep your eyes to yourself." She shuffled past, smelling of lavender water, gone stale and damp wool, and as she did, the strange chill swept over Elise again, bringing with it that same wordless conviction. Not immediate death, but something lodged deep, something already ripening. Elise turned after her without meaning to. "Madame," she said. The woman paused at the door, impatience written all over her narrow back. "You should see a physician." "Should I?" came the dry reply. "And shall I pay him in old buttons and pity?" There would have been nothing to answer to that on an ordinary day, yet the image had left a residue in Elise's mind so palpable that silence felt like complicity. "Your side," she said. "Your lung, I think." The woman gave a short laugh, with no amusement in it. "You think," she repeated. "And what do you think you know of lungs?" The clerk now looked openly irritated. "Mistress Moreau," he said under his breath. Warning rather than sympathy. Elise felt heat rise in her face. The correct thing would have been to let the moment pass, to accept humiliation and preserve the little social balance that kept the poor from each other's throats. Instead, something in her hardened, not confidence exactly, rather the intolerable pressure of certainty meeting the cowardice of ordinary speech. "I think if you cough tonight," she said quietly, "you should not wait until morning to send for help." The old woman's expression altered then, not into belief, but into something more complicated and less comfortable. Resentment often gives way first to superstition before it grants even a grain of possibility. She crossed herself in a quick, irritated movement and left without another word. The door shut. The church regained its stillness. The clerk stared at Elise as one stares at someone who has committed a social error, both embarrassing and inexplicable. "What in God's name was that?" he muttered. Elise had no answer that would not sound unhinged. She took the small stamped receipt for the burial fee and left, before the priest could arrive to lecture her on propriety. Outside, the winter light had gone flat and metallic. She stood under the church eave for a long moment, breathing hard, one hand pressed inside her glove against the bandaged palm. She had not merely guessed. She knew that as certainly as she knew the cut had not been there before the dream. The knowledge did not comfort her. It made the street appear thin, precarious, as though under every facade lay something waiting to show through. On her way back she passed the store where Madame Vauclain usually sold ribbon and remnants. It stood closed. That should have been unremarkable. Many stalls opened late in winter, yet Elise's gaze went at once to the narrow house behind it, to the shutter of the second-floor window, and in the instant she looked, she saw not with the eyes only, but with that other new cruelty, the shadow of the bed within, the basin on the stool beside it, and in the basin a dark clot of something coughed up and hidden under water. She stopped dead in the street. A drayman cursed as he hauled his horse around her. She walked on more quickly then, not because she had calmed herself, but because she had not. By the time she reached the lane below her building, her legs felt light and hollow, as if she had descended too quickly from a height. Thomas was waiting outside the door with a parcel of bread under one arm and snow melting in his hair. He had the look of a person who had knocked, received no answer, and then remained because leaving would have been an offence against his own conscience. He was taller than Elise remembered from the last time she had really looked at him, though that may only have been because grief changes the measure of familiar people. His coat was patched at both elbows. Ink marked the side of his forefinger, and his scarf had been wound around his throat carelessly enough to show the frayed edge where it had torn and been clumsily mended. He saw her and straightened. "I came earlier," he said. "The neighbour said you'd gone to Brigid's." He looked down at the bread as if suddenly embarrassed by the inadequacy of bringing bread to a house from which death had just departed. "It's only rye. The baker's wife gave it cheap because it was yesterday's." Elise swallowed. Thomas had known August almost as long as she had known him herself. He used to come by as a boy with his father's ruined prayer books and cracked clasps for August to mend, then stayed for the pleasure of watching delicate things come apart and go together under skilled hands. He and Elise had never been easy companions, exactly. Poverty makes awkwardness out of kindness because every gesture has weight. Yet his presence by the door steadied something in her that had been tilting all morning. "Come up," she said. He followed her into the room and stopped just inside, as everyone had since the death, struck into a reverent uselessness by the changed arrangement of objects. August's coat was still on the peg. The chair still bore the impression of his back. Thomas removed his cap. "I'm sorry," he said, and unlike the formula spoken yesterday, the words did not sound worn out by public use. Elise nodded because to answer would have required her to speak in the voice she used before strangers, and she no longer trusted that voice to hold. Thomas set the bread on the table, glanced toward the shelf, and noticed the music box at once. "He was working late with that again?" he asked. The question made Elise lift her eyes sharply. "You knew he was working on it?" Thomas frowned. "Not working on it exactly. Studying it, I think. He asked me last month if I'd ever seen a mark like the one on the lid in any of my father's old church ledgers. I told him no." "Why?" Elise said nothing for a moment. The room seemed to contract subtly around the question. Thomas, who was better than most people at hearing what silence contains, looked from her face to the bandage on her hand. "What happened?" he said. She had not decided before then whether to tell anyone. The instinct to guard the thing had already begun to grow in her like an infection, part fear of sounding mad, part something stranger and more secretive, as though the box itself benefited from being kept between her and her own thoughts. But Thomas had noticed the mark. He had known August had been investigating, and, though she barely admitted it to herself, she needed some second mind in the room to test whether her own had started to break. So she told him, though not gracefully. She told him in the halting order of someone describing a fever. The melody, the dream hall, the man, the cut, the note in the drawer. She left out very little. The only thing she omitted was how true the promise had sounded when spoken to her. Tomas listened without interruption, which was his gift and his vice. He took the paper from her only after asking, read it twice, and then stood very still with it in his hands. Elise watched his face and saw there not disbelief but something almost worse, recognition slowly aligning with dread. "Show me the cut," he said. She unwrapped the linen. He bent close without touching. "It isn't torn," he murmured. "It's as if something very fine opened it, and then stopped just shy of depth." He straightened. "And you found the paper exactly where you saw it?" "Yes." "And you're certain you had never seen it before? Do you think I would be asking you if I had hidden it from myself for amusement?" "No," he said absently, already thinking elsewhere. He went to the shelf and looked at the box without reaching for it. "My father had a tract once," he said after a moment. "Not a sanctioned one, a condemnation copied from some older source. Mostly nonsense about relic frauds and miracle mongers, but one section described objects that induced directed somnolent states in the vulnerable." He glanced at her. "Dreams shaped like instructions." Elise stared. "You say that as if it's a category. In church records, everything becomes a category eventually." He looked back at the box. It said, "Such objects often attach themselves to grief, isolation, guilt, religious hunger, any condition that thins resistance. And that the earliest manifestations were consoling. The word itself made the room seem colder. You've read that before and never thought to mention it? Until this morning, I had never met anyone who said, 'A music box opened a hall and cut her hand from the inside of sleep.'" He ran a thumb along the dry edge of his lower lip, a habit he had when searching memory. "There was something else. Blood. Not much. A claim that certain visionary mechanisms required a token payment from the dreamer in order to persist beyond sleep. I thought it was metaphor." Elise wrapped the linen back around her hand. "It isn't." Tomas nodded once, sharply, as if he disliked being right after the fact. "No." He moved around the table, crouched, and examined the floorboards below the shelf, then the side of the box, then the key still fixed in place. Did August ever say where he got it? Never. Did anyone else ever handle it in your sight? No. He considered this, then he knew enough to hide its history, if not enough to defeat it. Elise leaned against the table because she had begun to feel weak again, not merely from hunger or grief, but from the peculiar drained sensation that followed the dream. Seeing that, Tomas looked at her more closely. "Have you eaten?" "Bread crust. Today?" She did not answer. He pushed the parcel toward her. "Eat now." "Then, tell me everything about the hall again, but slower." There are moments in life when obedience does not arise from trust, so much as from the simple inability to keep one's own will arranged in the right order. Elise broke the bread because he told her to, though her mouth was so dry she could barely swallow. As she ate, she described the hall in greater detail. The windows, the floor markings, the chair, the bowl, the man's clothes, his manner, the way he had spoken of August. Tomas listened with his head bowed, not from reverence, but from concentration. When she mentioned the bowl and the blood, he closed his eyes briefly. "That part fits too well," he said. "What fits?" "A rite of yielding disguised as initiation. The first wound establishes consent." He opened his eyes. "You asked him the cost. That was wise." He didn't answer. He answered enough. Things that lie best almost never refuse the truth entirely. Elise said nothing. The line haunted her because it matched too closely the sensation that had accompanied the dream. That the offer had been monstrous precisely because part of it was real. Tomas noticed the way she looked toward the window and lowered his voice. "Did it give you anything? Beyond the cut, did you wake changed?" She should have lied then. Some instinct warned her that to speak the church vision aloud would make it more binding. Yet it had already happened, and whatever had begun in her would not end because she pretended otherwise. "At Brigid's," she said slowly, "I saw something on Madame Vauclain." Tomas's expression altered at once. Saw what? She described the shadow at the woman's side, the cough image, the certainty of disease. When she finished, Tomas did not scoff. He did not cross himself either. He looked instead at the music box, the way a man looks at the edge of a deep shaft after hearing a stone strike water farther down than expected. "That's no simple haunting trick," he murmured. "That's diagnostic." Elise gave a short, humourless laugh. "You make it sound like an instrument." "Maybe it is." He stood abruptly. "Wait here. Where are you going?" "Home. There's a chest under the bed with some of my father's copies." If I'm remembering correctly, one of them mentions dream-induced discernment. If it doesn't, I'm a fool, and we've lost an hour. If it does, we will at least know what kind of trap is trying to put its hand through your skull. "Don't speak as if you're delighted." Tomas looked almost offended. "I'm terrified," he said. "I just think faster when I'm terrified." He reached for his cap, then paused. "Don't open it again." His eyes flicked to the box. "Not for comfort, not for proof, not because it might explain itself if you ask politely. Don't touch it." Elise thought of the hall, the voice, the terrible rightness of being spoken to as if she were not nothing. "I wasn't planning to." Tomas held her gaze a moment too long, perhaps because he knew the difference between planning and wanting. Then he left. The room felt more dangerous after he was gone than it had before he came, because now its danger had edges. Elise gathered the bread and paper and tried to set herself to practical tasks, mending the torn cuff left unfinished on the chair back, sorting August's tools into trays, banking the fire low to preserve fuel. She completed none of them. Her body was beginning to fail in small ways. When she bent too quickly, blackness crowded the sides of her vision. Her heartbeat fluttered oddly, then recovered. Once, while threading a needle, she found the eye swimming before her until she had to lower her hands and sit without moving for a full minute. It was not illness exactly, it was depletion, as if something had opened in her and not fully closed. Twice she found herself glancing toward the shelf before remembering she had sworn not to touch the box. The second time she went so far as to rise halfway from the chair, before anger at herself sent her pacing instead. By late afternoon the light had thinned to pewter. Snow began, not heavily, but in a fine dry drift that collected first on the window ledge and the bent nail outside where August once hung cracked clock faces to test them in cold. Elise set aside the needle she had failed to thread 3 times and went to latch the shutter more tightly. As she did, movement in the lane caught her eye. 2 men were carrying Madame Vauclain between them. Her shawl had slipped from her head. Even at that distance, Elise could see the wrongness in the woman's face. The mouth working open for air that would not come fully. The skin drawn tight and grey-yellow under the cheekbones. One of the men was shouting for a physician. The other kept saying, too loudly, that it had come on all at once. Though anyone with eyes could see, the body had been failing long before it admitted itself publicly. Elise gripped the shutter so hard her bandaged hand throbbed. She had been right. Or rather, the thing given to her had been right through her. Down in the lane, Madame Vauclain coughed and brought up dark red onto the snow. One of the men swore and looked around wildly, as if blood on white ground required a witness to become real. Elise shut the shutter at once, turned away, and found she was shaking. The sight should have confirmed what had happened in church. It did. But confirmation is a crueler thing than doubt, when the confirmed fact is that something not human has laid a tool in your mind, and it works. She sat down very carefully because her knees no longer seemed reliable. The room darkened by degrees. When Tomas returned it was full night, and he came in with coal on his coat and a packet of notebooks tied together in twine. He had forgotten bread for himself, and inked one cuff with melted snow and old dust from whatever chest he had been ransacking. She collapsed, Elise said before he could speak. Vauclain, in the lane, blood. Tomas set the notebooks down in silence. He did not say, "I told you," or "then it's true." He only nodded once and went to light the second lamp, as if steadier illumination might be the nearest thing to courage available. "Read," Elise said. because if she waited any longer, she thought she might either begin to cry or take the box from the shelf and wind it again, simply to end uncertainty by drowning in it. Tomas untied the packet and spread the notebooks open. Most were copies in his father's hand, cramped and precise, made from sources he had probably not been permitted to borrow openly. Margins crawled with corrections, cross-references, bits of dates and names half rubbed away by use. Tomas turned pages quickly at first, then slower. At last he flattened one book under his palm and drew the lamp closer. "Listen," he said. His finger traced a passage while he translated from the clotted church Latin into the rough common tongue they both used. Among the more pernicious instruments of somnolent corruption are those objects by which the subject is induced to receive terror in the guise of consolation and consent in the guise of vocation. Such devices most often seek melancholics, mourners, widows, recluses, and all those in whom grief has thinned the partition between appetite and surrender. He glanced up. Neither of them spoke. He continued. The earliest signs of attachment are sweetness of trance, singular vividness of dream, slight corporeal exaction manifesting as bloodletting or weakness upon waking, and afterward the emergence of facultative discernment beyond ordinary human sense. The victim, tasting usefulness, becomes complicit in the continuation of the bond. Tomas stopped. The silence after that passage had a density Elise felt in her teeth. Complicit, she repeated at last, and hated the word because it illuminated too much, too quickly. It doesn't mean willing in the deepest sense, Tomas said. It means the trap is designed so that by the time you understand it, you've already participated. He turned another page. If the attachment continues, the subject may begin to perceive residues of blood, illness, malediction, sacrificial impress, and concealed structures. Such discernments, though accurate in part, should not be mistaken for grace, for they are given not as gift but as bait. Elise stared at the notebooks. So that's it? It shows me true things, so I'll let it keep feeding? Likely. And then what? Tomas's face tightened in the lamplight. He read on. Later phases include nocturnal dispossession, loss of intervals of memory, increasing corporeal drain, and preparation of the vessel for indwelling. Elise went cold. Vessel, she said. What does indwelling mean? He did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. Say it. Tomas shut the book. It means, he said carefully, that whatever intelligence is inside the object doesn't intend merely to frighten you or toy with you. It intends to enter more fully through repeated consent and use. Elise turned her head slowly toward the shelf where the music box sat in shadow. The room seemed to tilt around it. Then why didn't it just kill him, she said. August. Maybe it was trying to do the same through him, and failed before completion. Or maybe he resisted late. Or maybe he found some piece of what we've just found and tried to interrupt the process. Thomas pressed his lips together. There's more. He opened another book, thinner and more damaged than the rest. Its pages warped by some old damp. This one is a copied deposition from a monastic inquiry. No names, but the objects sound similar. A music device with worked silver, dream entry, blood price. Listen to this. The operator within the mechanism adapts its allure according to the lack most endemic to the subject, authority to the humiliated, beauty to the ignored, certainty to the scrupulous, belovedness to the bereaved. Therefore those who judge themselves too plain for temptation are often its easiest prey. Elise let out one short breath through her teeth. She remembered the man in the hall saying the world had refused to see her, that she had always stood at the edge of knowledge unrecognized. The words had not promised luxury, they had promised meaning. It knew exactly what to say, she murmured. Yes, Tomas said. That's what it was built to know. He read further until his brow drew down. Here, if severance is attempted after the first yielding, common destruction of the object is ill-advised. Burn nothing, break nothing. Where indwelling intelligence has been bound into mechanism, rupture may produce dispersal rather than extinction. He looked up sharply. That matches your grandfather's note. Take it below the hill, Elise said softly. What does that mean? Thomas frowned. Below the hill could mean a dozen things in Saint Vale. Catacombs, old crypt passages, the drainage galleries under the North Rise, even the sealed archive cellars under the cathedral, if he meant it figuratively. But if August wrote that, he knew some proper place or method, and he died before he could tell me plainly. Yes, Thomas rubbed his face tiredly. Or he thought plain telling might not be enough once it had marked you. The idea disgusted her because it sounded plausible. She stood and began to pace. Not from restlessness alone, but because if she stayed still, she feared the weakness in her limbs would turn to collapse. So now what? She said. We sit here until it calls again. We wait for me to begin wandering in my sleep and opening doors I can't remember. You read until dawn while I bleed. Her voice had risen without her intending it to. Thomas did not rebuke her. We find where below the hill means, he said. And we find out what August knew before he died. How? By starting with the people who know what symbols mean when craftsmen ask too many questions. You mean priests. I mean records. And one other possibility. He hesitated, and she knew before he spoke that she would dislike the direction of his thought. There are old house signs on noble property sometimes, he said. Marks tied to family vaults, chapel foundations, private reliquaries. If the sigil on the lid is a crest, someone in the upper quarter may know it even if the church does not admit it. Elise stopped pacing. You want to carry that thing uphill and ask a nobleman whether his family lost a devil in a box? No. I want to know whose mark it is without carrying it anywhere if possible. He tapped the mother-of-pearl sigil lightly with one fingernail. Your dream didn't invent that, nor did August. If it belonged to someone before him, then its history didn't begin in this room. Outside, the snow thickened against the shutter. Inside, the lamps burned lower. Elise looked from Thomas to the shelf and back again. Already she understood that the next steps would have to be taken quickly before fear hardened into paralysis or the box found some subtler way to work around her resolve. Yet under that understanding another thought moved, sly and unwelcome. If the first dream had shown her the hidden note, perhaps another might show the rest. She crushed the thought at once, but not before Thomas, who read faces better than he pretended, saw something of it. No, he said sharply. Don't even think it. I didn't say anything. You didn't need to. He stood. Whatever it reveals on terms arranged to make you want more. That is the mechanism. We work from the waking side now. Elise said nothing because anger would have required admitting he was answering a temptation she had not mastered. Thomas gathered the books into a neater spread on the table and selected 2 to leave open. I'll go to the old binding room tomorrow, he said. There are ledgers from dissolved parishes stored there, heraldic marginalia, sealed bequests, chapel inventories. If the mark belongs to some house or mortuary foundation, it may have survived in the copies. You stay away from Bridget's, from curious priests, and from the box. You keep saying that as if repetition will turn warning into protection. Sometimes repetition is all the poor get instead of protection. The exhaustion in his voice gentled the words. For the first time that day, Elise sat down not because weakness forced her, but because the simple fact of another mind working against the problem beside her made standing seem unnecessary. Thomas shifted one of the lamps closer to her and set the bread between them. They spent the next hour in an uneasy arrangement of labour. He read cross-marked references and muttered dates under his breath. She sorted through August's papers with her good hand, looking for anything that might match the note's urgency. Receipts, repair tallies, a list of missing clock teeth for some chapel commission, a half-page of calculations regarding spring tension, a name scratched out so heavily the paper nearly tore beneath it. Nothing. Yet the room no longer felt wholly mastered by the dead. Human effort, even frightened and insufficient, had entered it again. At last Thomas rose to leave. Bolt the door, he said. If you hear anything tonight, ignore it unless it can break the wood. Elise almost laughed at that, but the sound never fully formed. He paused by the threshold. Elise. What? He looked as though he regretted what he was about to say and could not keep from saying it anyway. If you begin to believe that whatever it offers is worth the price, tell me before you act on it. She held his gaze. And if it already helped someone today? His expression changed very little, but enough. That's how bargains like this are designed, he said, not by making you monstrous at once, by making you useful first. After he left, she bolted the door exactly as told. The room settled around her. The lamps burned down one after the other, until only embers held the dark at bay. Elise lay in her bed without undressing, August's note under her pillow, the bandaged hand resting on her chest where she could feel each uneven beat that passed beneath it. She listened for the usual night sounds of the quarter, but even when they came a cart, a drunk, the barking dog below, they all seemed farther away than before, as if a membrane had drawn itself between her and the common world. Her last waking sight before she turned her face to the wall was of the shelf in silhouette and the music box upon it, black against black, saying nothing at all. That silence frightened her more than any melody. She slept badly and woke often, each time uncertain whether she had been pulled upward from ordinary dreams or held just at the edge of some deeper place that had not yet found the strength to draw her under. Once, near midnight, she thought she heard the music box give a single bright note from the shelf, no more than the sound a ring makes when a fingernail strikes crystal. She lay rigid under the blanket until her back ached and heard nothing further. Another time she woke convinced that someone had crossed the room in darkness and paused beside her bed. Yet when she forced herself to sit up, the air was empty and still. The only outline in the room, the shelf, the table, the chair where August no longer sat. Toward dawn, exhaustion took her more heavily, and when she woke at last, it was to the one light of morning caught in the frost at the window, and to a sensation in her body as though she had worked through the night with no memory of it. Her limbs felt full of cold sand. The cut in her hand had sealed along the edges into a fine dark line, but the skin around it remained pale and oddly bloodless. She rolled up from the mattress, reached under the pillow for August's note, and found relief so immediate at the crinkle of paper that she had to sit still for a moment, ashamed of how quickly she had come to depend on the touch of a scrap of writing. The room smelled of ashes gone dead. She stirred the stove, coaxed what heat she could from it, and forced down a crust of bread and a cup of water that tasted faintly of rust from the pail. Only after that did she lift the corner of the shutter and look into the lane. Snow from the night had turned the lower quarter almost beautiful in the false, temporary way poverty becomes beautiful when frost erases its filth for a few hours. Broken paving stones were softened under white. The gutters had gone dark and quiet. Even the sagging lines of laundry between houses seemed momentarily like something chosen rather than endured. A boy in boots too large for him was scratching at the frozen edge of a drain with a stick, and two women stood with shawls over their heads discussing, with great appetite, the collapse of Madame Vauclain. Elise could not hear every word through the shutter, but she caught enough. Blood. Physician. Not expected. Though old, yes, but not that way. Not so sudden. The phrase needled her not that way because it was the sort of phrase people use when they want mystery without responsibility. Illness, once acknowledged, is always said to have been obvious. Before it is acknowledged, it is always said to have come from nowhere. She closed the shutter again and turned from it with a feeling she could not have named precisely. It was not guilt. She had not caused what had happened to the old woman. It was something meaner and less clean. A dark satisfaction had coiled in her for one instant in the church, when she understood that she saw what others did not. That satisfaction repulsed her now precisely because it had been real. Thomas's words returned with ugly clarity. Useful first. She spent the first hour of morning attempting tasks that required thought and failing at them in orderly sequence. August's papers remained a pile of fragments that would not make sense. The needle still refused the thread because her hand shook too much. Twice she found herself pausing in the middle of motion, not because she had forgotten what she meant to do, but because some brief interior dislocation made the room around her feel like a place remembered rather than occupied. The second time it happened, she was standing by the table with August's little forceps in her hand. She stared at them, unable for several seconds to understand why they were there. When the moment passed, she set them down at once and pressed both hands flat against the tabletop until the wood steadied under her palms. Memory, she thought, and then corrected herself. Not lost, not yet, but slipping at the edges like cloth that has begun to fray. By late morning there came a knock at the door. Not the hurried rap of a neighbour, but the measured, proprietary knock of someone accustomed to being answered promptly. Elise's stomach tightened. She had a brief, irrational conviction that black reliquary, though she had not yet seen them with her own eyes, had somehow arrived before Thomas returned and before she had learned anything useful. She crossed the room cautiously and opened the door only a hand's breadth. Outside stood not a church officer, but a boy in the grey livery of the upper quarter, perhaps 14, red-eared from cold and carrying himself with the brittle arrogance servants wear when entrusted with errands slightly above their station. In his gloved hand was a visiting card. "Mistress Elise Moreau?" he asked, with a hesitation of someone unused to attaching the title to a woman in a house like this. Elise did not answer the question directly. "Who is asking?" The boy held the card toward her through the gap. "A gentleman wishes to call. He inquires whether this address was the residence of August Moreau, artificer." The card was cream, thick, and clean enough to seem indecent in the lower quarter. She took it and read the name printed there in dark narrow letters, Lucien de Vallebrook. There was no title on the card, which somehow made it feel more aristocratic rather than less. Only men born secure enough in name omitted rank when they wished. Elise looked up. And why would such a gentleman be calling here? The boy shrugged with carefully rehearsed indifference. Concerning an item of private interest that may have passed through the hands of the deceased. Elise's fingers closed around the card. Every instinct in her told her to say no, to deny knowledge, to bolt the door and let the upper quarter keep its own ghosts. Yet another thought, colder and more practical, rose alongside that impulse. If the sigil belonged to a house, and if Thomas came back empty-handed from the ledgers, then the man whose name stood on the card might know more in one glance than they could dig from 10 days of rotten paper. "When?" she asked. "He waits at the end of the lane," said the boy, and perhaps because he saw something in her face he added, he did not wish to presume by coming unannounced to the stair. It was an elegant courtesy, which made Elise distrust the caller more, not less. Courtesy from above usually meant calculation wrapped in linen gloves. "Tell him," she said after a moment, "that if he has business, he may speak it in daylight and not in my room. There is a tea stall by the locksmith's arch. I will come there in 15 minutes. The boy blinked, surprised perhaps that she presumed to set terms at all, but he nodded and withdrew. Elise shut the door, leaned against it, and cursed under her breath. She considered not going. She considered slipping out the back stair and leaving him to wait in the cold until aristocratic patience gave out. But the music box on the shelf seemed to darken merely by being in the room, and with that darkening came the knowledge that she could not afford pride. She took the card, tucked it into her glove, wrapped her shawl twice, and, after a long hesitation, slid the music box from the shelf into a cloth satchel that had once held August's tools. She did not trust leaving it alone. She trusted even less the idea of carrying it through the lane. In the end, she did what poverty teaches one to do with all bad choices. She chose the version that preserved possession. The satchel hung heavy and wrong against her hip as she made her way to the tea stall. The place was little more than a boarded recess under an archway where hot leaf water and bitter coffee were sold from dented kettles to carters and clerks too mean or too rushed for better. It sat between the locksmith's narrow shop and a shuttered cobbler's stall, close enough to the traffic of the lane that conversation disappeared into ordinary city sound if voices remained level. Lucien de Vallebrook was standing beneath the arch when she arrived. He was younger than she had expected, though perhaps not by much, 26, 27 at most, and his clothes were cut in the dark, severe fashion, presently favoured by men who wished to suggest sobriety rather than flamboyance. The coat alone, though unadorned, probably cost more than everything in her room put together. Snow had melted in fine drops on the shoulders, and had not been brushed away by any servant's hand. His gloves were black kid, his boots city clean though he stood in the slush of the lower lanes. What first struck Elise, however, was not wealth, but restraint. He had the face of someone trained not to reveal the full movement of his thoughts. Pale, straight-nosed, tired around the eyes in a way that did not come from labour, only from long wakefulness or private vexation. His hair was dark, worn a little too long over the collar for strict propriety. When he turned toward her, his expression altered, not into surprise exactly, but into focused recognition, as if some uncertainty he had carried down the hill had resolved. "Mistress Moreau," he said. His voice was low and precise, not warm, not insulting either. "I am grateful you agreed to meet me." Elise remained standing. "Say what you came to say." One corner of his mouth shifted, perhaps at the bluntness, perhaps because he had expected no less. He gestured toward the bench beneath the arch, and when she did not take it, he let the gesture die. "Very well. Your grandfather came into possession, some years ago, of an object which belongs by history, if not law, to my family. I have reason to believe that object is still here." Elise felt at once the satchel against her side become heavier. "And what object would that be?" "A music box." He said it without flourish. "Walnut, silver inlay, oval medallion on the lid." The crest worn nearly away. Elise kept her face still by effort. Many music boxes exist in the world, few with that crest. He reached into his coat and withdrew a folded scrap of paper, which he opened carefully between gloved fingers. It was a rubbing taken from some carved or embossed source. At its centre was the same sign she had seen on the lid, clearer here, a vertical line like a stem or blade, crossed by a crescent, beneath which curled a branch armed in small thorns. Her pulse gave one hard thud. "Valebrook," he said quietly. "An old funerary device, not used publicly for 3 generations. It marked our mortuary chapel and certain sealed reliquaries." Elise looked from the paper to his face. "Sealed," she repeated. "That sounds like the sort of word a man chooses after something goes wrong." For the first time a trace of expression crossed him more visibly. Not surprise, approval, perhaps unwilling. "Yes," he said. "It is exactly that sort of word." He folded the rubbing and put it away. "May I ask directly whether your grandfather left such an object among his effects?" "You may ask." "And will you answer?" "That depends whether you tell me why a gentleman from the upper quarter is hunting funerary devices in the lanes where children starve." The tea seller, sensing the promise of coin from a well-dressed patron, set 2 chipped cups near the brazier without being asked. Lucien placed coins down with automatic neatness and stepped slightly aside so the seller's movements did not interrupt the line of his sight to Elise. "Because my family spent 50 years pretending not to hunt it," he said, "and because 3 months ago I discovered references to that pretense in an inventory my father assumed I would never read." He paused, as though weighing how much truth to offer someone who plainly did not trust him and perhaps should not. "Your grandfather's name appeared in a broker's memorandum related to the estate of a dead dealer in devotional mechanisms. I followed that memorandum here." Elise's mind moved quickly through what little she knew. August had indeed sometimes purchased broken devotional pieces from brokers who cleared dead men's shops. That much fit. "And why was your family pretending not to look?" she asked. Lucien glanced once toward the street before answering, a movement so slight she might have missed it had she not already become sensitive to what people conceal in their bodies. "Because the object is associated with a history my family found more convenient to call apocryphal than disastrous," he said. "And because some within the church prefer certain things remain in private circulation until they can be properly." He stopped. "Appropriated?" Elise suggested. "Studied," he said dryly. Which is a holier word for much the same impulse. Despite herself, Elise looked at him differently then, not as ally, certainly not, but as a man who at least did not insult her intelligence by pretending saintly motives where none existed. "Suppose," she said slowly, that my grandfather did possess such a box. Suppose further that he died beside it. What would you say to that? Something in Lucien's face tightened so slightly, it might have been only the cold. I would say your grandfather died in greater danger than any physician in this quarter is qualified to name, and I would ask whether you have opened it since. Elise did not answer fast enough. Lucien's gaze dropped, not theatrically, but with the directness of someone trained to inventory surfaces. It fell on the linen, showing beneath her glove where the cut crossed the side of her hand. When his eyes lifted again, they had lost the little neutrality they possessed. "You have," he said. "Listen to me carefully. If the device has engaged you, you must not." He broke off. His gaze had shifted over her shoulder toward the street beyond. For an instant she thought he had simply noticed a passerby. Then she felt it herself, that tightening of the air that had come before the vision in St. Bridget's. Not sickness this time, but scrutiny. Two men stood at the far mouth of the archway, speaking to no one and looking everywhere. They wore dark coats, plain enough to pass in any quarter, but their boots were too good for labour, and their collars bore, tucked almost discreetly against the throat, the narrow iron-grey braid used by minor ecclesiastical officials when travelling without ceremony. One of them was asking the locksmith something. The locksmith had stopped pretending to polish a hinge and was pointing, with the vague reluctance of a man who wishes not to become involved but lacks the imagination to avoid involvement, toward the tea stall. Toward them? Lucien's voice dropped. "Do not turn your head," he said. "Too late," Elise murmured, because she already had by a fraction. The men began walking under the arch, not hurriedly. Men with authority need not run. Who are they? Church retrieval, if I'm unlucky. Something worse if I'm not. That is not helpful. "No," he said, "but it is accurate." He set his untouched cup aside. "Do you have the box on you?" Elise looked at him. "You ask that now?" "Yes or no?" She hated that, she answered. "Yes." Lucien exhaled once through his nose, not in frustration exactly, but in a grim acknowledgement that the board had shifted under both of them. "Then we cannot let them speak to you first." The two officials were close enough now that Elise could see one had a narrow scar beside the mouth, and the other a rosary ring on the gloved hand that hung at his side. Neither looked especially pious. "Mistress Moreau," called the one with the scar, "a word, if you please, on behalf of St. Severin's office." Lucien moved before Elise could decide whether flight would be noticed as guilt. He stepped half between her and the approaching men, not theatrically enough to cause a scene, but with just enough quiet assurance to force them into acknowledging him. "You have your quarter mistaken," he said. "St. Severin's offices are uphill." The scarred man's gaze flicked to Lucien's face, then lower, taking in the coat, the gloves, the posture, and whatever marks of breeding no poverty-trained eye ever fails to read. He adjusted at once. "My lord," he said, though Lucien had given no title, "a matter of ecclesiastical inquiry only. We seek the household of the late Auguste Moreau." "And why?" Lucien asked. "Would St. Severin concern itself with a dead mechanic of the lower quarter? Objects pass through low hands as well as high ones," the second man said. His tone was smooth, almost bored. "Some require proper custody." Elise felt the satchel at her side like a pulse. She understood in that moment that, whatever else Lucien might be arrogant, secretive, implicated by blood in old family crimes, he had been telling the truth about the church, at least in part. The men under the arch had not come to offer prayers over August, or to question a death. They had come for an object, and if they had come this quickly, someone had been watching for traces of it long before she ever bled for it. Lucien's expression remained civil. "Then I advise you to obtain a warrant from a magistrate, before troubling mourners with insinuation." The scarred man smiled very slightly. "In matters touching dangerous relics, my lord, St. Severin's authority is not ordinarily delayed by magistrates." A pause followed, so slight that anyone less frightened than Elise might have mistaken it for mere social negotiation. Beneath it something far sharper aligned. Then, from within the satchel at Elise's side, The music box gave a single soft click. The sound was tiny. In that silence, it might as well have been a pistol cocking. The smooth-faced churchman's eyes dropped immediately to the bag. Elise felt the blood leave her face. Lucien moved fast. One hand caught the satchel strap, the other seized Elise's elbow, and he turned as if merely guiding an unsteady lady through crowded space. "Walk," he said under his breath. The two officials came at once, shedding politeness without quite shedding decorum. The scarred one caught Lucien's sleeve. "My lord, you misunderstand." Lucien struck his wrist away with a violence so precise it looked almost elegant. "Now," he snapped, and this time Elise needed no further instruction. They ran, not with the clumsy pounding of market thieves, but in the desperate, startled rhythm of those who have been forced from conversation into pursuit before the mind has adjusted. The tea seller shouted something. A cup shattered underfoot. Elise hit the lane at a near stumble and righted herself only because Lucien did not let go of her arm. They cut left past the locksmith's arch, across a yard where laundry poles stood like stripped gallows, through a passage so narrow her satchel scraped whetstone. Behind them came the rapid, hard footfall of men not inclined to surrender ecclesiastical property once identified. Lucien seemed to know the quarter badly, but improvised well. He chose routes that privileged speed over familiarity, plunging through any opening wider than a shoulder, trusting that pursuit would be slowed by hesitation where he had already committed. Twice Elise nearly lost her footing on hidden ice. The second time the satchel banged hard against her hip, and another metallic click sounded from within, followed by the faintest tremor of melody, no more than 3 notes strangled almost at birth. The effect was instantaneous. The world tilted. For a fraction of a second the wall to her left became transparent in some deeper sense than sight, and she saw beyond it a cluttered room where an old man lay drunk or dying under a collapsed shelf, and under the shelf a rusted trapdoor ringed in salt. The vision vanished so abruptly she cried out. "What?" Lucien said. "Nothing, keep going." But it was not nothing. The box was waking through movement, through proximity, through her fear, or blood, or whatever thread bound it now to her. They burst out into a broader lane, where a cart loaded with coal had jammed sideways, blocking half the passage. Lucien swore softly, jerked her toward the gap between cartwheel and wall, and shoved her through first. The churchmen lost time there, but not much. Elise could hear one ordering someone else around the far side. Ahead rose the back wall of a disused dye warehouse, its lower door boarded, its upper loft window black. Lucien veered toward a narrow stair cut between the warehouse and the next building. "Where are we going?" Elise said, breath tearing at her throat. "To a door they don't know, I know. Do you know one? I know the architecture of rich men who build secret access into poor districts so their debtors, mistresses, and clerks may be visited discreetly. It repeats itself more than they imagine." He bounded up the stair, found a warped panel half hidden by frost-blackened ivy, and rammed his shoulder into it once, twice. On the second blow the latch split. He dragged Elise inside and kicked the panel shut behind them. Darkness swallowed them whole. Dust rose in a choking wave. For a moment neither moved. Then from the other side of the panel came the rush of footsteps passing by the stair, overshooting in haste. Lucien held still until the sound thinned away. Only then did he let go of Elise's arm. They stood in what seemed to be a narrow interior gallery running through the upper wall of the warehouse. The smell was old dye, mouse droppings, and damp timber. Light entered only in thin blue cuts between warped boards. Elise bent double, one hand on her knee, the other clutching the satchel so tightly the strap bit into her glove. Her heart battered her ribs with a violence that made her feel briefly sick. Lucien's own breathing was hard but controlled. "Show me the box," he said. Elise straightened, appalled. "Here? If it started sounding in the lane, I need to know whether it will stop. You say that as if I keep a polite agreement with it, Mistress Moreau." His voice had gone very quiet. "If they are church retrieval, they will search the quarter, methodically. If the object is active, remaining in public streets is impossible. I need to know what state it is in." She hated the reasonableness of him. With clumsy fingers, she opened the satchel just enough to look inside. The lid of the music box had shifted half an inch. That was all. Yet from the dark seam beneath it leaked not light but a sensation she could not have named to any sane person. The awareness of a room beyond rooms, waiting. Elise shut the satchel at once. It's trying to open. Can you stop it? Can you stop your own blood when it decides to leave you? Lucien watched her for one taut second, then looked away into the dark as if forcing himself to calculate around panic. Fine, he said. We change the question. Does it respond to distance from you? Elise thought of the click in the lane, the vision through the wall. I don't know. We will know. He unbuttoned one glove with his teeth, stripped it off, and held out his bare hand. Give it here. Absolutely not. If it answers blood, then better mine than yours for one test. You just met me, and I would prefer not to watch you become the object's sole point of contact if there is another arrangement possible. He took a flay, stepped nearer. Do you think I came into the lower quarter for amusement? I came because I have spent months trying to find that thing before someone else did. I already know enough to be in danger. Give me the satchel. Elise did not move. Lucien's face, dim in the slatted light, seemed even paler than before, all fine restraint drawn tight over impatience, and something harsher than impatience beneath it. Fear, yes, but honed by prior knowledge. She believed then that he did know more than he had said at the tea stall, perhaps more than he intended ever to say without leverage. Yet if he had wanted simply to seize the box, the lane would have given him as fair a chance as any. He had run with her rather than from her. That fact did not make him safe. It made him, for the moment, aligned. Elise handed him the satchel. Lucien took it carefully, as if accepting a bundle of explosives. He opened it no more than she had and slid his ungloved hand inside, not to grasp the box, only to touch the cloth around it. He flinched almost imperceptibly, then steadied. Nothing happened. No click. No music. No vision. The silence thickened. After several seconds he withdrew his hand. The fingertips were reddened by cold and perhaps by pressure, but otherwise unchanged. Interesting, he said, and the scholar's tone that crept into the words angered her on instinct. What? Either it does not yet recognize me as suitable, or its engagement is not triggered by contact alone, likely both. He flexed his hand once, then gave her back the bag. It is keyed to you now, which is worse and more useful than I hoped. Useful to whom? At present? To us, if we mean to keep it from them. Elise almost laughed at the obscenity of the sentence, but the sound died before it formed. There is no us. There is, unless you prefer St. Severin's private cells to my company. Before she could answer, a pounding sounded somewhere below them in the warehouse, followed by the crack of a door forced open. Voices entered, muffled by floors and distance. The churchmen, or others with them, had not abandoned the search. Lucien's head turned sharply toward the sound. Now, there is absolutely an us, he said. Can you climb? Can you stop asking questions with only one correct answer? He accepted the retort with what might almost have been brief approval. Good. This way. He moved into the dark of the gallery, feeling the wall with his bare hand until he found the turn. Elise followed, holding the satchel close against her ribs. Below, boots thudded over warehouse boards. Above, through cracks in the roofline, winter light fell in thin cold blades that made dust look like old ash drifting through a chapel. Halfway down the gallery, as they edged past a collapsed crate and a tangle of rotten rope, Elise's pulse stumbled again into that wrong rhythm that sometimes came now with the drain in her body. She steadied herself against the wall, and in that instant, through the plank beneath her palm, saw another flash. Not a room this time, but a memory impressed into the timber itself. Men years before, hauling indigo barrels up this passage by lantern light. One slipped, broke his neck at the stair. Someone else covered the bloodstain with lye and kept working. The image was gone almost before it formed. Elise shut her eyes against the aftershock. What is it? Lucian whispered from ahead. This place remembers things. The absurdity of saying it did not prevent it from being true. He looked back at her, and though the dark obscured most of his face, she sensed the exact instant at which her words shifted some internal calculation in him. Then, he said, very quietly, I was right to find you before the church did, he resumed, moving. That sentence, more than the pursuit below, chilled her all the way through. The gallery ended not in a room, but in a shaft of colder dark where a ladder once fixed to the wall had rotted away, leaving only iron brackets driven into brick and a sheer drop through the core of the old warehouse. Lucien crouched at the edge, looked down, then up, and made a soft sound of distaste. Somewhere far below, a door slammed, and voices echoed in the hollow timbers with the flattened authority of men who had begun to believe the building belonged to them by right of search. Elise came up beside him and peered into the shaft. 5 floors below, perhaps 6, a grey oblong of light marked an open loading arch. Between here and there the inner walls were crossed at intervals by broken catwalks, iron braces, lengths of hanging chain, and the jagged ribs of machinery long stripped of purpose. Frost silvered the bricks in a pattern like mould. You said you knew a door, she whispered. I did, Lucien said. I neglected to mention that some doors lead into architecture even their builders had no business trusting. He looked over the edge again, measuring. There should be a maintenance stair at the south corner. If the interior plan follows the dye works on Vesper Street, it runs down behind the pressing room and out through the ash yard. If you are free to suggest an improved course. Below them, a voice called out. Then another answered from farther off, and the sound of boot heels spread through the lower floors like insects scattering under a stone. Lucien exhaled once, short and sharp. No more time for theory. He swung himself onto the first iron bracket and tested it with his weight. Rust powdered down into the dark. Come here, Elise did. The satchel with the music box was still pressed against her side under her shawl, and she had the irrational, persistent certainty that the object inside was listening. Lucien glanced at it briefly, then took off his remaining glove and shoved both gloves into his coat pocket. You go first after me, he said. Not because I am gallant, because if you fall, I may be able to stop you if I'm below. If I fall, you won't stop anything. That is the most reassuring version of help I've heard in some time. You'll have to make do. He descended onto the next bracket, moving with more caution than grace. Aristocratic men were not usually required to trust corroded industrial bones with their lives, but he did not hesitate in the wrong places, which mattered more. Elise followed. The iron was so cold it burned through the leather of her gloves. The old brick wept damp where frost had melted and refrozen. Once her foot slipped on a rim of ice and struck the wall hard enough to send a pulse of pain up her shin. Lucien looked up at once, but said nothing, only held himself braced below until she found the next support. They descended in a silence broken only by their breath and the far pursuit in the warehouse proper. At the 3rd level a plank bridge jutted from the shaft into darkness. Lucien tested it, then crossed lightly and motioned her on. The plank bowed under their combined passage, but held. Beyond it lay a narrow service corridor, lined with empty racks and old pulley housings furred with dust. Here the air was less cold, but fouler, thick with the layered smells of stale dye, mouse droppings, damp hemp, and a sour mineral odour, as if rain had been trapped in the walls for years and never dried. Lucien paused at an intersection, listening. From somewhere to the east came voices again, closer than before. They split, he murmured. Of course they split. Elise leaned against the wall a moment too long, grateful for stillness. The last descent had left her heart beating too fast, the weak, unpleasant flutter rising under the ribs that seemed now to attend every expenditure of strength. She pressed a gloved hand to the satchel unconsciously. The thing inside remained silent, but the silence had the density of a held breath. This way, Lucien said, choosing the left passage. If the ash yard gate is still there, it opens behind a cooper's shed, and if it isn't, then we keep walking until this unpleasant century ends. They moved on, The corridor turned twice and narrowed where old barrels had collapsed inward and been left to rot in place. At one point they had to squeeze sideways between a rack and the wall, Elise dragging the satchel through after her with care out of all proportion to the object's modest size. Every now and then Lucien touched the bricks as he went, not for support, but as if reading the building through habit. "You know these places too well," Elise whispered. "My family used to own half of them," he replied without looking back. "Then they sold some, lost some, and denied visiting the rest. I don't know whether that is confession or boast. Neither. Geography." The passage opened at last onto a stair winding down around a central chimney shaft. The rail was gone, but the stone steps remained, shallow and treacherous with dust. Faint daylight filtered from below. Lucien gave her a look that was almost human in its weariness. "If anyone waits at the bottom, scream after you strike. Not before. You speak as if I often do things in the proper order. You've improved under pressure." He started down. They had descended only a dozen steps when Elise stopped so abruptly that Lucien, one turn below, looked up in irritation. "What now?" She could not answer immediately. Her eyes were fixed on the wall opposite, on a stretch of old plaster that had bubbled and peeled away from the brick beneath. In the rough-edged gap something dark had bled through, not fresh, not wet, but old and brown-black, branching under the lime wash, in fingers so thin they might have been cracks. Yet they were not cracks. She knew that before the knowing became visible. Her vision tightened around the stain. The stair, Lucien, the cold shaft of light below all receded. What came instead was the sensation she had first known in St. Brigid's, and then in the warehouse timber, an inward tilt of the world, a slide from surface into residue. She saw hands, many hands, shoving a man hard against this wall years ago. Saw one of those hands wear a signet ring with a crest she did not know. Saw the man strike his temple on the edge of the step and fall soundlessly, blood sluicing down the plaster in thin branching sheets, while those above looked not terrified, but inconvenienced. Then another image overlaid it, newer, sharper, a woman sometime in the past year, hidden in this stairwell, pressing a bundle wrapped in oilcloth into the broken plaster and sealing it in with wet lime. Elise drew in a sharp breath. "There," she said. Lucien came back up 2 steps. "What?" "Inside the wall." "What inside the wall?" "Something hidden." His expression darkened with impatience and caution in equal parts. "Elise, if this is the box, it isn't the box." She was already reaching toward the plaster. The satchel slipped against her hip as she braced her shoulder to the wall. The crumbling lime gave more easily than brick should have permitted. A chunk broke off beneath her fingers. Dust fell. Beneath it, as in the vision, lay the edge of oilcloth, stiff with age but not ancient. Lucien stared at the gap, then at her hand. "You saw that," he said, not as question. "Help me." He did. Between them they widened the hole enough to draw out a narrow bundle, no longer than a forearm, and flattened at one end. Lucien turned it over, his bare fingers grey with plaster. This wasn't hidden by accident. No. Open it. Elise looked down the stairwell toward the light. No voices, no footfalls, only the old buildings settling around them. "If we go lower and run into someone, we may lose it," she said. "If we open it here and it proves useless, we lose time." Lucien weighed the bundle once in his hand as if mass itself might yield some clue. Then, with the abruptness of one tired of insufficient choices, he tore the oilcloth open. Inside was a packet of papers, sealed in wax, long since cracked, a narrow brass key blackened with age, and a small devotional plaque of cheap tin showing Saint Odile with her eyes in a dish. The papers were folded into thirds and tied with a faded blue ribbon. Lucien lifted the uppermost sheet, glanced at its heading, and went still. "What?" Elise said. He handed it to her. It was a copy of a church inventory from St. Severin's own subsidiary archives, though not an official one. The first page listed items transferred to a private custody chamber under order of the Black Reliquary. The second was more interesting, a set of annotations in another hand, hurried and furious, naming certain items not by their approved ecclesiastical titles, but by older aliases struck from the record. Halfway down the page, beside an entry for one funerary mechanism of silvered walnut, damaged, requiring deferred review, someone had written in cramped script, "Do not surrender to Severin, Valebrook seal compromised. Internal petition to weaponize discernment right. Burn? No, cannot. Return below hill." Elise's blood went cold in a new direction altogether. Lucian took the page back and scanned the rest with a kind of concentration that erases posture. "This is from an internal dissenter," he said. "Someone inside the church knew what it was and tried to divert it, and failed. Apparently." He turned another sheet. "There's more. Names obscured, most likely deliberately. Routes of transfer. A note about an intermediary dealer in devotional mechanisms." His eyes flicked up to hers. "This is how your grandfather got it." The deduction clicked into place with horrible neatness. A dissenting clerk or warden within St. Severin had attempted to remove the box from church custody before it could be folded into the tie's private uses. Unable to destroy it, he had sent it into the lower city through a broker network that handled damaged reliquaries and devotional junk. August had purchased it in ignorance from that chain. "Then the church has been hunting it since before he ever touched it," Elise whispered. "Yes." Lucian unfolded another paper. This one was a map, partial and water-stained, showing the hill above the lower quarter in cross-section. Beneath the cathedral precinct, and to one side of the older chapels, ran a series of chambers and passages marked with old mortuary sigils. One branch had been circled in dark ink and labelled in the same hurried hand, V, Crypt Chapel Original Subseal. Access through Ash Gallery, if upper routes monitored. Lucian's face changed very little, but what changed mattered. Some uncertainty had left him. "Below the hill," he said. "Not figurative. Not catacombs in general. My family's old crypt chapel. There's another way in." Elise looked at the brass key in his hand. "And that opens it?" "Likely one of the ash gates. Gods know how this ended up in a warehouse wall. Someone hid it because they couldn't carry it safely. Or because they were caught before they could use it." He slid the papers back into the oilcloth. "Either way, we have what we need, more urgently than anything in my house records." He tucked the packet inside his coat. Elise reached out at once. "No." Lucian's eyes narrowed. "You distrust me. Sensible. But if we divide the papers now and either of us is taken, the other loses half the route. If I let you keep them, and you decide your family would rather seal this without me, then I lose everything. My family would rather bury it and say nothing ever happened," he said, more sharply than before. "If I wanted that, I would already have named your satchel to the men in the lane and watched them carry you uphill." The force of the statement stopped her, not because it proved virtue, but because it proved the opposite had indeed been possible. Lucian saw that it landed, and, after a brief pause, added in a lower tone, "You're right to distrust me, but we are past the point where distrust alone is useful. Keep the key." He held out the blackened brass. Elise took it. The metal was warmer than it should have been, as if it had been resting near skin, though the oilcloth and the cold denied that possibility. She slipped it into her pocket. Below them, very faintly now, came the thud of a door opened somewhere at the warehouse's lower end. Lucian listened, then swore under his breath. "Down," he said. "They're sweeping room by room. If they find the lower floor blocked, they'll come to the service stairs." They continued. The lower they went, the worse Elise felt. The brief effort of breaking open the wall, the shock of seeing the papers, the repeated small stabs of vision had drained her more than running had. On the last turn of the stair, her knees loosened under her, and she caught herself on the wall hard enough to scrape the plaster. Lucian turned at once, and this time did not ask what was wrong. He simply came up one step, took her by the elbow, and steadied her without comment until the spasm of weakness passed. It was a practical gesture, almost impersonal. For that reason it humiliated her less than pity would have. At the bottom of the stair, the promised ashyard gate still existed, though only by stubbornness. The door was low, iron-bound, and crusted along the lower edge where damp had eaten at it for years. Lucien tested it. Locked. Good, he said. Which means fewer curious drunks and children. He glanced at her. Stand back. He put his shoulder to it once, twice. On the second strike, the old wood boomed but did not yield. Elise pulled the brass key from her pocket. Wait. He looked at the key, then at the lock, and gave a small exhale that might have been the nearest thing he came to embarrassment. Of course. The key entered with resistance, then turned. Metal shifted within the old mechanism, not loudly, but with the deep, sure clunk of something built to remain closed for long years and now reluctantly persuaded otherwise. Lucien pushed. The door opened onto a yard half choked by collapsed casks and drifted snow. Beyond the wall rose the backs of cooper sheds and the blind rear facades of lodging houses. No one stood there. No voices called. For one blissfully stupid second, the mere sight of open air seemed like deliverance. Then, from above and behind them inside the warehouse, a man shouted. Another answered. They had reached the service stair at last. Lucien seized the edge of the door and held it open for Elise. Move. They crossed the yard at a near run, crunching through wind-packed snow. At the far wall, a break between sheds opened onto a lane no wider than a cart axle, running north toward the older quarter of ruined chapels. Lucien led them into it. Halfway down, out of sight of the warehouse, he slowed and at last allowed himself a full breath. Elise bent over again, her hand on the wall, the satchel pressing into her side like a bruise. How far? She asked. To safety? Not far enough. To the lower access? Less than an hour if we avoid the main rise. He looked at her closely now, not as one inspects a companion in inconvenience, but as one assesses a failing mechanism one may nonetheless need to keep moving. Can you make it? Elise almost said yes, out of reflexive pride. Then she remembered the flutter in her chest, the blackness at the edge of vision, the fact that every answer of yes today had been purchased at interest by something hidden. If I stop twice, she said. Lucien nodded once. Then we stopped twice. No more. Before they could move again, a new sound rose from the lane ahead, the quick, uneven tread of someone running toward them rather than away. Elise straightened, hand going instinctively toward the satchel. Thomas came into view around the corner with snow in his hair and ink on his cuff, and the look of a man who had spent the last hour moving between panic and determination so rapidly that both now rode him at once. He saw Elise first, then Lucien, then the satchel, and almost doubled over with relief sharpened at the edges by fury. I came back and you were gone, he said. The neighbour said you'd left with a gentleman, which in this quarter can mean 3 different disasters, and at the tea stall they said churchmen had been asking. He stopped because Lucien was staring at him with that same measured aristocratic reserve now worn thinner by flight and dust. And you, Thomas said, with immediate hostility, are clearly one of the disasters. Thomas, Elise said, and the sound of his name in her own voice, ordinary and known, nearly undid her for reasons she had no time to examine. He's not with them. That is an excellent slogan, and very nearly useless. Thomas's gaze flicked to Lucien's coat, then to the dark packet partly hidden inside it, then to Elise's face, which must have told him more than she could. What happened? We found something, she said, and the church found us. Thomas went still in the quick, total way he had when his mind snapped around new information. Lucien spoke before Elise could sort the sequence. We have the route to the original sub-seal under the hill. We do not have time for mutual class resentment. Thomas's expression acquired a brightness that was not mirth. No, I make time for it quite efficiently. Then, seeing that Elise swayed where she stood, he let the barb go unfinished. He stepped in beside her at once, took one look at the colour of her face, and lowered his voice. You're worse. Thank you, she said faintly. That is comforting to hear aloud. Thomas ignored the attempt. Did it play again? Only a little. Enough. His jaw tightened. Then we need to move before enough becomes something else. Lucian looked between them, reading in a moment what years of shared poverty and unspoken history had built too densely to hide. "You're Tomas," he said, "the copyist. And you're Valebrook." "Yes." "Then if you intend treachery, do it after we survive the next hour. I hate changing plans mid-crisis." Lucian gave him a look impossible to categorize. "Agreed." And so, with no trust among them, and no spare room for the luxury of waiting until trust might grow, the three of them turned north toward the hill under which the dead of better families had once been sealed, while behind them in the lower quarter, the churchmen spread through the warehouse they had just escaped, finding perhaps the broken plaster, the empty niche, and the first hard proof that whatever they sought was no longer moving blindly through grief but toward purpose. They did not take the straight road toward the hill. No one born poor in St. Vale trusted the straight road when men with authority had begun to ask questions in more than one quarter. Instead, Tomas led them through a braid of narrower passages running behind cooper sheds, under bridged rooms built between houses, across a yard where broken saint statues lay face down in the snow like executed witnesses. He moved with the assurance of someone who had spent boyhood slipping where he was not permitted, and learning which locks meant real boundaries and which only meant the owner valued appearances. Lucian followed without complaint, though every turn seemed to offend some instinct in him trained toward cleaner geometry. Elise came between them at first, and then increasingly a half-step behind, not because either man tried to command her pace, but because the strength in her legs had become uncertain in a way that demanded strategy. The lower quarter behind the church was a city under the city, built of service routes, forgotten annexes, old burial lanes cut off from their original purpose, and those strips of ground where centuries of use had produced access no map considered worthy of recording. Here the walls sweated salt in thaw weather. Here small shrines lived and died in niches where carts could not scrape them away. Here the hill itself began not as a clean rise but as a pressure under the streets, lifting stone and settlement by degrees until foundations changed character, and the dead, who had been buried in churchyards above, began to lie in crypts below. The farther north they went, the older everything became. Window shapes shifted. Masonry thickened. Doorways lowered, as though built for people more accustomed to bowing. The air also changed. It did not warm, but it lost some of the smoke of the lower lanes, and took on that mineral chill Elise had always associated with chapel basements and old bone. Twice Tomas stopped to listen, once with his ear against a wall, once crouched in the mouth of an alley while a pair of black-coated men crossed the lane ahead too slowly to be mere passers-by. Whether they belonged to St. Severin or to some parallel curiosity of the city hardly mattered. All sanctioned pursuit eventually borrows the same gait. Lucian said little. When he did speak, it was mostly to refine their course. "Not the fish market turn," he murmured once. "That stair climbs too openly." Or, a few streets later, "There should be an old underpass behind the vintner's storehouse if the retaining wall has not collapsed." He knew the hill from another angle than Tomas did, not through scavenged movement, but through family memory embedded in construction. Elise could hear it in the clipped shape of his replies. Yet each time Lucian's knowledge shortened their way, or kept them clear of a watched crossing, Tomas incorporated it without argument. Fear had not made friends of them. It had merely placed usefulness in front of pride. After perhaps 20 minutes, though time had begun to dissolve into the rhythm of breath, brick, and pain, Elise missed a step and caught herself on a drain spout with enough force to ring the iron. Both men turned at once. "We stop once now," Tomas said. It was not a question. Lucian scanned the lane ahead, then jerked his head toward a recessed doorway beneath a cracked lintel. Inside there, briefly. The building had once been a side house for mourners, perhaps, or a vendor's room attached to one of the old funeral routes. It stood roofed but empty, its door hanging off one hinge, the floor layered with stale straw and powdered plaster. Light came weakly through a high-slit window. Thomas guided Elise to the wall and made her sit before she could protest the indignity of being managed. Lucien remained by the door, listening outward. "How long?" he asked without turning. "As long as it takes for her vision to clear," Thomas said, "unless you prefer she faints in the lane and settles the question of pace for us." Lucien accepted the rebuke with a silence that might have been either agreement or disdain. Thomas crouched in front of Elise. Up close, his face showed more strain than his voice had. There was dust in his hair, cold reddening the skin beneath his eyes, and an unspoken anger held on a short leash. "Tell me exactly," he said. "The weakness. Is it only after visions? Or constant now?" Elise closed her eyes a moment, not out of drama, but to test the shape of her own body from within. "Worse after," she said, "but not gone between. It feels as though something has been taken, and my blood hasn't understood yet that it must be replaced. That is more precise than I would have liked," Thomas muttered. "Do you feel the box when it isn't sounding?" She hesitated. The truthful answer made her skin crawl. "Yes." Lucien's head moved slightly at the doorway, showing he had heard. "As what?" Thomas pressed. Elise searched for the least absurd phrasing and found none. "Like a room that knows where I am," she said at last. Neither man laughed. Thomas looked down at the bandaged hand in her lap. "Then the bond's no longer only auditory." "No," Lucien said quietly from the door. "Likely not since the first blood." Elise opened her eyes and looked at him. "You keep speaking as if you know the rules." From where? For the first time since she had met him, he seemed to weigh not merely what to conceal, but whether concealment itself had become too expensive. He turned from the doorway and came a step nearer, though still not fully into the room. "From a family record," he said. "Not a public chronicle. A private memorandum written by my great-aunt Eleanor Baylor-Brooke, who survived 3 months in close attendance upon the last confirmed bearer before the object was sealed below the chapel." She described what she called the second tether, the stage, after first dream entry, at which the object no longer requires sound to maintain influence because the subject begins carrying its interval within herself. Elise stared at him. Interval? Her word, not mine. She meant the inner expectancy between notes, the space in which anticipation becomes consent. Thomas made a sound under his breath that might have been disgust or admiration for the old aristocratic exactitude of horror. "And your family kept this in a drawer? In a locked chest mislabeled as correspondence concerning dowries," Lucien said. "Families preserve shame carefully when it is expensive enough." He looked at Elise then with a directness that no longer bothered to disguise worry as courtesy. "Eleanor also wrote that once the second tether is formed, the object begins to use the bearer's ordinary acts, fatigue, grief, blood loss, fear, as substitutes for music when necessary." Elise felt the room sharpen around those words. It explained too much at once. The little click in the lane, the edge visions through wall and timber, the persistent nearness of something unsounded. "Then running helped it," she said. "Perhaps," Lucien replied. "Or perhaps it would have done more had you remained in conversation with church agents while carrying it in a public street. That is a kind way of saying I had no good options. I am not a kind man," he said, "only a literal one." Thomas, who had been watching Lucien with the special hostility reserved for the well-born who turn out to be useful in ways one resents, rose and crossed to the satchel. "And what," he asked, "did Great-Aunt Eleanor say of stopping it?" "That the family failed twice, before understanding that destruction and concealment are not the same thing. I know that part." Thomas tapped the coat front, where the packet of papers lay. "I mean the bearer. Once the second tether forms." Lucien's face grew still. Severance before full indwelling required 3 simultaneous conditions: an original subseal, a blood claimant of the house that first bore the object, and a voluntary refusal from within the induced chamber. "From within the dream," Elise said. "Yes, meaning I have to go back." Neither man answered immediately. Thomas looked at the floor. Lucien looked at her. The silence between them felt not evasive this time, but unwilling witness. "Meaning," Lucien said at last. that if my aunt was correct, you cannot merely hand the box to someone else and be freed of it. The tether would remain active until either it completed what it wants, or it was cut where it was first meant to be cut. Elise laughed then, a small and joyless sound that scraped on the air. How fortunate for all of us that the thing stalking me requires my continued cooperation. Thomas' mouth hardened. Not cooperation, he said. Presence. There's a difference. The box will not care. No, he said, but I do. He said it so simply that for a second the room altered around the words. Elise looked away first. Outside, a cart passed somewhere beyond the wall. Its wheels made the old whetstone complaint of winter commerce. Lucian glanced toward the sound, then back to them. We should move. 1 minute more, Thomas said. If she's to walk into a subseal with the object half awake inside her, she deserves the rest of what we know. Lucian's jaw shifted, then stilled. Quickly, Thomas returned to his crouch in front of Elise. There's another reason the church can't simply seize the box and use it at once, he said. I think that's why they wanted your grandfather watched before they moved. The papers we found weren't only about the route. There was a notation in the margin of the transfer list. I didn't show you in the stair because there wasn't time. He pulled from his coat the smallest of the folded slips taken from the warehouse packet and smoothed it against his knee. Here. The note was barely more than a torn margin, written in crabbed hand. Subject suitability not transferable by force after second yielding. Compelled bearers degrade into noise, frenzy, or vessel loss. Institutional use requires either willing sequence or controlled lineage trial. Elise read it twice. The meaning arrived in layers. They need someone like me, she said. Someone who enters willingly. Or someone they can break slowly enough that willingness can be manufactured, Thomas said. That note is from the same internal hand that warned against surrendering the object. Whoever wrote it had seen what happened when the church tried to force the process. It failed, Lucian added. My family's records contain a parallel remark. The object does not produce obedient instruments merely because authority desires one. It courts appetite. It requires a self to seduce, not a body to occupy at random. Then why does Saint Severin want it so badly? Elise asked, though she knew part of the answer already. Lucian gave it shape, because an institution with enough time, enough prisoners, enough dying novices, enough concealed rooms beneath chapels, begins to believe every failed method may become a successful one in the next generation. For a moment the old morning room seemed colder than the lane. Elise thought of the two black-coated men under the arch, so calm, so certain in pursuit. She had imagined cells in some vague, frightened way. Now she imagined a deeper thing, not punishment but cultivation. Her grief and need studied, managed, pressed, until they became the right shape for use. She took the note from Thomas and folded it once, twice, before realizing the gesture solved nothing. Then we don't let them catch me, she said. No, Thomas answered. We don't. The certainty in his voice did not sound naive. It sounded like a promise made by someone who understood its cost, and had chosen it anyway. Lucian, perhaps hearing that as clearly as she did, looked at Thomas with an expression not unlike respect, though it appeared in him only as the absence of condescension. You said there were 3 conditions, Thomas said to Lucien. Original subseal, blood claimant, voluntary refusal. The subseal is under the Valebrook Crypt Chapel. You are the blood claimant. Elise is the refusal. What else is there that your great-aunt did not say plainly? Lucian's glance moved once to the satchel. Timing. Meaning, the refusal has to occur before the chamber in the dream changes ownership. Thomas's brows drew in. Changes ownership? Lucien looked toward Elise, perhaps because the answer concerned her most directly. At first, the induced hall is a lure, a stage built entirely by the thing within the box. But with repeated yielding, features begin to adapt to the bearer memories, symbols of desire, private architecture. Eleanor believed that once enough of the chamber reflects the bearer rather than the original intelligence, the refusal can no longer fully sever it. The subject stops standing in an alien trap and begins, in part, building a room of her own inside it. Elise felt suddenly, vividly sick. She remembered the bowl, the hall, the way the place had already seemed to know her. She remembered the man's words about being unseen in the wrong body, about the world calling perception nerves when it rose in the poor. If those had been merely generic temptations, they would have been bad enough. But what if the next dream reached more precisely? What if it brought in the table by which August died, the exact chapel corner she had feared as a child, the thing she had not admitted aloud to anyone? How many times, she asked. Lucienne did not soften. I don't know. My great-aunt's account implies fewer than 6 yielded trances in the case she saw, but the earlier bearer was already predisposed by long dependence and familial pressure. You may have more time, or less. I will not insult you by guessing kindly. You truly are not kind, Thomas said. No. Lucien replaced his glove with economical fingers, but I am attempting not to lie. They left the morning house then because standing still had become more dangerous than moving. Thomas took point now, perhaps to remind himself that Lucien's usefulness need not place him always in command. The route climbed in a long eastward curve beneath the shoulder of the hill, passing through districts where the lower quarter gave way not to wealth exactly, but to age. Certain houses here had once belonged to minor canons, burial clerks, second sons attached to mortuary chapels. Their facades carried remnants of better carving than the alleys below. Worn angels with eroded faces, initials chiselled into lintels, shield shapes with the emblems hacked off during some old political turning. Snow clung in the grooves. The city seemed to draw inward around them, the way old flesh draws tight around bone. At the second stop, Lucienne insisted on buying broth from a widow who sold it from an iron pot at the back of her courtyard to labourers carrying stone uphill. Elise protested the waste of time. Thomas overruled her. You're no use to anyone if you fall. She drank because the smell of it made her suddenly ravenous, though after 4 swallows her stomach protested and she had to force herself to continue. The widow looked at Lucien's coat, Thomas's ink-stained cuff, and Elise's face, and decided with admirable discretion that whatever story bound them was both interesting and expensive enough not to inquire into. While Elise drank, Thomas drew Lucienne a little aside, not far enough to exclude her hearing, only far enough to lower the chances of being overheard by the widow. Say it plainly, Thomas said. If we get her to the sub-seal, what then? We've pieced enough around the edges. I want your family's version entire. Lucien stood with one hand inside his coat against the packet of papers, the other resting lightly at his side, as if still prepared for pursuit. The original sequence was devised after the house failed to destroy the object, and failed again to confine a bearer externally. The crypt chapel below the hill was built over an older funerary chamber whose acoustics distort resonance. It was adapted into a sub-seal, because whatever lives in the mechanism is strongest when its tones propagate cleanly. The chapel interrupts that. The house blood marks the object back to its first treachery. The bearer enters the induced hall under controlled contact. The outside speakers, his gaze flicked to Thomas, read the binding text and maintained temporal direction. The bearer, from within, must refuse not only the offer but the premise of the chamber. If she merely resists fear, it adapts. If she bargains, it wins. If she answers desire with counter-desire, it anchors deeper. The refusal must deny the chamber authority to define what she lacks. Thomas absorbed that with the expression of a man copying a formula, while also understanding that the formula concerns someone he cannot bear to lose. That sounds almost theological. All successful traps are. Elise lowered the broth cup. And if I fail, Lucien answered as one states weather or distance, then the seal may still close around the object, but not around what it has made of you. Thomas turned on him so fast, the widow glanced up despite herself. Find a different way to phrase that. Lucien's face did not shift, but his next words came quieter. If you want a kind phrase, there isn't one. He looked at Elise. If you fail, it will use you against the seal itself. No one spoke for a moment. Snow fell in slow slanting threads into the courtyard. The widow stirred the pot with deliberate disinterest. Elise finished the broth because the act of drinking allowed her not to answer immediately to the reality opening before them. When she handed back the cup, her fingers had stopped trembling. Not because she felt stronger, but because a certain threshold had been crossed beyond which finer shades of fear compress into function. "Then we don't fail," she said. The sentence sounded smaller than the thing it opposed, but it was the only one available that did not collapse into performance. Thomas took the cup from her, set it down, and nodded once. Lucien said nothing at all, which for him had come to signify agreement more than any oath. They resumed their way. The hill rose more clearly now, not visible in full because the streets curled around its base, but felt through the long tilt of paving and the increasing presence of ecclesiastical stone. At one turning they passed the rear wall of St. Severin's ancillary library, its windows high and barred, its side gate watched by a dozing porter in church grey. Lucien led them around a tannery yard instead, through a slit between retaining walls where runoff from upper cisterns had frozen into opaque green sheets. There, with one hand trailing briefly against the ice to steady herself, Elise saw another sudden flare of residue. A procession of boys carrying lanterns down this same passage generations ago, chanting under their breath as they bore tiny coffins no longer than vial cases. The vision struck and vanished. She pressed her teeth together against the gasp it wanted from her. Thomas, walking just behind, heard the catch in her breath. Another? Yes. What sort? Burials. Children. Long ago, Lucien said without turning. The mortuary school used these passages before the plague years. There were ossuary transfers here. Elise stopped half a step. How do you know that? Because my grandfather restored one of the memorial tablets when I was 12 and talked for 3 days about drainage, child mortality, and the vanity of clerics who build narrow for processional solemnity rather than practical carriage. Elise stared at the back of his head and, absurdly, for one instant saw not an aristocrat but a boy cornered into listening to family lectures about bones and stonework he did not love yet had not escaped. The image changed nothing important. It only reminded her that everyone came freighted with the dead in some private way. By the time the lane opened at last onto a broad sloping court behind the abandoned Vallerbrook Funerary Chapel, the daylight had thinned toward the grey of early afternoon. The chapel had been closed for decades and formally deconsecrated after a roof collapse, though deconsecration in St. Vale rarely erased a place so much as left it stranded between uses. Its upper windows were boarded. Ivy, dead now in winter, webbed one side in black ropes. The carved Vallerbrook device above the side apse had been chiselled away, but not so completely that its ghost could not still be read in the stone. The main doors were chained and sealed with an old diocesan plate. Lucien did not lead them there. Instead, he took them along the rear wall to a descending path half buried by drift and dead leaves, where the retaining stones had shifted just enough to reveal an arched opening blocked by an iron grille and packed, waist-high, with ash-grey rubble. The ash gallery, he said, used to clear incense pits and mortuary braziers below without bringing the soot through the upper chapel. Thomas stared at the blocked opening. "Tell me the key from the wall does not fit that." "It almost certainly does." Elise took the blackened brass key from her pocket. Standing before the half-buried gate, she felt at once the now familiar tightening in the air and something older beneath it. Not the seductive expectancy of the box, but a stern pressure in the stones themselves, as though this place had once been taught, by repeated rite and repeated grief, to resist. For the first time since the Hall of the Dream, she stood somewhere that seemed built not to receive her, but to judge what entered. She looked down at the key in her hand, then at the satchel under her arm, and understood with a clear and joyless certainty that everything up to this point, the death, the dream, the pursuit, the hidden papers, the knowledge stolen, in flashes from wall and blood and wood, had been only the argument leading them here. Thomas came to stand at her left. Lucien took his place at her right. None of them spoke for several breaths. Then Lucien said, very quietly, "Once we open this, there will be less and less room for doubt." Elise closed her fingers around the key until the cut in her palm ached through the glove. "There has been very little room for doubt since the church chased us through a warehouse," she said. "Open it." The key resisted at first, not because it did not belong, but because the lock had spent too many winters deciding it would never again be asked to remember obedience. Elise knelt in the drifted ash and dead leaves before the iron grill and pushed the blackened brass deeper into the clot of rust and packed grit. Her gloved fingers were clumsy from cold and fatigue. Twice the key slipped and struck the metal with a small, hard sound that seemed louder than it should have been in the still court behind the chapel. On the third attempt, it found the channel properly. Something inside the gate gave a dull inward scrape, the noise of old wards and simple mechanics waking reluctantly together. Lucien crouched beside her at once, his bare hand closing over the key where it protruded from the lock. "On 3, he said. "If it sticks, don't force sideways." "You speak as though I habitually abuse ancient funerary architecture," Elise murmured, though the breath of speech came thin in her throat. "I have known people with less reason." His mouth altered by a degree that might, in a less exhausted man, have become a smile. 1, 2, 3, they turned together. The lock moved, slowly at first, then with a decisive internal drop that Elise felt in the bones of her hand more than heard with her ears. The grill shuddered inward on stiff hinges, scraping through the rubble packed against it. Thomas was already down beside them, pulling stone and caked ash away from the base to widen the opening. The smell that came out was not rot. It was colder and older than that, mineral damp, extinguished incense, the dry bitter residue of old charcoal, and something beneath all three like the inside of sealed stone where human breath had once collected and gone thin over generations. "Lantern," Lucien said. Thomas had anticipated him. From beneath his coat he drew a small travel lantern, brass-dented, glass-smoky, and struck the flint with care against the wind that curled down the retaining wall. A weak but steady light bloomed. Together they dragged enough debris aside to make a gap narrow and low. Lucien went first this time, turning sideways to fit through the half-open gate, then taking the lantern from Thomas and reaching back for it once inside. Elise followed, the satchel pressed protectively under her arm. The stone of the opening brushed her shoulder and hip. For one ugly second, she felt the old panic of confined spaces closing in, but the passage gave way quickly to a narrow gallery beyond, and she stumbled into it with a breath she had not realized she was holding. Thomas came after, pulling the grill as near shut as the rubble allowed from the inside. The gallery ran straight for perhaps 20 paces before curving out of sight. Its floor was laid in old slate and pitched slightly downward toward a central drain cut into the stone. The walls were brick at first, then gradually turned to older masonry, thicker, rougher, some blocks still carrying the scars of tools from a century more primitive than the upper chapel's dressings. Niches for ash bins or lamps had been set at intervals, most empty, one or two still holding black clots of ancient tallow. Their footsteps sounded wrong there. Not loud, but too clear, as if the place had been tuned once for the carrying of certain kinds of sound and never wholly forgotten the purpose. This was no servant route alone, Thomas whispered, as though the gallery demanded lower voices without enforcing them. Lucien raised the lantern. No, the ash gallery was practical, but it doubles under the subcrypt. The Vallebrooks built sanctity and utility through the same bones wherever they could. Waste, burial, smoke, seals, everything fed the same foundations. Your people had a gift for making piety sound like masonry, Thomas said. My people had a gift for hiding fear inside beautiful words, Lucien replied. The answer was so immediate and so devoid of aristocratic self-protection that Thomas did not at once know what to do with it. He settled for silence. Elise walked between them, every sense sharpened by weariness past the point where comfort could blunt perception. The satchel was quiet against her side, but not inert. She could feel the presence within it as if a second pulse had begun there, slower than her own, and patient enough to seem almost absent until she attended to it. She tried not to attend. It did no good. As the gallery descended, the pressure she had sensed at the entrance grew more distinct. This was not the same order of force as the chamber in the dream. That place had welcomed by appearing to understand. This place did not welcome at all. It measured, it weighed. More than once she had the distinct impression that if she stopped and laid her palm to the stone, the chapel beneath the hill would know at once which blood in the corridor belonged to grief, which to old house rite, which to ink and stubbornness, and nights spent reading over failed candles. The thought should have felt absurd. Instead it felt nearly polite compared to the other things that had lately become true. The gallery bent sharply left, and there the first formal sign of the subcrypt appeared. A low arch cut with the ghost of the Vallerbrook funerary device, worn by damp and time but still legible where the thorns crossed beneath the crescent. Set into the keystone was a lead seal, stamped flat, with some ecclesiastical mark, now too corroded to identify. Lucian lifted the lantern toward it, and the shallow lines of his face changed. "This is later," he said. The church added its own closure after the family seal. "To keep others out?" Thomas asked. "Or to keep track of who went in?" Lucian's voice had gone colder. The Thai never liked private reliquaries. They did not inventory. He touched the lead gently with 2 fingers, not enough to break it, only enough to feel whether it remained fixed. "Someone opened this within the last 10 years. "How can you tell?" Elise asked. Lucian held the lantern lower. Around the seal, in the seam where lead met stone, the mortar had been disturbed and reset by a hand less patient than the masons who first laid it. The replacement line was finer, newer. To Thomas it perhaps meant little. To Elise, once she bent close, it gave off something else as well. Not a full vision this time, only a smear of intent, a sense of haste and secrecy, hands gloved in church grey, a muttered oath when the lead did not lie flat at first. She straightened at once before the impression could deepen. "Churchmen," she said. Lucien looked at her sharply. "You saw that? Not enough to put names to it. Enough." He nodded once, as if this confirmed not only her power, but the route by which the Thai had monitored the place. "Then they know of the subcrypt, perhaps not the ash access, but certainly the seal." Thomas drew in breath through his teeth. "Then our lead is shorter than I hoped." "Everything about this has been shorter than hoped," Elise said. The remark was dry from exhaustion more than wit, but it eased something in Thomas's mouth that had been tightening for the last half hour. Lucian pressed his thumb against the lead seal and broke it. The snap sounded indecently small. Beyond the arch lay a steep stair cut directly into the hill's stone core, narrower and older than the gallery, each step dished by use and darkened at the centre where generations of shoes had worn a channel. The air rising from below was colder than the air above, but cleaner, carrying not dust so much as stone itself, old wax, and the bitter ghost of ash from mortuary braziers long extinct. "Down," Lucien said, though none of them had imagined anything else. They descended slowly. Thomas took the rear now, turning the lantern light from wall to wall to catch any subsidiary passage or recent disturbance. On the left side of the stair, cut at shoulder height into every 5th block, ran a series of tiny incised marks. Not decorative, not words, but a repeating pattern of slashes and hooked lines. Elise felt her attention catch on them unwillingly. "Those are not Mason's marks," she said. Lucien glanced over. "No, counting cuts for processional prayers, I think." Family dead named by the turn of the stair. There would have been chant once. Thomas looked at the marks, then at the black downward spiral. "A charming domestic custom. You are welcome to be rude about my ancestors when we are not using their worst decisions to save our lives," Lucien said. "I am likely to be ruder then." The stair ended at a vaulted landing where 4 passages met. The lantern light struck columns no thicker than a man's arm, then rose into a web of ribs painted once in funeral blue and now almost black. At the centre of the landing stood a brazier frame emptied of charcoal long ago. In the floor beneath it was set a brass disc incised with concentric circles in tiny script too small to read in bad light. Lucien stopped so abruptly that Elise nearly collided with him. "This wasn't in the family drawing," he said. Thomas came forward. "Added later? Or omitted?" Lucien lowered the lantern toward the disc. "No, look. Under the brass, at the edge where it met the floor, the stone had cracked in a fine branching pattern that spread out beneath the column bases like the first threads of ice in a basin. One crack had been filled with dark wax, another with what looked, even in poor light, like old brown residue. Elise knew before she knelt what that residue would prove to be. Blood. A very little, carefully pressed into the seam and hidden. She did not touch it. The mere sight of it was enough to pull at the new faculty in her like a hook under skin. Memory fluttered at the edge of vision. She shut her eyes hard, and Thomas saw. "Don't," he said at once. "Not unless you have to." "I know," but saying so cost her. Every time she resisted looking deeper, the resistance itself seemed to abrade something raw within her. Lucien set the lantern on the floor and crouched, reading the disc by proximity. "It's not church work," he murmured. "Too delicate. Family hand, but not original cryptage either. A secondary measure." "Against the box?" Thomas asked. "Possibly against the bearer." Lucien looked up at Elise, only after he had said it. "My aunt mentioned a waiting chamber between access and subseal. I assumed she meant this landing." "You assumed incorrectly?" "I may have." He straightened. "The question is whether this disc opens the right way if engaged wrongly." Thomas glanced down each of the 4 passages. All were alike at first glance, narrow, rib-vaulted, sloping very gently, their darkness shaped by old funerary architecture into something less like absence and more like withheld speech. "Tell me one of them isn't simply the obvious route," he said. Lucien did not answer at once. Elise did not wait for him to. The pressure of the place had grown so strong that thought itself seemed to develop edges. She knew, with the same inward certainty by which she had found the packet in the warehouse wall, that the landing would not yield to reasoning of the ordinary kind. The brass disc in the floor was not there to be admired or bypassed. It wanted acknowledgement. Before either man could stop her, she crouched and brought her wounded hand, still bandaged under the glove, over the innermost circle of the disc. "Elise," Thomas snapped, but not loudly. Loudness would have dignified panic. She hesitated only long enough to answer, "I'm not bleeding for it. I'm asking what it remembers." Then she pressed her gloved palm to the cold brass. At once the world leaned, not fully, not like the dream. This was something harsher, drier, more resistant to personhood, as if the mechanism under her hand had not been built to seduce, but to verify. A ripple of pressure moved up through the bones of her wrist and into her shoulder. The brass stayed cold. Then images came, broken and narrow as light through a keyhole. A woman in heavy mourning silk, standing on this exact landing with a lantern and a knife. Her face pale and rigid, with the exhaustion of one who has slept too little for months. Men behind her arguing in whispers. The music box wrapped in black cloth, and refusing to remain still. A younger Lucien-like face somewhere in the bloodline, but not him, not this century. The brass disc, newly set and marked, while a priest and a Valebrook brother tried not to look at each other with open hatred. Then another image, much later, 2 church officials kneeling here, one opening a case of instruments, the other pressing blood into the seam, not as offering, but as test. The disc had not opened for them, or if it had done so badly. The image cut off. Elise jerked her hand away. Her breath came fast. Thomas was already at her shoulder. "What did you do?" "Nothing permanent," she said, though she could not know if that was true. "It's a selector. The disc measures who comes through." Lucien's focus sharpened, and Elise closed her eyes briefly, sorting residues. "It was altered by your family after the box was already here, to stop church access, I think, or to force a household claimant to acknowledge the original crime before passing. Tomas made a small, impatient sound. Can it be opened? Yes. She looked from Lucien to the passages, but not by me. Not first. Lucien held her gaze for one taut beat, then seemed to arrive at the same conclusion she had. He knelt where she had knelt, and laid his bare hand over the center of the disc. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the concentric circles shifted, not visibly at first. Rather, the metal gave a tiny internal settling sigh, and the floor beneath their feet shivered as if something old had lifted its head below. A line of blue-white light, hair thin as frost, ran from the disc outward into the crack, filled with dark wax, and along the stone seam toward the passage directly opposite the stair. Somewhere far within the crypt there came the sound of a latch disengaging. Tomas let out a breath that might, in another life, have become a prayer. Lucien removed his hand. In the lantern light his face looked temporarily bloodless. Family claimant, he said. Apparently sufficient. Apparently expensive too, Tomas muttered, seeing the tremor Lucien attempted and failed to conceal in his fingers. Not unmanageably, Lucien rose. The far passage. They entered it. The change in the architecture was immediate. What had been funerary solemnity on the landing became, in the corridor beyond, a more deliberate hostility. The walls narrowed slightly. The ribbing overhead sank lower. Niches in the sides held not saints or memorial lamps, but blind marble plaques where names had been chiselled away. The floor underfoot had once been inlaid with darker stone in a long central band, now cracked and uneven. On either side of that band, small metal studs had been driven at intervals, tarnished green. Elise understood them without needing vision. Anchor points for candles, chains, screens, perhaps worse. This was no mere family crypt extension. It was an adapted containment route. Your ancestors really did believe in making every mistake beautifully, Tomas said. You are welcome to insult the dead once this corridor ceases trying to listen, Lucien replied. Elise, who had felt the listening before he named it, said nothing. The satchel had begun again to trouble her, not by movement or sound, but by weight. It felt heavier with every 10 steps, not physically perhaps, but in the intimate way of a thing whose presence accrues pressure. Twice she thought she heard the faintest metallic tremor from within the cloth, too small to call music, more like a mechanism adjusting itself against confinement. The second time Lucien heard it too. He did not look at her. How far since the last dream? One night. Good. Is it? Tomas asked. If the chamber needs ordinary sleep to form strongly, yes. If it can now harvest intervals during waking exhaustion, no. Your gift for consolation is remarkable. Lucien did not answer. At the corridor's end stood a door. It was not grand. That made it worse. A low, iron-banded stone slab on hidden pivots, with no ornament save the Valebrook funerary device, cut small and almost ashamed near the base. Above it, instead of prayer or scripture, someone had incised a single line in old vernacular French, so worn Elise had to move close to make it out. What enters seeking to use shall depart used. Tomas read it over her shoulder and said, There, at least one of your ancestors had a sense of proportion. Lucien looked at the words without fondness. Eleanor, he said. That sounds like her. Beside the door was a recess, shaped to take a key far longer than the blackened brass Elise carried. For a moment despair moved through her with almost refreshing simplicity. Then she saw, beneath the recess and nearly lost in the stonework, a smaller keyhole, black with age. She drew out the warehouse key. It fit. The lock turned only halfway before stopping dead. Lucien stepped closer. There will be another condition. Of course there will, Tomas said. Elise felt the answer before she understood it. The cut in her palm had begun to throb under the glove, each beat of blood against the healing edge registering like a signal. She looked down at the smaller keyhole, and then at the worn phrase above the door. What enters seeking to use shall depart used, not thread alone. Instruction, balance. This door, like the disc, would not open to mere intention. It required relation. It wants blood, she said. Tomas went rigid. No, Not enough to feed the box. Enough to state who passes. No. Lucien's face had closed in thought. She may be right. Thomas turned on him with a speed that made the lantern light jump across the walls. Do not say that so calmly. I'm not calm, Lucien said. I'm differentiating. He looked at the keyhole, the old phrase, the healed thin cut, hidden under Elisa's glove. The warehouse packet included a line about claimant sequence, but not the access phrase. If Eleanor built this threshold against later misuse, she might have required bearer and house together. Might, Thomas said, as if the word itself were an insult. And if she didn't? Elise was already unwinding the glove from her hand. The skin beneath the bandage looked worse in lantern light, paler than the rest of her. The cut dark and fine like ink sunk under wax. Her fingers shook more from weakness than fear. Thomas caught her wrist before she could touch the keyhole. His grip was firm but not rough. Listen to me. I am listening. Then hear this as more than panic. Every time you give this thing blood, even by accident, the line tightens. We know that. We have watched it happen. His thumb lay warm against the pulse at the inside of her wrist. If there is another way. And if there isn't? Elise asked. If we stand here arguing until St. Severin reaches the outer stair? If the seal below is the only place I stop being a road it can walk through? What then? Thomas's expression changed, not because her logic persuaded him, but because it left too little room for feeling to alter fact. That hurt him more than contradiction would have. Lucien stepped closer, and after the barest pause, removed his glove again. Not her alone, he said. Thomas looked up sharply. Lucien met it. House and bearer together, if that is the condition. If blood is required, then both. Minimal. The word sounded clinical and therefore cruel, yet it was also the only mercy available. Elise did not wait for either man to frame a further objection. She took the blackened brass key in her right hand, pressed the side of her left palm hard against its worn edge, and drew just enough. Pain flared. A bright bead of blood welled at once along the reopened cut. Before the satchel at her side could answer with even the hint of sound, Lucien took the key from her and cut his own thumb with the same motion, faster, more practiced in pain, or simply less inclined to dramatize it. He pressed his blood first to the upper recess, then indicated the lower. Elise touched her bleeding palm to the smaller keyhole. The effect was immediate. The iron in the door gave a long inward shudder like a chest-drawing breath after years of burial. The cut crest at the base darkened, then filled with the same blue-white seam light they had seen at the disc. Deep within the stone, bolts withdrew. Thomas had released Elise's wrist, but his hand remained inches from her, as if his body had not yet accepted that he could no longer stop the act. The door opened inward by itself. Beyond it lay not the chamber proper, but a small antechamber circular in shape, low-domed, its walls sheathed in dark marble veined like old wounds. At its centre stood a table of black stone. On the table, arranged with the neatness of ritual and the patience of grief, were three objects: a silver bowl, no larger than 2 hands together, a bundle of folded parchment weighted by a reliquary cross, and a narrow casket of plain oak bound with iron. Elise stared at the bowl. It was not the same one from the dream, but it was made to answer it. Thomas, who followed her gaze, understood at once. The waking counterpart, he said quietly. Lucien stepped into the room first, lifted the lantern, and read what was cut around the base of the central table. Eleanor again, he murmured, or whoever copied her hand. Let no descendant say afterward that they were not warned where comfort ends and appetite begins. Elise entered after him. The air in the antechamber was so still it had no temperature at first, then seemed all at once much colder than the corridor. She could hear her own pulse, and, beneath it, that slower, patient, almost pulse in the satchel. The room had not been abandoned. Dust lay, yes, but in thin patterns interrupted at one edge, near the casket and along the table's right side, as if someone had been here not years ago, but within months. Thomas saw it too. We are not first after all. Lucien set the lantern down. No, which means the tie has reached this far, or someone else has. Elise moved to the parchments and pulled the reliquary cross aside. The top sheet was not in Latin, but in severe compressed French, written in a woman's hand sharper than any penknife. She read the first lines aloud before she could stop herself. If you are reading this in necessity rather than curiosity, then the family has failed as families do, by hiding rot in the cellar and calling the house preserved. Listen carefully. The instrument below does not grant visions. It rents them at a compound price. If the bearer still loves the comfort of being chosen, close this paper and leave, for you are already too late. No one spoke. Elise felt the words strike straight through every layer of cold and exhaustion and land in the one place she had least wanted examined. She had loved it, in the first moment. Not the horror, not the cut, not the fear, but the recognition, the being seen, the terrible possibility of usefulness transformed into destiny. Lucien reached for the next page. Thomas caught his wrist. She reads, he said. It was not an insult. It was position. Elise, still staring at Eleonora's hand, turned the sheet. Below it was a diagram of the chamber beyond, the subseal proper, concentric rings, speaker niches, restraint points crossed out and replaced with newer marks, a side notation naming a recess for the house claimant and a second for the witness reader. At the centre was a circle marked for the bearer alone. Under it, in darker ink added later, ran another note. If the chamber addresses grief, answer with grief acknowledged and not surrendered. If it addresses ambition, answer with ambition unthroned. If it speaks in the beloved dead, strike the bowl before the third repetition. Elise's throat tightened. August's face flashed before her, not as she had found him, but in lamplight over bent metal, his rough thumb smoothing a spring onto cloth. She shut her eyes once, hard. Thomas read the lower line over her shoulder and made a small, involuntary sound, part horror and part vindication. It can take the dead into the chamber, he said. Of course it can, Lucien answered. What better key? Elise turned another page. This one was less instruction and more confession. Eleanor wrote not as warden, but as someone who had watched a cousin go under and not brought her back whole. The prose sharpened and frayed by turns. They told us at first the object merely intensified spiritual sensitivity in women of certain temperaments. They lied because they preferred scandal in private to truth in public. When Amélie began speaking of drafts no one else felt and names hidden in stone, they called it a family gift. When blood appeared on her sheets, they called it womanly strain. When she began knowing where relics had been walled up and which servants had stolen from the dead, they called it providence. Only when she began answering questions no one had asked aloud did they permit fear to outrank pride. Elise lowered the page slowly. There it was, laid down by another woman long dead, the entire filth of the thing. Not evil erupting in obvious shape, but evil first mistaken for usefulness, then rewarded as miracle, then hidden because it had become too woven into family and power to expose without cost. Thomas touched the margin lightly. This is what they wanted the church to help with, he said. And the church wanted the method instead. Lucien did not deny it. Yes. On the final sheet lay the binding text Thomas had been seeking in fragments all along, not complete in itself, but complete enough to reconcile the earlier notes and route references. He bent over it at once, lips moving silently as he matched passages to what he had copied from the warehouse papers and his father's notebooks. The speed and hunger of his concentration frightened Elise almost as much as anything else. It meant they were indeed near enough to the end of ignorance that whatever came next could no longer be delayed by not knowing. Lucien, meanwhile, opened the plain oak casket. Inside lay 3 objects wrapped in linen browned by age, a narrow hammer of dull silver, its head no wider than 2 fingers, a spindle of black wax taper, and a rosary, though not any sainted rosary Elise had seen before. The beads were made of dark wood, or perhaps bone, each one incised with the Valebrook thorn crescent instead of holy emblems. Tools, Lucien said. The hammer for the bowl, Thomas answered without looking up from the text. The wax for the speaker seams, the beads maybe for pacing the reader's breath. Elise looked from the casket to the satchel at her side. Somewhere beyond the antechamber, deeper in the crypt, the true chamber waited. She could feel it now, not by mystical extravagance, but with the same bodily clarity by which one knows when standing above a cellar void under floorboards. The place below exerted shape upon the air itself. "How long?" she asked. Tomas did not glance up. "To prepare? Not long. To do it right? Longer than I'd like." Lucien moved to the wall opposite the door and held the lantern toward a seam, almost invisible in the marble. "Then let us be deprived of preference. Someone has been here recently. If the tie finds the outer gallery breached, they'll not need much intelligence to follow." As if summoned by the logic of the statement, a sound came then from somewhere beyond the door they had entered. Distant, muffled, but unmistakable. Metal on stone. Not random collapse. Not the old building settling. Something or someone had reached the corridor beyond the threshold. The three of them froze. Thomas lifted his head slowly from Eleanor's pages. Lucien set the lantern down, and in one smooth motion closed the oak casket again, except for the hammer, which he kept in hand. Elise felt the blood she and Lucien had given to the door still damp between glove and skin, and at her side the music box answered the distant sound, not with melody, not yet, but with a single-minute internal adjustment, the sound a predator makes not by voice but by shifting weight before it springs. For one suspended instant the antechamber became a place made entirely of listening. The sound beyond the door did not repeat at once. That made it worse. Had it been a crash, a shouted order, the ordinary clumsiness of pursuit, it could have been met as one meets any practical danger, with flight, concealment, violence, or surrender. Instead, there had been only that measured contact of metal against stone somewhere in the corridor beyond, as if a hand had tested the walls not in haste but in method. Elise stood with the pages of Eleanor's confession still in her fingers, and felt the whole architecture of the place draw taut around the possibility of intrusion. Lucien raised one hand for silence, though none of them had moved to break it. Thomas was already gathering the papers into order, not from tidy instinct but from the raw understanding that in rooms like this, knowledge left spread on a table becomes spoil for the next person through the door. Another sound came then, fainter than the first but closer. The soft slide of shoe leather negotiating old stone where dust lay thin. Lucien crossed to the threshold and crouched just inside the line of the open door. His posture controlled in the same way his speech was controlled, not because he did not feel fear, but because fear in him had long ago been taught to stand still until called upon. Thomas folded the last of Eleanor's sheets and thrust them into Elise's hand. "Inside your dress," he whispered. "If we're separated." "We are not," Elise said. It came out more sharply than she intended. Tomas's eyes lifted to hers in the lantern gloom, and for a moment there was in them the old infuriating steadiness he had had even as a boy when deciding some course of action no sensible person should have trusted to him. Then keep them dry anyway. She shoved the packet inside her bodice under August's note, paper against paper, the warning of the dead, layered with the instruction of another dead woman, who had also watched a family discover too late that usefulness can be another face of ruin. Lucien, still crouched by the doorway, tilted his head as if aligning his ear not merely to sound but to space. "One person," he said at last, so low the words barely reached them, perhaps two further back, slow. "They don't know the exact route yet." Thomas looked toward the opposite wall, where the nearly invisible seam Lucien had found earlier cut down through the marble and vanished into the floor. "There's another door." Lucien nodded once without taking his attention from the corridor. "Likely the chamber entrance." "Can you open it?" "I don't know." "Then now is an excellent time to learn." Lucien rose and crossed to the seam. The lantern threw their shadows long and thin across the black stone table. Elise, fighting the instinct to keep staring at the outer door, set the casket on the floor and lifted the hammer from where Lucien had left it. The silver head was cold, heavier than its narrow shape suggested. The metal had been engraved with minute repeating lines, not decorative, but measured, like calibration marks on some precision tool. She remembered Eleanor's note strike the bowl before the third repetition, and felt a new pulse of dread. Every object in this room had already been used once, in an attempt to rescue someone from the chamber below. Perhaps it had failed. Perhaps it had worked only partly. There was no comfort in heirlooms of survival when survival itself had gone so poorly. Lucien pressed his fingers along the seam and found a shallow depression at shoulder height in the marble, round and smooth, no larger than a coin. "Not a keyway," he murmured. "A pressure catch." Tomás was on his knees by then, the lantern beside him, studying the lower section of the wall where the seam met the floor. "And a release below. There. See the brass inlay?" Elise knelt with them, the hammer still in her hand. The brass line at the base of the wall matched the concentric etchings on the outer landing disc, though here the pattern had been worn by fewer feet and more secrets. At the centre of the lower line sat a tiny dark socket, like a mouth closed against speech. Lucien held out his hand. The key. Elise gave him the blackened brass. He inserted it into the socket at the base, while Thomas pressed the upper catch. Nothing happened. Beyond the outer door, the footfall came again, accompanied now by the distinct rustle of cloth against stone. Someone had reached the antechamber threshold, or was near enough to study it by whatever weak light they carried. Thomas swore softly under his breath. There must be a sequence. Lucien's jaw tightened. Or a witness requirement. He glanced once toward Elise. She understood immediately, and hated the fact that she understood. Her blood had opened the first door with his. The second might require the same. "No," Tomás said at once, reading both their faces before either moved. "There has to be another mechanism." Elise's hand closed more tightly around the silver hammer. "And if there isn't, then we find another way, while Saint Severin politely waits outside for us to finish thinking." Tomás looked toward the corridor. The silence there had become too complete. The pursuer or pursuers had stopped moving. That meant listening as much as they were. "We do not give it blood in panic," he said. "That is exactly how all of this keeps happening." Lucien, still bent over the seam, spoke without lifting his head. "No one is suggesting panic, only proportion. Your family's idea of proportion built a private chamber for inherited damnation, and your church copyists preserved enough marginal truth to bring us here at all. None of us arrived clean." Tomás's face flashed with anger, but before he could answer, Elise spoke. "Stop." Both men looked at her. She was more tired than either of them knew. The weakness under her skin had become something stranger and steadier, a kind of bright depletion in which thought came clear not because she was strong, but because she was being stripped of everything inessential. "If this wall is part of the subseal," she said, "then it was built by people who already understood what the box would make of hesitation. Eleanor wrote for necessity, not ceremony. She would not build a second door that requires an hour's puzzle while the bearer unravels in the corridor." Thomas's expression did not soften, but it changed. Meaning the answer is likely simple and ugly." She looked at Lucien. "Both of us again." "No," Tomás said. Lucien said nothing. His silence this time was not coldness but grim agreement, and that made Tomás angrier. "You heard what Eleanor wrote," Tomás said to Elise. "The thing grows through permission. Every time you use the root, it wants blood, chamber, access, dream. You tighten it. And every moment we remain in this room with the wrong people outside, we lose the chance to choose anything at all." Elise shifted her grip on the silver hammer and laid her wounded hand, without reopening the cut yet, against the upper depression in the marble. At once she felt the wall answer. Not open answer. A pressure, old and stern, recognizing the category of contact but withholding completion. Lucien saw the change in her face, and drew his knife without flourish. Tomás lunged to stop him, but Lucien had already cut the edge of his own palm, shallow and swift, far cleaner than the hesitant reopenings Elise had managed on herself. Blood welled bright. He pressed it to the brass socket below while Elise, breathing hard through sudden dread, opened the old cut on her palm with the corner of the hammer's engraved head. and forced blood onto the upper catch. The wall moved before Thomas could speak again. Not much. A deep inward pulse ran through the seam, and the marble slab withdrew on hidden pivots with a slow grinding sigh that made the floor vibrate under their knees. A colder darkness opened beyond it, carrying not merely mineral damp and old ash this time, but the unmistakable metallic sweetness of blood long since dried into stone. "Inside," Lucien said. Thomas caught Elise's wrist not to prevent, but to steady. His fingers were warm despite the cold. "You remember what she wrote," he said. "It was not a question. About the dead. About being chosen." Elise nodded once. Her throat felt too tight for words. "Then if it speaks in his voice," Thomas said, and stopped. He did not finish, because there was no finished sentence possible after that. Instead, he took the silver hammer from her hand and put it back into it, deliberate, as sacrament. "Don't wait for the third repetition if you know." Lucien had gone to the threshold of the newly opened chamber and lifted the lantern. What lay beyond was not large, not in the way cathedrals are large, nor theatrical. It was worse for being intimate. A circular room, lower than the antechamber, its dome crossing overhead in black stone ribs that vanished into soot-dark joins. Along the wall ran 6 shallow speaker niches set at equal intervals, not all holding anything now, but each lined with tarnished silver plates that caught the lantern light like cold water. The floor had been inlaid with concentric rings of pale stone now stained and cracked. The central circle left clear and slightly lower than the rest, as though for kneeling or for standing in the wrong kind of attention. Opposite the entrance was a recess cut into the wall where a narrow shelf held stubs of black candles and, above them, another inscription in Eleanor's hand. Even from the threshold, Elise could read the last line because the letters were deeper there than anywhere else. "Do not argue with what knows your hunger." The room seemed at first empty. Then the lantern light moved and showed the metal frame set into the floor of the center ring. Not a cage, not exactly, but the anchor base for one, removable, practical, and designed by minds that loved elegance enough to conceal brutality. The restraint points Thomas had seen in the diagram had indeed been crossed out at some point and sealed with brass caps, but the memory of their use remained visible in every proportion. "Saints preserve us," Thomas murmured. Lucien stepped inside first and moved to the recess marked for the house claimant in Eleanor's diagram. A narrow half-oval cut in the stone just to the right of the entrance, ringed with old thorns, carved so shallowly they were more felt than seen. "Reader's place there," he said to Thomas, indicating the opposite side where a low lectern, folded flat into the wall, could be drawn out. "And hers?" Thomas asked, though he knew. Lucien looked at the center ring. Elise answered for herself. "There." The word lay in the chamber like a piece of metal dropped into water. No one argued this time. Thomas moved at once to the reader's recess, lantern in one hand, Eleanor's pages in the other, and pulled the lectern free. It swung out stiffly but soundly. He flattened the sheets against it and weighed them with the reliquary cross from the table outside. Lucien, still bleeding lightly from the palm, took the black wax taper from the casket and began sealing the speaker niches one by one with quick, practiced motions. Not because he had ever done this before, Elise suspected, but because old family notes had trained his hands well enough to imitate the dead. "What does that do?" she asked. "Narrows the chamber's voice," he said without looking at her. "Forces it toward the bearer rather than letting it fill the whole room. If we're lucky." "And if we're not?" Thomas asked. "Then you will both hear more than is useful." Elise stood at the edge of the central ring with the satchel still under her arm, and understood that the last practical barrier had now fallen. All the getting here, the running, the finding, the piecing of clues, the quarrels over blood and keys and church treachery, those had been preparatory labour for courage. This was the point at which courage became less admirable and more nauseating. She set the satchel down on the outer ring and looked once toward the entrance they had come through. The slab door remained open by a hand's breadth. Beyond it the antechamber lay in lantern gloom, and, farther still, the outer door to the corridor through which someone from St. Severin might already be listening. "Close it," she said. Tomas looked up sharply. "Are you sure? If they reach the threshold while this starts, we're finished anyway." Lucien crossed back from the last niche, put his shoulder to the inner slab, and pressed until it shut with a grinding finality that changed the air in the chamber at once. The silence afterward did not merely deepen, it organized itself. Elise could hear the tiny crackle of the black wax cooling in the niche seams. She could hear Tomas breathing too fast and trying to slow it. She could hear, inside the satchel, the first minute settling shift of the music box, as if it had recognized the room and inclined its head. "We begin with preparation text," Tomas said, but his voice came out thinner than usual in the chamber's acoustics. He cleared it and tried again. "According to Eleanor's notation, I speak first, then Lucien names the line of claim, then Elise places the object in the center ring. No one moved for a second. Then Lucien stepped into his recess and laid his uninjured hand against the carved thorn line. The wall beneath his palm brightened by a breath's worth of pallor, nothing more. "Ready," he said. Tomas swallowed once and lowered his eyes to the page. "Ready," he echoed, though no conviction came with it. Elise picked up the satchel. Her fingers had gone so cold she could hardly feel the cloth. She carried it to the center ring and knelt. The pale stone there was lower than the outer circles, and smoother from use, or perhaps from cleaning done long ago with terrible care. For one strange instant, as she set the satchel down and untied it, she remembered kneeling as a child in St. Brigid's, too small for the full reach of the pew rail, bored by sermons and chilled by stone, yet convinced that all sacred places carried some warmth beneath the cold if one only deserved to feel it. This chamber had no such deceit. It was sacred only in the way that traps built by the frightened can become holy to those who mistake survival for virtue. She drew the music box from the satchel. The walnut looked almost black in the chamber light. The silver inlay seemed less tarnished here, as though some old recognition had polished it from within. As soon as she set it on the exact center of the ring, the floor under her knees gave a faint answering vibration. Lucien spoke from his recess, his voice now formal in a way Elise had not yet heard from him. "By the blood remaining of Valebrook, and by witness of the first treachery born in our house, I call the instrument to its original account, and deny it further inheritance in our name." The carved thorns beneath his hand lit in a hair-thin line of pale blue. Tomas began reading. The text was not liturgical in any true church sense, though it borrowed church cadences the way wolves borrow the outlines of dogs. It named mechanism, blood, dream, appetite, sequence, bearing, false comfort, house right, refusal. It was the language of people who had tried everything else, and at last been forced to become precise. Elise listened as long as she could. Then the music box lid lifted by itself, not fully, not with theatrical violence. It rose the way a sleeper opens one eye upon hearing its name. Tomas read louder. Lucien's hand flattened harder against the thorn line. Elise stared at the opening seam and felt the chamber lean toward it. The first note came so softly she might, outside this room, have mistaken it for memory. Here there was no mistake. The sound was clear enough to shape the darkness. Elise's breath stopped in her chest. Second note. The air in the chamber changed temperature, or seemed to. The silver plates in the speaker niches caught the melody and sent it back, altered, thinner, crueler, more exact. Tomas did not stop reading, but his voice now had to travel through the notes, rather than around them. Third note. The room was no longer merely stone and sound. The center ring beneath Elise's knees gave way under sensation, rather than structure, and she felt that terrible inward tilt. The world slipping from surface to chamber, the waking subseal and the dream place fastening briefly together like two halves of a clasp. She heard Tomas shout her name, though whether aloud or only in anticipation she could not tell. Then the black dome above vanished. The stone under her vanished. The music ceased to be in the room, because the room itself had become music's interior, and Elise was once more standing in the great dark hall where the candles burned blue-white. and the impossible windows rose into water darkness, and the man in black waited beside the pale chair as though he had known exactly how long she would make him wait. "You see," he said, before she had even taken a breath in that place, "you came back." The hall received her more quickly this time, as though the distance between sleep and arrival had been worn smooth by prior passage. There was no gradual recognition, no doubtful interval in which the mind might still mistake strangeness for fever. One instant, the chamber below the hill had been narrowing around the first notes of the box, Tomas's voice cutting through the sound in strained formal cadences, Lucian's blood and name fastening old guilt back to its source. The next, all that had become a thin seam of recollection behind her, and she stood again upon the black floor of the dream hall beneath the candle ranks and the drowned-looking windows. Only now the place had changed, not wholly. Its bones remained the same, the impossible height, the silver-white flames that did not flicker, the distant chair with its thorned crest. But the details nearest her had shifted in ways both subtle and obscene. The black stone beneath her feet no longer reflected only the hall's cold light. In it lay a ghost of grain, as if some memory of August's work table had been pressed into the floor and then polished until it nearly vanished. One of the candle stands near the centre aisle was no longer silver but brass, gone warm with handling, shaped like the lamp from their room. At the edge of hearing, under the thin continuation of the melody, she thought she could detect another sound layered beneath it, the minute-dry tick of a clock, trying to continue after its spring had run down. The chamber had begun to learn her. That knowledge entered Elise, not as surprise but as nausea, so complete it almost felt like calm. She stood very still and looked at the man beside the chair. He had not changed at all. That, somehow, was the worst thing. The same immaculate severity of black coat and pale face, the same eyes dark enough to seem less like colour than like depth itself. His hands were folded one over the other, exactly as before. The only alteration lay in the set of his mouth, not triumph exactly, but the patient acknowledgement of a prediction fulfilled. "You see," he said, "you came back." Elise did not answer. She knew now that every immediate reply would be use of the kind he understood best. The hall was built to convert reaction into evidence. If she denied too quickly, it would treat denial as fear. If she demanded too urgently, it would answer urgency with counterfeit revelation. Tomas's warning moved somewhere behind her thoughts, braided now with Eleanor's harsher line from the chamber wall. "Do not argue with what knows your hunger." The difficulty, Elise already understood, was that silence could also become a form of argument here if filled with enough need. The man watched her with what another woman might have mistaken for approval. "Better," he said softly. "You are less naive than before. Grief has clarified you. Fear often does." His voice, in this place, never echoed in the usual sense. It propagated inward, landing against whatever was most fatigued in the listener and speaking there as if from within their own structure. Elise let her gaze move past him, not to the chair this time, but to the floor around it. The blood-dark lines she had glimpsed before were clearer. They no longer looked like stains only. They formed a pattern, though not one meant to be read at human speed, a branching geometry of pathways and returns, spills and convergences, as if every prior yielding in this hall had entered it as notation. "You've changed the room," she said at last. The man inclined his head almost imperceptibly. "No, you have. I merely permit the truth of you to appear. That is the same lie in a cleaner coat." "Is it?" He took one step forward. The movement was noiseless, but the candles nearest him brightened as he passed. "Last time you arrived wrapped in loss, and so the chamber received you in solemnity. This time you arrive pursued, instructed, almost beloved by urgency. Why should the chamber not reflect the deeper architecture?" Elise felt the bait in the word beloved, and hated herself because some torn place in her still reacted to it before judgment caught up. "Nothing here reflects me," she said. "It reflects what you think will open fastest." "And if those are the same?" he asked. The question lay between them like a blade placed gently on cloth. Elise did not answer because she could not without entering the trap center too soon. Instead, she turned, slowly, deliberately, and looked back along the hall toward where she had first stood on the earlier visit. The distance was no longer empty. There, half visible between two of the great candle lines, stood objects that had not been there before. A stool with one leg, mended by wire exactly as August had once repaired theirs. A wash basin with a glazed crack she remembered from childhood. The shape of a low, narrow bed under a folded blanket. Not the whole room from the waking world, no. That would have been too blunt, almost vulgar. Only fragments. Enough to suggest that the hall's appetite had become more efficient and less theatrical. She felt the urge to run toward those fragments and smash them before they could arrange themselves further. She did not move. "You should not be angry," the man said. "I am honoring what you carry." Elise laughed then, a single small sound without mirth. "Do not speak of honor." "Very well," he said. "Need, then. You and your world are so attached to the fantasy that need ennobles. It does not. It strips, reveals, and chooses. I only answer what is uncovered." He drifted another step nearer. "Tell me, Elise, did the old woman in the church live through the night?" Her blood seemed to stop. She had not spoken of Madame Vauquelin here, never allowed in the waking room except to Thomas. The man watched the knowledge strike. "Ah," he said, "so she did not. Or perhaps she still clings. It hardly matters. You saw her before anyone else would admit seeing. You knew that knowledge was real, useful, powerful. You could have such certainty again, more of it. Enough that no physician, priest, or nobleman would look past you and pronounce over lives they never truly touched. Each word entered a wound already present. That was the thing's method, she knew. It did not invent lack. It found the tendon where lack had worn against bone for years and pressed there with exquisite accuracy. Elise forced herself to think not about the dead ribbon seller, nor about the sick satisfaction of having been right, but about the manuscripts in Eleanor's hand, about the note from the church dissenter in the warehouse wall, about Amélie Vallerbrook praised for providence when the house should have named her endangered, useful first. The phrase came back to her with almost salvific ugliness. "You show true things," she said. "That makes you worse, not better." The man's mouth shifted. "Because falsehood would make resistance cleaner? You are more intelligent than that. The world is built and governed by instruments that produce true things for rotten reasons, judges who sentence correctly from vanity, clerics who comfort from ambition, physicians who diagnose so they may be admired by widows. I am no exception. Why should I be?" He was nearer now than before, close enough that she could see, with the clarity the first dream had withheld, that his skin was not merely pale. It had the faint, satin smoothness of something repaired too many times from memory rather than from life. Not corpse-like exactly, not if corpses had ever possessed this degree of composure, but more akin to a portrait that had stepped away from its canvas carrying the painter's corrections still wet under the surface. "Because you kill," Elise said. "Everything kills," he answered. "Poverty kills. Winter kills. Neglect kills. Men with office and good boots kill by deciding what is worth recording and what can be filed under natural weakness. I at least offer exchange." The word exchange fell into the hall with the certainty of doctrine. Elise felt it work against her because part of her mind, the lowest and most exhausted part, wanted to answer, yes. And what did the world ever offer except taking without naming the bargain? That was the argument's danger. It came closest to triumph whenever it aligned itself with truths no one else had been honest enough to say aloud. "You offered my grandfather exchange," she said. The man's expression altered so slightly that in a less changed woman she might have missed it. "Your grandfather offered himself delusion," he said. "I merely gave it structure. You killed him." He entered where he could not remain and asked questions he lacked the discipline to survive. The coldness of the answer might have helped her had it not been so near the coldness with which institutions routinely explain the dead. Not murdered, only overtaxed, not betrayed, merely weak, not exploited, simply unsuited. Elise heard in his tone every physician who had pronounced over the poor, every church clerk who had turned a body into a line in a register. Rage came to her then, not hot but clarifying, like strong liquor poured over a blade. "And you think I came back to finish what he failed?" she asked. "No," the man said, and for the first time there was no softness whatsoever in his voice. "I think you came back because what I showed you was not false. That is far more binding than failure." Behind him, the pale chair seemed to draw itself subtly forward without moving. The silver or not silver bowl upon its seat caught the blue-white candlelight. It was not full as before. This time Elise could see its bottom, and in the bottom, faintly, the reflection of a room that was not this hall. Thomas bent over pages on a lectern, jaw clenched hard enough to hurt. Lucien with one bleeding hand against the carved thorns of his recess, the other braced on stone. The black walnut box open in the centre ring below, the chamber around them taut with sound. The image was small and wavering, but real enough to strike her breathless. He had shown it to her deliberately. "They mean well," the man said, following her gaze. "How industrious the living become when trying to preserve one another from realities they cannot bear to name. The copyist with his salvaged pages and loyal fear, the noble son with his inherited vaults and carefully rationed guilt, they would both save you, if saving means cutting away every possibility that makes you more than the quarter would allow. They are, each in his manner, very sincere." Elise looked at the bowl, at the reflected chamber, then away before the sight could become another hinge for him to pull. "You know nothing about them." "I know enough," he said. "The first loves your continued ordinary existence more than your dangerous enlargement. The second fears the object but fears scandal more. Both will choose a living Elise, diminished over a radiant Elise, transformed. They call that love because they have never been asked to name how often love prefers the familiar weakness of its object." She felt the words strike where she did not want them, not because she believed him, at least not wholly, but because he had chosen a line of division already present. Thomas did indeed love what was human in her more than any miracle. Lucien did indeed measure cost in ways shaped by family habit and political education. To be known by others is to carry somewhere the knowledge of how they might fail you if pressed hard enough. The trap needed only that much. "And what would you choose?" she asked. "You know the answer. Say it." The man took another step, and now he stood close enough that had this been the waking world she might have felt his breath. There was no breath, only cold and the faint odour of iron, an extinguished candle. "I would choose the whole of you," he said. "Not the edited portion required for social mercy, not the obedient, dimmed self that can survive by remaining small. I would choose the faculty in you that already sees the cracks beneath painted walls, the death under skin, the lies in relics, the true grammar of blood. I would sharpen it until neither church nor nobility could approach a sealed thing without first asking whether you judged it safe. I would make the world answer to the perceptions for which it has so far punished you." This time the temptation did not come clothed in affection. It came clothed in function, which was more dangerous. Elise saw, before she could prevent it, a flash of what that life would look like. Entering rooms where others waited on her word, opening caches beneath chapels, naming corruption in reliquaries, feeling every eye turn not from pity or dismissal but from need. It was not a fantasy of crowns. It was a fantasy of indispensability. The hall brightened very slightly around the thought, and she knew the chamber had tasted it. "At what cost?" she said, though she knew he would not answer honestly, and knew also that the question itself gave him room to display the philosophy of cost. "At the cost of pretending your current life is not already purchased with blood and diminishment," he replied. "At the cost of admitting that all vocation worthy of the name consumes what undertakes it. Priests are eaten by obedience, scholars by thought, mothers by children, labourers by the mills. Yet when a woman like you asks what power costs, the question is suddenly considered profound. Why? Because the world cannot tolerate the poor consuming themselves toward agency. It prefers them consumed anonymously. That one almost broke her, because it was built from materials no pious denial could disassemble. She thought of August bent over the table night after night until his back and eyes gave out. Of the women in the lower quarter coughing through winters, bleeding through births, wearing their bodies down on behalf of everyone else's continuity. Of Madame Vauclain hawking ribbon until her lungs finally declared an end to the quiet theft already long underway. Yes, the world consumed. It consumed the poor without offering narrative, and perhaps that was why this chamber's bargain felt so obscene. It made consumption visible and called that fairness. "You dressed the knife and asked to be thanked for honesty," Elise said. The man's expression did not alter. Better than wrapping it in blessing. Silence spread between them again. Somewhere, beyond the logic of the hall, beneath the slope of the hill and the engineered acoustics of the subseal, Thomas's voice reached her as if through deep water. She could not make out all the words, only the pattern he was reading still, the formal text continuing, the thread by which the waking room insisted on its claim. The sound steadied her more than she expected. The hall heard it too. The candles nearest, the far windows dimmed by a degree. The man turned his head slightly, listening not to the content, but to the persistence. "He reads well," he said. "That kind are harder to shake. They build themselves from paper and repetition, and believe endurance itself a moral virtue, admirable in moderation, fatal in abundance." Elise almost smiled, despite herself, because there was something irritatingly accurate in the description of Thomas, even from the mouth that used all accuracy as weapon. That almost smile saved her from a more dangerous movement, the impulse to answer on the subject of Thomas, to defend or define him, which would have admitted another private chamber into the room. She let the impulse go. The man noticed. Of course he noticed. "Better," he said again. "You are learning the discipline of withholding. Your grandfather never did." The mention of August came differently now, because the room had already leaned once toward the fragments of her home, and because the reflection in the bowl had shown the waking chamber below. Elise understood with sudden certainty that the next movement of the trap would not be philosophy, it would be intimacy. She stepped backward once, just enough to alter the line between herself and the chair. "Do not," she said. The man's brows lifted very slightly. "Do not what?" "Wear him." The hall grew colder. Then, with the same economy by which it had already introduced table grain into the floor and a lampshade among the candlestands, it began to change further. Not all at once, that would have been too blatant, too easy to reject. Rather, one of the tall, impossible windows at the side clouded over from darkness into the warped reflection of cheap glass. The brass lamp on the stand near the aisle took on a little soot at the chimney's rim. Far off, where the floor vanished into dimness, the outline of a chair appeared, August's chair, or nearly enough to it that grief made the differences irrelevant. The man watched Elise's face through all of this and did not move. "It isn't wearing," he said gently. "It is showing you the nearest threshold to truth. You lie." "Yes," he said, "and sometimes I do so by telling only truths that arrive too early." That answer struck her silent for a beat. Then, before she could fortify herself better, she heard it, the small, familiar throat-clearing cough from the workshop corner of their room, the one August made when his neck stiffened over delicate work and he did not yet wish to rise. The sound came from beyond her left shoulder. Elise's body turned toward it before her mind consented. At the edge of the hall, where darkness and remembered domesticity now blurred into one another, a figure sat bent over a table under a lamp, not fully seen. Not yet, but the shape of the shoulders, the line of the head, the patience of the hands, moving among tiny metal things, every hunger in her leapt toward it at once. Behind that leap came another voice, distant but urgent and real in a different register. Thomas reading, and under his reading, somewhere like a pulse in stone, Lucian naming claim and counterclaim in the old house formula. The waking chamber was still there. She was not lost yet. The man beside the pale chair waited, without touching her. He did not need to. The figure at the table shifted, and in a voice scraped, rough by age and memory, said, without turning, "Elise." The name went through her like a blade entering a crack already present in the bone. She knew at once that it was not him. She knew it in the same place that knew the box's gifts were real and rotten both. But knowledge was one thing, and hunger another. The hall had not brought August back. It had brought the exact arrangement of her desire to hear him once more. That was enough to make her knees weaken. The silver hammer felt suddenly present in her hand, though she had no recollection of carrying it into the hall. Of course she had not. Yet there it was, cold and slight, because the chamber below and the chamber here were coupled now more tightly than before. "Strike the bowl before the third repetition," Eleanor had written, "if it speaks in the beloved dead." Elise could not yet see the bowl clearly from where she stood. She could, however, hear the false August shift in the chair. "Elise," the voice said again, a little clearer, a little nearer to the exact abrasion of his true one. One repetition. The man in black did not smile. He merely watched. "He was afraid for you at the end," he said. "Would you like to know of what?" Elise gripped the hammer until the cut in her palm burned. She took one step, not toward the figure at the table, but sideways, angling for sight of the chair and bowl near the far end of the hall. The hall adjusted instantly. The lamp glow around the false table warmed. The chair creaked in the exact way August's had when he shifted weight after long work. "Don't be stubborn now," the voice said, and the rhythm of it was so nearly right that for one hideous moment, the difference itself became the most painful thing. "You were always slower to trust than was easy." Second repetition. The bowl flashed into view between two candle lines. Elise saw, reflected in its dark base, the waking chamber jolting under some unseen stress. Thomas looking up from the lectern. Lucien half turned toward the sealed door, as if he too had heard something change. There was no time left for any further dissection of longing. She raised the hammer and hurled it at the bowl. Her arm felt weighted, as though the air itself had tried to hold the motion back. The hammer struck the rim, with a sound unlike metal on metal. It rang like a cracked note, forced through a chapel full of ice. The whole hall convulsed. The false lamp shattered into darkness. The table at the edge dissolved, the chair with it, but not before the shape it had turned just enough for Elise to see not August's face, but a blank, smooth plane where features should have been, polished as bone. The man beside the pale chair moved for the first time with something like speed, not toward her, but toward the ringing bowl, as if what she had struck mattered more than her body in that instant. Thomas's voice came crashing through the dream then, no longer muffled by depth, but sharp as if spoken directly into her ear. The words of the binding text cut through the hall's acoustics like iron teeth. The candles guttered blue to white to black and back again. Elise staggered the floor beneath her, shivering between polished stone and the remembered grain of the work table, and understood with a sick flare of relief that the chamber below had felt the blow. She had not broken the trap. She had only interrupted one of its better masks. But interruption, in a place like this, was the difference between bargaining and surviving long enough to choose otherwise. The man turned back toward her now, and whatever patience had inhabited his face before was gone. "That," he said softly, "was rude." The hall darkened around the word, and Elise knew the next movement would be less subtle. The darkness did not fall all at once. It gathered with intent, as if every candle in the hall had inhaled and held the breath instead of returning it. The blow she had struck against the bowl still rang somewhere beyond sound, a silver fracture propagating through two chambers at once, but the hall was already adapting around the damage. Elise felt it in the floor first. The polished black surface under her feet rippled, not visibly, but in that deeper way the dream made all changes known. The room was revising its terms. The kindly cruelties, the softened manipulations, the almost human elegance by which it had offered her truth braided to appetite, those had failed to bring her to kneel. What remained, then, was force. The man in black stood between her and the pale chair again, though she had not seen him cross the intervening distance. His composure had not cracked. If anything, it had refined itself into something colder than anger, and more dangerous than fury. The stillness of a surgeon who has set down persuasion and reached at last for instruments. "You should not confuse interruption with resistance," he said. The words were quiet. That made the air around them tighten rather than flare. Elisa's arm still throbbed from the throne, and the phantom weight of the silver hammer lingered in her hand, though the object itself had vanished with the collapse of the false rune fragments. Her palm burned where the cut had reopened. Somewhere far away, beneath layers of stone and dream and mechanism, Tomas was still reading. She could hear him now only in shreds, a cadence here, a named clause there, words about appetite, bearing, claimant line. Lucian's voice came less often, but with a heavier pressure, as though his blood against the carved thorns in the waking chamber was not merely symbolic, but actively paying for the hall's continued containment. Elise clung to those distant voices not because they were comforting, but because they were ordinary, in the only way left available to her. They belonged to other people who could still be frightened in linear time. The hall did not believe in linear time. It believed in leverage. The man raised one hand, and the windows along the side of the chamber altered. Until then there had been impossible things, black with the pressure of unseen water or depth. Now they brightened from within, not to daylight, to scenes. One by one, each tall pane filled with a fragment of the waking world, each too clear to dismiss and too partial to trust. In the first she saw Tomas at the lectern, jaw clenched so hard the muscle jumped near the hinge, one hand flat on Eleanor's pages to keep them from shifting in the chamber's odd currents. In the second she saw Lucian in his recess, blood from the cut in his hand darkening the carved thorns, his face white with concentration and loss, his free hand pressed, braced against the stone as if the chamber itself shoved back against him. In the third, she saw the black walnut box in the centre ring below, lid lifted, cylinder turning with a smoothness it had never possessed on her work table, the brass comb vibrating with a delicacy that made each note seem almost innocent. In the fourth, there was only the sealed inner door by which they had entered the waking chamber. It looked still. Then, as she watched, the line of the door shifted by less than a finger's breadth. Something on the other side had touched it. Elisa's heart lurched so hard it hurt. The man saw exactly where her gaze had gone, and inclined his head slightly, the gesture more devastating than any grin. "Do you understand now?" he asked. "They are not preserving you from me. They are preserving their sequence from interruption. If the door yields before they finish, the copyist dies first. He is in the reader's place. The chamber is built to answer voice with fracture when breached improperly. Your Veilbrook follows." House blood spends quickly when the old architecture wakes hungry. Elise took a step back before she knew she had moved. The pane showing the door sharpened. The crack between it and the jamb widened by the tiniest possible measure. She could not tell if she truly saw movement there, or if the hall merely understood how to make imminence unbearable. "You can stop this," the man said, "not by defying me, by ceasing to split yourself. Let the chamber close over what it has already chosen. Let them go. They have done enough." His tone gentled on the last sentence, and the gentleness was more offensive than threat. Elise forced herself to drag her eyes from the pane with the door and look at him instead. "That is the ugliest thing you've said yet," she answered. "No," he said. "Only the least ornamented." He moved one step nearer. The hall around him darkened and clarified at once. She could see now, with the acute disgust of proximity, that the perfection of his clothes and features had always been an arrangement, not a body. The edges were too exact where living men fray. The shadows at his throat and knuckles did not belong to circulation, but to layering, as if something had dressed itself in the idea of a man by studying portraits commissioned by those who feared age but desired authority. You cling to their voices because they are human, he said. You mistake that for moral superiority. Humanity is merely the preferred language of appetite among your kind. The copyist wants to keep you small enough to survive. The Valabrook wants to bury this beneath his family's ancient stone and tell himself duty has been discharged. The church wants to cut you open slowly and learn how to replicate your threshold. Which of these hungers do you imagine pure? None, Elise said. Then why? He asked. This sentimental loyalty. The answer rose before she could temper it. Because they would still grieve me after. It landed in the hall with more force than she intended. The man's face did not move, but the candles nearest the central aisle bent inward as if something had drawn at them. Elise felt the truth of what she had said, not as consolation but as structure. Thomas would grieve. Lucien perhaps not in the same manner, not with the same nakedness, but he too would carry the result if she vanished into this. The church would study, the hall would absorb. Only the living who remain themselves would know loss as loss rather than as outcome. The man considered her a moment as though making some inward adjustment. A touching criterion, he said at last, and predictably provincial. He lifted his hand again. The panes in the windows changed. The door vanished. Thomas and Lucien vanished. In their place now came other scenes, all of them true enough to injure. Madame Vauclain coughing blood onto the snow while the lane recoiled from the fact of her body. Auguste bent over the work table on his final night. One hand pressed against his mouth where blood had already begun to thread between his fingers. The music box open before him and playing without visible touch. A cellar under St. Brigid's, where some petty reliquary had been hidden in a niche behind bricks and forgotten by everyone except the thing that soured the air around it. A child burning with fever in a bed where a saint's relic nailed to the headboard had long ago cracked and gone bad with damp, poisoning prayer itself. Elise turned from one pain to another as if the room was striking her from multiple sides. "Look at it," the man said, and now there was iron in the softness. "Look at the world that formed you. It is full of seals that failed and objects that leak harm into ordinary lives, because the people withstanding to notice prefer discretion over remedy. With me, you would not mend hems until your eyes went dim and your back broke. You would walk into a chapel and know which altar was lying. You would touch stone and find what the dead tried to bury. You would not have to beg decent men to believe what you already know." The final phrase was too exact. It almost unmade her. Because yes, beneath all the terror, beneath the knowledge of the trap, beneath grief and resistance and the increasingly physical drain in her body, there remained the simplest and oldest wound of all, to know and not be believed until some man with office, lineage, or permitted learning rephrased the same knowledge in a voice the world accepted. The hall felt that old shame flare. It widened around it. The pale chair seemed nearer than before. On its seat the bowl had reformed, though a hairline crack now ran through the rim where her blow had struck it. "Good," she thought wildly. "Let it not be whole. Let nothing in this place ever be whole again." The man saw her eyes flick there and smiled then for the first time without disguise. It was not a human smile, it was recognition of process. "You begin to understand where the weakness lies," he said, "not in your fear, in your fairness. You still want the world to deserve truth before you let truth wield itself. It never will." The sentence passed through her like a cold wire. She thought of Thomas with his salvaged pages, of Lucien with family shame tucked behind controlled speech, of Auguste dying at his table because he had found enough truth to fear and not enough power to destroy. She thought too of St. Severin's quiet machinery below its prayers, the tie taking notes while lives thinned under their curiosity. It was true. The world would never deserve the gifts it attempted to regulate. That was not the same, she told herself savagely, as saying the gift should belong to this thing. "You confuse condemnation with inheritance," she said. "Because I condemn what the world does, you think I must hand myself to you rather than to it." The man's gaze sharpened, and the hall gave a tiny involuntary tremor, as if somewhere a joint had shifted under pressure. She had touched something. Not weakness in him, perhaps, but a line he could not fully absorb without changing shape. The waking voices beneath the hall came clearer for an instant, as though Tomas's reading had coincided with her thought. She caught a phrase from him then, not merely the bearer, but the premise before the sound dulled again. Premise! The word struck her like the return of a lost stair underfoot, not merely refusal of the premise. Eleanor had written it. Lucian had said it aloud, in the antechamber. The chamber must be denied authority to define what she lacked. That was the key the hall kept trying to drag her away from. Not whether its truths were true, not whether its offers were tempting, not even whether the world outside was cruel enough to make those offers feel, in some sick way, proportionate. The premise was deeper and uglier. That the wound in her, the need to be useful, seen, indispensable, impossible to dismiss, could only be answered by becoming the vessel of what named itself answer. The hall could show true things all day. It still depended on that false centre. The man was speaking again, but for one blessed second she did not hear him as meaning. She heard him as rhythm only, and in that gap she turned not away from the windows, not toward the chair, but inward, to the exact ache he had mapped so expertly. It was there. It would always be there. The lower quarter had built it. Hunger had deepened it. August's death had torn it open wider. But the existence of the wound was not license. The world's refusal to value her had not created a vacancy that he was entitled to occupy. The realization was not grand. It did not arrive in a blaze. It arrived with the rough simplicity of a latch falling into place. When his words came back into sense, he was saying, "And if you take what I offer, no priest will ever again pronounce over the poor while blind to the stain upon his own relic case. No gentleman will lock away lineages of harm in cedar drawers. No woman like the ribbon seller will die with her corruption unnamed, because naming it would be inconvenient to those who profit from order." Elise looked at him and saw at last the full structure of the temptation. Not power for vanity, nor power for comfort alone, but power dressed as revenge on indifference. Power that pretended to rectify a wound in the world, while actually fastening that world forever to itself. "You are not remedy," she said. The man stopped. "No, you are another version of the same theft, only honest about appetite because you are proud of it." Her voice steadied as she spoke. "The church would use me." "You would use me," the quarter used August, until he bent into the table. "My being unseen does not make you my rightful witness. My being useful does not make you my rightful owner. My hunger is not your title." For the first time the man's face altered in a way not chosen. It was slight, a thinning, a tension around the mouth, as if the idea of being denied, not for being false, but for presuming rightful claim, had touched some old injury in him too. The hall reacted at once. The windows darkened. The images in them began to blur. The false domestic fragments at the edge of the room pulled away like scenery seen from a departing carriage. The chair remained. The bowl remained. But the distance between Elise and both was less certain now, as though the geometry of the place had to recalculate around a refusal not arranged on its preferred axis. "Take care," the man said, and whatever gentleness remained in him now had edges like broken glass. "You are close to saying something the chamber can hear as final." "Good," she answered. "Then hear it clearly." He moved then, fast enough that the space between them seemed to tear rather than be crossed. Not to touch her, to reach past, as if for the centre of her chest, where the hall had already found its tether. Pain flared there at once, bright and intimate, and Elise dropped to one knee before she could stop herself. The floor under her changed texture again, trying desperately now to become the boards of August's room, the remembered place where she had asked into emptiness what she was to do now. She saw, for the briefest, vicious instant, the work table before her. August seated beyond it with the cloth not yet over his face, eyes open and terrible in the dawn. "Elise," he said, and this time the voice was exact enough to make the world buckle. Third repetition would have killed her had she let it complete, but she no longer needed Eleanor's warning to know the shape of the move. With the same hand that still felt the ghost of the silver hammer's weight, She struck downward into the false floor. There was no hammer in it, no tool, only refusal concentrated into gesture. Yet the boards split anyway, because they were never boards. The work table image sheared apart, and with it the false August behind it opened like paper set too near a flame, revealing beneath the skin of resemblance, not blankness this time, but a lattice of dark lines and silver pins. The mechanical logic of imitation laid bare. The man recoiled not from sorrow, not from moral injury, but from interruption to the chamber's strongest lever. And in that recoil the waking room roared upward at last. Tomas's voice struck through the hall in full. Lucian shouted something she could not hear as language, but felt as command. The pale chair cracked straight down one side. The bowl on its seat split across the old fracture she had made, and from within it rose not blood, not light, but a sound like all the stopped clocks in August's room taking one breath together and expelling it as judgment. The hall lurched. Elise, still on one knee, felt the entire place trying to eject her or claim her before either world could decide which. The man straightened amid the instability, and now there was no composure left in him at all. Only the terrible dignity of something ancient, forced to reveal anger not as heat, but as precision sharpened to cruelty. "Then let us proceed without masks," he said. The candles went out, the windows burst inward into black water, and the hall fell at her. The water did not wet her when it struck. It erased direction instead. One moment Elise was on one knee, upon the splitting false floor, the cracked chair rearing in darkness, the man's composure at last stripped down to its hidden steel. The next, the black collapse of the hall came over her from all sides, without weight or splash, and turned up and down to guesswork. Sound went first. Tomas's reading, Lucian's command, the cracking bowl, all were sheared away as if someone had sliced the world into separate strips and thrown hers into a void between them. Then light went, though not into dark, into that blind internal brightness one sees, sometimes after striking the head or fainting, a colourless saturation in which no object can hold shape. Elise did not feel herself falling so much as being disassembled along the lines the chamber had already traced through her. Grief, usefulness, hunger, blood, fear, each becoming not emotion but rout. Her body's memory tried to preserve itself, her hands curled, her chest locked against panic. Somewhere beneath the unravelling she understood with a terrible steadiness that this was the chamber's last efficient strategy. Persuasion had failed. It would now attempt dispersal. If it could no longer lure her into consenting from within the hall's fixed architecture, it would make architecture impossible and force choice amid collapse, where instinct confuses itself for truth. She fought for one thing only: sequence. First, second, third. Not the order of the trap's repetitions, but the order of herself. Name, body, waking room. If she lost those, the rest would be rearranged by whatever intelligence governed this place. My name is Elise. I am in the chamber below the hill. Tomas's reading. Lucian holds the claim. The statements were crude, almost childish. That was why they worked. They did not attempt explanation. They nailed existence down one plank at a time, while the flood tried to take structure from under it. Something hard struck her shoulder. For one instant the blank brightness thinned, and she saw not the hall but a corridor of bones. Not bones literal and piled, though fragments of human shape did seem to be worked into the walls if one looked too long. Rather a corridor built on the logic of remains. Niches with names filed off, shelves holding skulls turned backward, alcoves walled and reopened so many times the stone itself had become a ledger of disturbance. A lantern burned at the far end. Beside it stood August. Not the false August from the hall's last desperate mask, not smooth-faced machinery in familiar posture, but August as she had known him in life when fatigue was upon him and patience had thinned, shoulders bowed, coat hanging a little crooked, one hand braced to the wall as if his back hurt and he did not care who saw. For one entire heartbeat Elise believed. Not because the image was perfect, because it was imperfect in the right human ways. The left cuff was worn darker, where oil from years of work had stained it. One shoelace dragged half untied. His mouth carried the habitual disapproval of a man whose tenderness had always preferred practical forms. She heard herself make a sound then, small and involuntary, the body calling before the mind could test the world. August lifted his head. "Not this way," he said. The voice, too, was right. Not exact in every grain, perhaps, but right enough to shatter caution. Elise took a step toward him and felt the floor underfoot give with the softness of ash. At once the corridor shifted. The lantern at its far end dimmed. The wall near August's hand flowered outward in thorned silver lines like the inlay on the box. He did not move. "Not this way," he said again, but now the words had altered. The second time the hall could never quite keep repetition innocent. Some pressure had entered the phrase, some expectation leaning under it. The old warning flashed through her with near painful clarity. Strike the bowl before the third repetition. She had done so once already in the hall's previous disguise, but the chamber was beyond bowls now. It had moved to a more dangerous register, where no fixed object remained to break, only routes of attention and surrender. Elise stopped. The corridor around August thinned at its edges. Beyond it she glimpsed not stone, but the drowned windows from the hall and, beneath them, the blue-white flash of submerged candlelight. The image of him was not independent. It hung on the same false geometry she had already cracked. He saw in her face the exact instant belief gave way to recognition, and with that recognition his human detail began to fail. The untied lace straightened, the oil-dark cuff smoothed. The posture corrected itself by degrees too small for any living man to control. What remained last was the face, because the chamber knew faces wound deeper than cloth. "If you refuse me here," it said in August's voice, "they die for your cleverness." The sentence struck low, almost below language. Then Tomas's reading returned, not as sound at first, but as rhythm beating against the skin of the dream. He had changed texts. Elise knew it before she could hear words. The formal binding had given way to something sharper and more personal, likely Eleanor's notes now, the clauses specific to the chamber's deceptions. Lucien's voice came next, rawer than before and much closer, as if the waking room had bent nearer while the dream split. She still could not distinguish all of what he said, only the repeated insistence of a name line spoken against strain. August's false image smiled then, and because August in life almost never smiled that way, the last of the spell tore. Elise did not need a hammer now. She stepped sideways out of the corridor instead of toward its end. The ash floor vanished where her foot should have landed, but what replaced it was not another trap. It was emptiness. For a moment she felt nothing under her at all. Then the waking chamber caught her through sensation rather than sight. Cold stone under knees, the smell of black wax and old iron, blood drying tacky on her palm, Tomas's voice hoarse from reading too hard, Lucien cursing in a language too old or too furious for her to know. Her eyes opened. She was back in the subseal, but not fully out of danger. The chamber had changed in her absence. The concentric rings of pale stone now shone faintly from within, hairline seams of light running through the cracks like frost lit by moon. The music box in the center was no longer merely open. Its tiny cylinder spun too quickly, the pins blurring silver, while the comb sang with a purity so unnatural that the air around it visibly trembled. Tomas stood at the lectern, one hand gripping its edge so hard the knuckles had gone white through the grime, the other flattening Eleanor's pages against a wind that had no natural source. Blood trickled from one nostril to his upper lip. He had either bitten his mouth or burst some vessel from the force of reading over the chamber's resistance. Lucien was still in his recess, but the old thorns beneath his hand had lit almost entirely now, pale blue lines racing around his wrist and up the back of his arm like cold veins. The sealed inner door through which they had entered the chamber trembled on its pivots, not opening, being struck from the other side. Someone had reached them. Elise pushed up from one knee and nearly fell. Thomas saw her movement and said her name without breaking the line he was reading, a miracle of divided will. It was enough. Lucien turned, and for the first time since she had met him, his face showed outright alarm. "How long were you under?" he demanded. "No idea." Her voice sounded thin and shredded in the chamber. "Long enough." The door shuttered again under a blow from outside. Dust sifted from the lintel. Thomas did not look away from the text. "There are two," he said, between clauses. "Perhaps three." The outer antechamber held them, but not for long. "Church?" Elise asked. Lucien's mouth drew back slightly at one corner. Not humour, not exactly contempt either, but the expression of a man who has no spare time for confirmation of expected corruption, unless St. Vale has developed an unrelated fashion for breaking through sealed funerary doors at the exact moment of catastrophe. Another impact landed. This time, the iron hidden within the stone door answered with a low boom like a bell struck under earth. The chamber reacted. The silver plates in the niches shrilled faintly. The box's melody swerved up by a quarter tone, sweet and unbearable. Elise felt the note drag at her sternum from the inside, as though the second tether Lucien had named were being plucked directly. She clutched the edge of the centre ring and forced air into her lungs. "What now?" she asked. Thomas spoke before Lucien could. "Now you finish it." The answer was so bald it almost steadied her. "How?" "You were right," Thomas said. "Not about everything, about the premise. It shifted when you said it." I heard the chamber respond. His eyes flicked up from the page, then back down again. "Eleanor says the final refusal cannot be abstract. It must answer the instrument at the exact point where it names lack as title. Not fear, not temptation. Title," Lucien added through clenched teeth. "And quickly, if possible. The claim line is beginning to draw on more than blood." Elise looked at his arm. The pale blue tracing had indeed climbed nearly to the elbow. The old architecture was not symbolic at all. It was taking him as circuitry. The chamber below the hill had no mercy for descendants merely because they inherited blame. Another blow struck the door. This one carried a human voice behind it, muffled by stone but distinct in intention. "Open, in the authority of Saint Severin." The command only sharpened the unreality of the room. Here they were, in a crypt chamber built by one frightened family to contain a predatory relic, while churchmen pounded from the outside, hoping either to seize it or prevent its loss, and at the centre of it all sat a small walnut music box, with its lid raised like the mouth of a patient animal. Elise laughed once, under her breath, not from mirth, but because absurdity had become the last available form of proportion. The chamber did not appreciate laughter. The melody shifted again, and with it, the air before Elise tore open, not into another full dream hall, but into something more efficient, a standing mirror where no mirror had been. She saw herself in it, yet not as she stood in the ring. In the reflection she wore dark cloth of a cut, too rich for the lower quarter, plain but severe, the kind women in old family portraits wore when they intended authority to look like renunciation. Her hair was pinned higher. Her face was thinner, sharper, her eyes carrying that terrible certainty the box had always promised. Behind reflected Elise stood shelves of relics, dossiers, sealed packets, rings, bones, blood books, all arranged under her hand. Men in church grey waited beyond the edge of the mirror for her judgment. Lucien, older and more distant, stood in one corner as a function rather than a man. Thomas was nowhere. Or perhaps he was buried in some unseen archive, useful but no longer permitted to matter openly. The reflected woman lifted one hand, and the chamber around her obeyed. "There," the box said, though no mouth moved. The voice came from the melody now, from the silver plates, from the blood in Elise's opened palm. Not throne, not crown, not vanity. Order. You could take all this rot in hand. You could decide which relics lie and which dead are being cheated. You could make the church come to your threshold instead of dragging the poor to theirs. The reflected Elise did not smile. That made her more convincing. She looked tired, exact, indispensable, almost beyond harm. It was the image not of fantasy but of function perfected. Tomas's voice cut through the offer, reading faster now, blood from his nose touching the page. Must deny not merely the instrument but the imagined justice by which it claims necessity. The sentence snapped as the chamber seized the lectern with a gust of force. Tomas caught the pages before they could fly, but the reliquary cross clattered to the floor and spun away into shadow. The sealed door boomed again under impact. A crack opened at the jamb. Someone outside knew perseverance's doctrine. Elise stared at the mirror self, and understood with exhausted clarity that this was indeed the final form of the trap. It no longer promised comfort. It no longer needed the beloved dead. It promised rectification. It promised that every humiliation of class, every pious theft of truth by institutions, every life like Madame Vauclain's wasted under the hands of men who never saw enough, could be answered if only Elise accepted the terms of becoming instrument to an older hunger. That was why it had wanted a woman like her. Not because she was weak, because weakness sharpened into injustice produces the fiercest appetite for rightful use. The reflected self in the mirror leaned one hand on the edge of an unseen table piled with relic dossiers and blood reports. "You know you could do more good through me than through any of them," said the melody. "Good," Elise repeated, and the word tasted almost clean. She took one step closer to the mirror. Tomas shouted her name. Lucian swore and tried to pull his hand free from the thorn recess, but the chamber had locked his claim in place until sequence completed. Outside, the churchmen hit the door again, and Stone screamed. Elise raised her bleeding hand and laid it against the reflected glass. It was warm. Of course it was warm. The image beneath her palm sharpened to impossible detail. She could see the pulse at the reflected throat, the ink at the cuff, the white scars of old paper cuts on fingers that had touched 1,000 dangerous things and survived. This was the cruelest artistry of the box. It knew precisely how to make corruption look like the successful completion of a moral instinct. Tomas's voice came once more, raw enough now to break on the consonants. "Elise, the premise." She closed her eyes. Not to withdraw from the image, but to feel exactly what in her reached toward it. Not power, not beauty, not even safety. The wish to become impossible to dismiss. The wish to stand between harm and the ordinary people who never received warning until warning was useless. The wish to make her knowledge count before men with sanctioned voices converted it into their own. All of that was real. All of that was hers. And none of it, she saw at last, belonged by right to the thing in the box, merely because it had named it first. It was stealing not only blood and body, but interpretation. It had taken her best instinct and written its own title over the top. Elise opened her eyes. The reflected woman in the mirror seemed almost to breathe with expectation. Elise smiled then, though there was no joy in it. "You misunderstand me," she said. The melody faltered by a fraction. Behind her, Tomas fell silent long enough to hear. "I do want all of that," Elise said. "I do want the church forced to answer. I do want the lies in relics named, and the harm in sealed rooms dragged into daylight. I do want women like Madame Vauclain seen before blood hits the snow." "You were right about that." The reflected face sharpened further, taking her admission for surrender. Elise felt the chamber lean greedily inward. "But wanting a thing does not make you its rightful shape," she finished, "and my hunger to be useful does not make you my use." Then, before the reflection could adapt, before the melody could reshape justice into contract, she drove her bleeding palm not into the glass but against the mirror's centre with all the force left in her. It broke, not like glass but like water, freezing too quickly. Cracks of pale light shot through the image. The reflected chamber of relics and authority split down the middle. The severe woman there tore open along the same line, revealing underneath not another face, not flesh, but the same dark mechanical lattice she had glimpsed beneath the false August. Pins, tension wires, silver spines of arrangement. The melody screamed. In the waking room, the music box cylinder jerked out of tempo so violently that several pins snapped free and flew like filings across the center ring. Thomas resumed reading at once, now shouting over the chamber. Lucian, with a cry he could not suppress, tore his hand free from the thorn recess and slammed his bleeding palm onto the stone floor of the claimant line instead. The blue tracing along his arm flared bright enough to hurt the eyes. The door at the rear split fully at the upper hinge. Iron showed through cracked stone. Voices from St. Severin spilled in around the noise, no longer muffled. "Stand back!" someone shouted. "Stand back and preserve the vessel." Vessel. The word hit Elise through the chamber's howl with obscene clarity. There it was at last. Not bearer, not visionary, not chosen. Vessel, a body with utility attached. The church and the box had reached the same noun by different roads. The recognition struck through her like cold law. Thomas heard it too. His face changed while he read, not because it was new information, but because hearing it aloud completed some private rage in him. He slammed one fist on the lectern and read the final line from Eleanor's text with enough force to shred his throat. "Deny the title," Elise did. Not as rhetoric, not as prayer. She drew breath from somewhere under pain, under fatigue, under grief, and said into the screaming chamber, "I am not your vessel," the room answered. Every silver plate in the niches cracked at once. The black wax sealing them burst outward in small dark stars. The concentric rings beneath Elise's feet lit from edge to edge, no longer pale but white, the kind of white seen in lightning and bone. The music box in the center ring gave one last thin sequence of notes, and then, for the first time since August's room, truly faltered. The lid trembled. The mechanism beneath it seized, recovered, seized again. The chamber's dream pressure broke. Not vanished. Broke like a wave, losing shape against rock and becoming only water. Elise staggered back into herself all at once, into cold, blood, stone. Thomas gasping between words. Lucian half collapsed in his recess, and the door behind them beginning to tear open under the hands of men who had arrived one breath too late and were about to make lateness everyone else's problem. The break in the chamber did not bring silence. It brought competing noises all at once, each one so specific that together they seemed almost unreal. The agonized chatter of the music box's ruined mechanism, trying and failing to keep its sequence. The high crystalline collapse of the silver niche plates as they cracked and dropped bright fragments onto stone. Thomas dragging air into a throat he had flayed raw on Eleanor's text. Lucian's breath coming short and hard through pain as the old claimant line burned its way out of his blood. And behind them all the heavy, sanctioned violence of St. Severin's men forcing the inner door on iron wedges, stone dust hissing down around their boots. Elise stood in the centre ring with her bleeding hand still half raised, and understood that refusal, however final in principle, was not yet victory in practice. The chamber had lost the smooth authority with which it had tried to define her hunger, yes. The thing in the box had been denied its title. But denial had ripped the arrangement open rather than ending it cleanly. Now every interest that had converged here, the box, the family seal, the tie's pursuit, the borrowed courage of the dead, was loosed into the same moment, and the world would not sort itself neatly just because a moral sentence had at last been spoken aloud. "Finish it," Thomas said, or tried to say. The words came through blood and damage and effort, the consonants blunted but the imperative unmistakable. He had one hand pressed to the lectern to keep himself upright, and the other still gripping Eleanor's pages, which had become spotted and warped from blood, sweat, and the chamber's damp exhalations. Lucian had not fallen, though a lesser man or merely a wiser one might have. He knelt braced against the claimant recess with one shoulder to the wall, his face white enough that the dark lashes and brows looked painted on rather than grown. The pale blue tracing that had climbed his arm was receding now in fits, not gone but thinning like frost withdrawing from glass. He looked at Elise and, perhaps because his strength was too far spent for any social intelligence to survive, there was no aristocratic reserve left in his expression at all. There was only urgency, and the blunt acceptance that if she did not understand what came next without elegance, all of them would shortly become material for other people's reports. "The lid," he said, "before they breach." Elise looked down at the music box. It sat in the centre of the ring on the pale stone she had bled on. Lid still open, comb vibrating in tiny disordered spasms. Several broken pins from the cylinder lay around it like silver splinters. Under ordinary light and outside all this architecture, it might almost have seemed pathetic in its damaged scale, something intimate and mechanical and finite. Yet the air immediately around it warped in faint pulses, and in those pulses she glimpsed again not one chamber, but many attempts at chamber, many beginnings of seduction, fragments of drowned windows, of black halls, of polished bowls, of warm lamps and work tables, all trying desperately to reassemble themselves, now that the central premise had been struck through. The box had lost the right to name her lack. It had not yet lost the habit of trying. Another wedge hammered into the inner door from the antechamber side. The stone cried out. Through the widening split came a voice sharpened by official outrage. "Stand back! In the name of Saint Severin, stand clear of the instrument. Not save the girl, not withdraw, not hold the chamber. Stand clear of the instrument." Thomas heard it too. A terrible, exhausted grin moved once at one corner of his mouth and vanished. "There," he rasped. "They confess." Elise almost smiled in answer, but the smile could not rise far in her face. Everything in her body felt spent down to wires. Still, she moved. She took one step toward the box, and the chamber answered by trying one last trick. The stone beneath the center ring softened under sensation into floorboards. Not enough to fool her fully, not now, but enough that August's room flashed around the edges of the crypt, the table, the curtain, the lamp with soot at the chimney, the narrow bed. The trick no longer believed it could seduce her by offering power or justice. It had retreated to something cruder and older. Home. Not the dead. Not usefulness. The idea of resting from fear in the one place she had once believed ordinary hardship and ordinary safety could coexist. Elise nearly laughed again at the meanness of it. "No," she said aloud, whether to the room or herself or both. The boards shivered and showed their stone through. She bent and placed her uninjured hand on the lid. At once pain struck up her arm, not heat, not cold, but the intimate, invasive jolt of contact with something that still considered access its native condition. The box was not physically hot, yet every nerve in her hand shrieked as if she had laid skin against iron left too near a fire. Beneath the pain came another pressure, inward this time, more articulate than sensation and more dangerous for it. Not words, meaning. Let me finish. Let me complete what has already begun. You have cut the premise. Keep the faculty. Let the rest burn away. A severed trap still bargains as if some of its terms remain reasonable. Elise tightened her grip and thought, very clearly, of the two authorities now fully exposed before her. The thing in the box which had named her vessel through the language of extraordinary usefulness, and Saint Severin's men beyond the door, who had named her vessel outright, once haste, stripped the piety from them. Between them stood the living, ruined, inadequate alternatives: Thomas, bleeding over a lectern, Lucien kneeling in his family's old guilt, August dead because he had tried to face what should never have been his alone. None of those alternatives were enough. That did not entitle either authority to absorb her. She closed the lid. The sound was very small. It should not have mattered. Yet the instant walnut met walnut, the chamber reacted as if she had cut a nerve exposed for generations. The white lines in the concentric rings flared to blinding intensity. The music did not stop at inverted. For one terrible second, every note the box had ever played seemed to turn inside out at once and rush downward into itself. The force of that recoil threw Elise backward off her feet. She hit the outer ring hard enough to knock breath from her chest. Thomas shouted something she did not hear because the chamber had become all noise and light and stone under strain. Lucien, moving from instinct more than strength, dragged himself half out of the claimant recess and slammed his hand flat against the pale floor line, where the family seal intersected the centre ring. Blood from his palm marked the old geometry. The white flare answered. The lid of the box shook once, as though something within had hurled itself at the hinge from the other side of impossible distance. Then Tomas, with a movement so abrupt it was almost vicious, snatched the small reliquary cross from where it had spun near the lectern and flung it into the exact centre of the lid. Wood, metal, blood, house sign, and text completed a pattern none of them alone had been enough to hold. The chamber locked. Not peacefully, it locked like a jaw setting on a shattered bone. The white light collapsed inward. The rings went dark one after another. The violent pressure in the air dropped so fast that Elisa's ears rang with the absence of it. For one suspended beat there was only the shut music box in the centre, and the three of them around it, all breathing as if pulled from deep water. Then the inner door burst open. Stone cracked. Iron bars tore free. 3 men in church, grey and black, forced their way through the split slab into the chamber, cross guards and shock rods in hand, faces already arranged in the righteous severity of those about to call their own intervention lawful whatever they found. The first through the breach was the scarred official from the tea stall. He took in the room in one glance, the claimant recess, Tomas at the lectern, Elise on the outer ring, Lucien half collapsed against the wall, the closed box in the centre, and his mouth tightened, not in horror, but in calculation, interrupted. "Seize it!" he snapped. "Alive, if..." He did not finish because Lucien, who by every reasonable measure should not have been capable of standing, was suddenly on his feet. He did not draw a weapon. There was no time for elegance. He simply stepped between the official and the centre ring with the kind of ancestral authority Elise had mistrusted from the moment she met him, and for the first time she was grateful that some men are trained from infancy to occupy space as if law itself arrives with them. "Touch it," he said, voice raw but carrying, "and I give public name to every sealed inventory your tie has hidden under St. Severin's own chapels since the winter transfer ledgers, including the names you erased from the Valebrook petitions." The official stopped. Not out of conscience, out of numbers. Even now, even with the chamber fresh from catastrophe and the thing he wanted within arm's reach, he had to calculate what scandal might survive the hill if the wrong aristocratic witness chose to live noisily. "You have no proof," he said. Tomas made a sound that might have been laughter if his throat had not been half ruined. He held up Eleanor's pages and the warehouse packet together, blood-marked and real. "I have more than you deserve," he croaked. The second churchman, younger and not yet trained enough to hide zeal under prudence, moved as if to push past regardless. The chamber answered before any of the three could. Though the seal had closed, though the box now sat dark and shut, the room had not forgotten the sequence that had just played out. The moment an unauthorized foot crossed the claimant line, the pale stone beneath it flashed once and expelled the man backward with a force that threw him against the breached doorframe hard enough to crack the back of his head on stone. He dropped his rod and slid to the floor in stunned silence. Every face in the room changed. Lucien, who had perhaps counted on inherited authority to buy words, understood at once that the chamber itself had bought him something better: demonstration. "You see," he said, and now there was enough old house cold in his voice to match the crypt. "The seal has accepted its closure. If your men continue to force it, whatever remains in this room will interpret them as hostile contamination. That would be an awkward report to file, I imagine." The scarred official's eyes moved from his fallen subordinate to the shut box and back again. He was not a fool. Foolish men do not rise within institutions devoted to controlled blasphemy. He saw that the chamber had indeed changed state, and that any immediate attempt to seize the box would now require not 3 operatives, but a larger armed containment team, perhaps more blood, certainly more witnesses. Worse, those witnesses would include Lucien de Valebrook and 2 lower quarter civilians whose disappearance after this scene might become difficult to arrange if they were expected back by enough people. "This is church property under custodial doctrine," he said at last, but the sentence now sounded like retreat, wearing procedure's mask. "No," Lucien answered. "It is family liability under prior subseal with church compromise evidenced in writing. That distinction will interest magistrates and newspapers, and those very pious enemies my father has made at court, who would happily read a list of private tie experiments aloud in winter session." The official's nostrils flared. He had not expected a half-fainting aristocrat in a ruined crypt to sound like litigation sharpened for murder. Thomas, holding himself upright through an act of obstinacy that bordered on theology, added hoarsely, "And if any of us fail to leave this hill alive, copies go elsewhere." That, strictly speaking, was not yet true. Elise knew it by the infinitesimal pause in Thomas's breathing after he said it. The beauty of the lie lay in its immediate plausibility. The official could not know what papers had been duplicated in which grimy lower quarter chest, or entrusted to which clerk too poor not to sell a scandal twice. The room sat on the edge of that possibility for 3 long heartbeats. Then the scarred official took one step back. "Seal the outer breach," he said to the remaining men. "No one touches the chamber until diocesan review." It was not surrender. It was postponement, the favourite vice of institutions that mean to return with better tools. But postponement, in that moment, was life. Lucien did not relax, neither did Thomas. Elise, still on the floor, became aware all at once of how much blood had dried tacky across her palm and knuckles, how hard her heart had been beating for too long, how thin the air felt after the chamber's convulsions. The official gave them one last look before turning away. It was not a promise, but there was threat enough in it to serve. Then he began issuing clipped instructions to his men outside the breach. Stone shifted, iron was dragged. They were retreating only as far as protocol required, not as far as safety deserved. Lucien waited until the sounds had moved sufficiently into the antechamber before he let one hand touch the wall for support. The effort of staying upright had cost him more than pride should have been asked to pay. Thomas abandoned the lectern at last, and lurched toward Elise. He meant, she thought, to kneel beside her, perhaps to ask if she was conscious, perhaps to say something clever and unnecessary out of sheer relief. Instead, he made it halfway and then sat down heavily on the outer ring because his legs ceased negotiating. The anticlimax of the motion was so complete that Elise, to her own astonishment, began laughing. It hurt terribly. Thomas stared at her as if uncertain whether she had finally broken in some unfixable way. Then he laughed too, or tried to, and the sound turned into a cough that brought more blood to his lip. "Don't," Elise said through what remained of the laugh. "You'll die of effort after all this." "Not before I've had the satisfaction," Thomas rasped, "of informing someone in authority that they are a collection of grave robbers with a hymn problem." Lucien closed his eyes briefly against the wall. "If you can postpone your class war until I'm less likely to faint, I would be grateful." "You can faint after we move the box," Elise said. At that, all 3 fell silent again, because however much the chamber had closed and the church had retreated, the practical centre remained. The shut walnut object in the middle of the ring, small and mute, and still capable of ending all of them if handled wrongly. Thomas wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist and looked toward it. "The diagram," he said. "Eleanor's addendum. Once shut under refusal and claimant line, it must be enclosed in oak and iron before removal. No skin contact for the bearer until the 7th day." Lucien opened his eyes. "The casket." Yes, Elise pushed herself upright. The room tilted but did not take her. That, she thought, was as much triumph as she could honestly claim in the moment. Together, badly and with many pauses, they performed the last small liturgy of necessity. Lucien, because house blood had already keyed the chamber, crossed the claimant line with the oak casket, while Thomas read the closing clause from Eleanor's pages in a voice half-ruined but still functional. Elise did not touch the box again. She stood outside the ring and watched as Lucien, using the silver hammer's handle rather than his fingers, nudged the shut music box into the iron-bound oak. The fit was exact. Of course, Eleanor had measured for that. Once enclosed, the lid of the casket was lowered, and the black wax taper melted over the clasp with the last of the lantern flame. The moment the wax set, something in the room eased. Not peace, merely the withdrawal of immediate appetite. Only then did Elise realize she had been bracing every muscle against a note that no longer sounded. They left the crypt slowly, taking the papers, the hammer, the damaged text, and the sealed casket. The men of St. Severin had indeed retreated to the outer gallery and no farther. Their posture as the three emerged was all procedural. The scarred official watched the casket with eyes that took inventory even while obeying delay. Lucien, restored by pain into something like his public self, informed him that the object would be removed under household seal to the remaining Valebrook vaults, and that any attempt to intercept would constitute church acknowledgement of private custodial violation. The official answered that St. Severin reserved the right to formal inquiry. Thomas replied, before either aristocratic politeness or ecclesiastical menace could settle on an acceptable formula. Reserve whatever you like. We reserve the ledgers. That nearly ended the truce then and there, but the official measured again, found no immediate arrangement under which killing them would also preserve institutional deniability, and stood aside. Dusk had begun by the time they came out from the ash gallery behind the dead chapel. Snow still lay over the court, though dirtied now where their passage and the churchmen's boots had cut it. The sky above St. Vale had gone that hard pewter colour winter evenings take just before darkness closes for good. Elise stopped on the path and looked back once. The hill stood over them heavy with stone, archives, chapels, old family rot, and sanctified thefts. Somewhere in its gut the sub-seal remained closed again, but she no longer had any illusion that closure meant innocence restored. It meant only that one predator had been put back in a box, while the human ones resumed their better-dressed forms. Thomas, seeing where she looked, said quietly, "It will not end with today." "No," Lucien said before she could. "It will merely become less deniable." That was as hopeful as any of them had a right to be. They walked down the hill together, the sealed casket between Lucien and Thomas at first, then taken by a servant from Valebrook House, at the first safe crossing in the upper quarter where Lucien had the authority to summon rather than beg. Elise watched the transfer with a feeling so mixed she could not sort it. Relief, yes. Grief, certainly. Distrust still, because no noble house keeps a thing like that, without also keeping the temptation to revisit it under new language. Lucien seemed to know exactly what she thought. Before the servant carried the casket away under guard, he said to her, "I will not ask you to trust my house. I will ask you to trust scandal more. If it is opened again, I know what documents leave which drawer and to whom." It was not reassurance. It was something better fitted to the world they lived in, leverage honestly named. Elise nodded once. Good. Thomas, who by then looked grey enough to be laid out, insisted on walking her back to the lower quarter despite Lucien's offer of carriage. "A carriage only makes me look abductible," Elise said, "and I'm too tired to be abducted elegantly." Thomas gave a sound that might have been agreement, and might have been simply what happened when he tried not to cough. They parted from Lucien at the bridge, where the upper paving gave way to the meaner stone of the lower lanes. He stood a moment in the fading light, one glove still off because his palm had been dressed in a hurried bandage torn from the lining of his own sleeve, and looked not like a rescuer or a noble claimant or any fixed role at all, only like a man who had just inherited, in full consciousness, the exact scale of the rot his family had preferred to call tradition. "I will send for the physician you can least easily bribe," Thomas told him. Lucien's mouth moved by a degree. "And I," he said, "will send for the scribe you can most easily trust." Then he went uphill again into the grey, following the sealed casket and the responsibility that had refastened itself to his blood. Thomas and Elise descended to the lower quarter in silence. It was not companionable silence. It was the silence of two people too emptied to construct an easier version of what had occurred, and too familiar with one another to require immediate speech as proof of care. By the time they reached her building, the bells of St. Vale had begun again. evening offices, or some smaller observance, their iron voices falling over the roofs in long, exhausted intervals. Inside the room above the lane, everything remained where the story had first broken open. August's table, the curtain, the bed, the stopped clocks, yet the air was altered, not purified, merely vacant in a new way. The absence of the music box on the shelf showed like a missing tooth in the room's face. Elise stood looking at the shelf longer than was sensible. Thomas, in the doorway, watched her and said nothing. At last she crossed to the table and sat in August's chair, because there was no reason not to any longer, and because the reasonless permission of grief is sometimes the first ordinary freedom it grants. Her hands lay on the wood. The cut in her palm had reopened badly, but its bleeding had slowed. The room no longer hummed at the edge of her awareness with that patient second pulse. In its place there was only exhaustion and the old faint ticking of the carriage clock on the wall, which had, sometime during all that followed, decided to begin again, off by minutes, faithless in tempo, but alive to its own purpose. Thomas sank onto the stool opposite with less grace than his pride would have liked. "You should sleep," he said. Elise looked at him. There was blood dried at the edge of his mouth, ash in his hair, and a split at one knuckle she did not remember seeing before. "You first," she said. "I intend to," loudly, and probably in a chair I don't deserve. She almost smiled. The almost was enough. For a long moment neither moved. At last Thomas reached into his coat and drew out the packet of pages Eleanor's hand, the dissenter's note, the copied roots, and set them on the table between them. "I promised a copy elsewhere," he said. "I should make that true before anyone clever enough comes to ask whether I lied." Elise touched the top sheet lightly with 2 fingers. "Do it." "I will." He hesitated. "And you?" She knew what he meant without his naming it. What remained? What did not? Whether she still felt the world through stolen apertures, whether blood and stone and hidden rot would continue speaking now that the box was sealed. Elise turned her head and listened, not with mystic hunger, not with the raw greed of the chamber, only with the tired body she still occupied. The room offered itself in ordinary ways. Cold at the window seam, damp near the basin, old iron at the table drawer August had once jammed, and under those, very faint, like the memory of lightning behind the eyes, long after the storm has moved on, something else. Not a voice, not command, not the chamber's pull, but a residue of sensibility. Enough to know that if a saint's relic cracked badly under mould, or if a wall bled grief thick enough to sicken a child, she might feel the wrongness sooner than most. Not enough to make her indispensable, perhaps enough to make her responsible in the human, unglamorous way. "A little," she said, "not like before." Thomas let out a breath that seemed to have been waiting inside him for hours. "Good. Is it?" she asked. He met her eyes. "Yes," he said simply. "Because now if you notice something, it will be yours." That, more than any triumph or declaration or closing bell, was the line the story settled on. Not power restored, not miracle retained in noble fragment, only ownership returned, in small honest measure, to the person from whom so many things had just tried to take title. Outside, snow began again, dry and fine against the window. The bells went on tolling above St. Vale. Somewhere uphill men of church and house were already preparing new language for the old scandal. Somewhere below, women still coughed in rented rooms, and children still slept beside bad relics, and the city still preferred its hierarchies to its truths. Nothing had been mended cleanly. August remained dead. Madame Vauclain, whatever physician had arrived, would either linger or not, according to forces too ordinary now to beautify. The music box was shut in oak and iron beneath another family's watch, which meant danger postponed and transformed, not ended. Yet in the room above the lane there was no melody now waiting at the edge of thought, no hidden architecture leaning against Elise's hunger and calling itself rightful answer. There was only the silence left after a false voice has finally gone out of a house. It was not comforting, it was not warm. It asked more of her than any lullaby ever had, but it was real. Elise sat with her cut hand on the table, Thomas opposite among the papers, and listened to that reality gather itself around the small lives of the living. After a while, the carriage clock missed a beat, then found the next one anyway. And so, the archive closes for tonight. Thank you for spending this quiet, rain-soaked hour with the sealed archive. If this story kept you company in the dark, let me know where you're listening from. I'd love to know which corner of the world found its way here tonight. Until next time, stay safe, rest well, and I'll see you again when the next story is unsealed.